Chapter 702. Just when Xiao Han was about to completely open his heavenly eye and welcome the immortal tribulation, an inexplicable disaster happened. Ibdu. The entire plane was plunged into darkness and imprisonment. An unbelievably powerful force had forcefully dug the plane out and sent it to a faraway place. After a long while, the darkness finally dissipated. In fact, time had actually been frozen from the moment the plane fell into darkness until it became bright again. No one could sense the passage of time. The mortals in the plane had no sense at all. As for the martial artists, just when they felt a little confused and frightened, the darkness disappeared. In the spirit chamber of the Xianxia pagoda. What's this? Traces of light seeped in through the window. Xiao Han stood up. He was slightly confused. He reached out and grabbed some bits of sunlight. Everything has returned to normal. Xiao Han nodded slightly. However, he soon felt something strange. But something's not right. At this moment, Xiao Han's cultivation had been interrupted. A shallow crack appeared between his eyebrows. The heavenly eye had not been fully opened. It seemed that he had missed the opportunity to cultivate now. It would be difficult to continue after the interruption. Moreover, Xiao Han was not in the mood to cultivate in seclusion anymore. Xiao Han calmed himself down and rushed out of the psyche chamber. He went to look for Wu Yu and the others. Sect Master. Senior brothers. Elders. Xiao Han rushed to the resting room where Wu Yu and the others were. At this moment, in the spacious resting room, Wu Yu and the other elites of the Cloud sect. There were also Xiao Han's wives. His son, Xiao En. There were also various ancient overlords and millennial overlords gathered together. There were hundreds of them. However, everyone had a confused look on their faces. They had no idea what had happened. Father. Xiao En rushed over and jumped into Xiao Han's arms. It was so scary just now. Xianxia and Xiao Han's wives also hurried over. They seemed to want to get some sense of security in the midst of the panic. It was a subconscious action. Xiao Han, could it be that the darkness of heaven and earth just now was caused by your cultivation? By the way, what's your cultivation level now? Have you opened your heavenly eye? Wu Yu asked hurriedly. Xiao Han shook his head and said, Everyone, I didn't trigger the phenomenon just now while I was cultivating. If I'm not mistaken, the celestial world is playing tricks on us again. Those fellows from the immortal world. If it wasn't for this sudden phenomenon, he would have died. I must have become an immortal. Damn it. How despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous. Is it someone from the immortal plane again? Many people grew furious. This is simply a ruthless extermination. But something doesn't seem right. Xiao Mingchu frowned. I feel a little dizzy. Let's go out of the Monster Hero Pagoda to take a look. Xiao Han immediately said. I also feel that something is wrong, very wrong. However, at this moment... What's going on? What is this place? My God! Where have we arrived? What's going on? Before Xiao Han and the others could get out of the Xianxia pagoda, they heard cries of horror outside the Xianxia pagoda. The sound was earth-shattering, as if billions of living beings in the entire plane were crying and wailing at this moment. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Han did not dare to delay at all. He moved and rushed out. Outside the Xianxia pagoda, Xiao Han and the tens of thousands of Xianxia were floating in the air. At this moment, their eyes were completely blank. This is really. Even Xiao Han, who was usually calm and composed, was dumbfounded. The world had changed. The world had completely changed. The entire plane was floating in the void like a piece of land. There were extremely strange scenes in all directions. Huge meteorites were floating in the air. Streams of colorful marsh gas floated in the air like ribbons. Pieces of ancient dead trees that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall were floating in the air. There were also some strange metal fragments that looked like gemstones that were dotted in the air. There were also some vines that had never been seen in Xiao Han's plane. They were tangled together, and some of the branches were even wrapped into a ball. Strange and dazzling. This was completely different from the area that Xiao Han had been in before. The plane was still the same. Xiao Han scanned it with his mind and found that nothing had changed. It was still the same layout of the east, south, west, north and south regions, the Great Wilderness, and the Xianxia region. The mountains were still the same, and the territories of the empires had not changed at all. In fact, none of the living beings in the plain suffered any damage from the incident just now. The only problem was, the plane had been moved. Hiss! Our plane seems to have been moved by some kind of supernatural power. Yes, moved to this place. Wu Li said in horror. Yes. We have never seen this scene before. Several elders, although their cultivation had been destroyed, still relied on some props to support their bodies and float in the air. They said in horror. I have a rough idea. Xiao Han seemed to be deep in thought. His soul and psyche ripples spread out. Soon, Xiao Han's soul and psyche ripples swept out like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire plane and out. Xiao Han's soul and mind rippled and began to spy on the void outside the plane. There were all kinds of strange scenes. Xiao Han's eyebrows slowly furrowed. At this time, the living beings in the plane felt that something was wrong. There was also sunlight shrouding the plane, bringing light. However, the sunlight at this moment was very hot, and the temperature was several times higher than the sunlight that the plane had received before. Under such strong sunlight, the sun was shining brightly. All the plants on the plane, they began to wither. All the animals had begun to show signs of dehydration and were on the verge of death. And countless ordinary people were also lying on the ground, sweating like rain. Their bodies were sore and weak. Not only that, there were some rays of radiation in the void. They shone directly on the plane. These rays of radiation penetrated into the air, causing the people on the plane to breathe more and more suffocating. The ecological environment here is completely incompatible with the world we originally lived in. What is this place? Feng Ling exclaimed. It's repulsion. We seem to have arrived at a new world that is completely different from the previous one. In this new world, the climate and the ecological environment are completely different. We can't adapt at all. Moreover, we're being repulsed by the laws of heaven and earth. It's like... Wu Ling's expression was solemn. He adjusted his words. It's like we're outsiders. If we're not accepted by this new world, the living beings in our plane will be infected with an incurable disease. There's no cure for it, and we'll die. Moreover, we can't cultivate here. An ancient giant nodded deeply. Finally, Xiao Han retracted his soul and mind. The void outside the plane, the laws of heaven and earth, and the spatial barriers, are more than 100 or even 1,000 times stronger than the mortal world. Moreover, there are scattered and impure fluctuations of immortal energy, very weak. The space naturally forms a labyrinth. If we mortals take the risk and fly out, we'll be lost forever if we're lucky, and we'll die if we're unlucky. If I'm not wrong, we've arrived at a certain area in the immortal world. What? We've arrived at the immortal world? Everyone was dumbstruck. Yes, it should be the immortal world. Here, we mortals can't cultivate, and we'll be repulsed by the laws of heaven and earth. Our life force will flow away at an accelerated rate. Xiao Han was very serious. Despicable. Those fellows in the immortal world use some special methods to bring us from the mortal world to the immortal world. They wanted to use the laws of heaven and earth to force us to our deaths. What a despicable method. Yes, truly despicable. Yan Lang was also very resentful. Master, when immortals descend into the mortal world, they're restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. They can't unleash their full combat power, and their realms have to be suppressed. That's why they brought us to the immortal world and turned the battlefield into their home field. They're really despicable. Forget it. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. Xiao Han waved his hand. The next moment, Hong, his sea of consciousness lit up. A beam of light shot out from between Xiao Han's brows. Bai Shi had been summoned by Xiao Han. Greetings, Master. Bai Shi knelt on one knee. Bai Shi, get up. Take a look and see what this place is, Xiao Han said calmly. All right. This place. Bai Shi slowly stood up, and his expression suddenly changed. The immortal world. This is the immortal world. Yes, this is the barren area of the immortal world that the owner of the invincible blade told us about before. The barren area of the immortal world. Xiao Han and the others were at a loss. Yes, Bai Shi said with certainty. The barren area of the immortal world is the coldest place in the entire immortal world. The immortal chi here is extremely chaotic, and it's filled with all kinds of harmful radiation. Usually, the barren area of the immortal world is used to exile criminals from the immortal world to the border. Once you're thrown into the barren area, you'll never be able to escape. You can only be tortured by the endless harmful radiation, and your immortal chi will be depleted, and you'll die bit by bit. Without waiting for Xiao Han to reply, Bai Shi suddenly smiled. Master, you don't have to worry about anything now. The mortals in your realm are not used to the laws of heaven and earth here. However, we creatures from the alternate dimensions have energy that is comparable to immortal chi, especially the 100 level 7 creatures from the alternate dimensions. Our energy is comparable to that of a mid-level immortal emperor. Therefore, we can use our aura to integrate Master's realm into the laws of heaven and earth here. Xiao Han was shocked. Yes, Master. Ordinary perfected immortals will definitely die if they're sent here. However, immortal emperors are not affected by the harsh environment here. Bai Shi smiled confidently. Great. That's great. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Then, Xiao Han released the 50 level 7 creatures from the alternate dimensions. From the first generation to the 50th generation. After arriving in the immortal world, these tyrannical beings did not have to worry about releasing their aura and shattering the barrier of space. This allowed them to release their aura at will. 50 mid-stage immortal emperors exuded a noble aura that enveloped this entire world, causing the sunlight to instantly weaken and the temperature to become as warm as spring. Not only that, it was also able to perfectly block out all the harmful radiation rays. The plain was immediately filled with vitality and vigor. The withered vegetation began to grow again. The mortals who were on the verge of suffocation also began to breathe normally again. They gradually began to adapt to the environment. It could be said that Xiao Han's realm was gradually integrating with the laws of heaven and earth of this new world. Phew. Not bad. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Wu Li and the others clicked their tongues in wonder. All right, Bai Shi, it seems like all living beings in this realm are safe for the time being. Since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it. However, since this is our first time in the immortal world, there are still many things that we don't understand. Xiao Han said to Bai Shi. How about this? Let's enter the lounge of the Xianxia pagoda together. Tell me some of the basic information you know about the immortal world. Also, my true energy power has reached a very powerful level. Why don't you test it and see the difference between my true energy power and that of an immortal emperor's? Yes, Master. Bai Shi nodded in agreement. The master and servant entered the Xianxia pagoda together. To be continued. Chapter 703. The plane that Xiao Han was in was forcibly taken by those lowly immortals and thrown into the barren area where the immortal world sent criminals. Originally, when mortals arrived in the immortal world, if they did not pass the immortal tribulation and become immortals, their life and soul auras would be incompatible with the immortal world. Not only would they not be able to absorb the energy of the immortal world for cultivation, but they would also be rejected. Their vitality would be severely depleted day by day, and they would eventually die. The original intention of the sect master of the Tianyi sect and the group of immortal emperors was to let the mortals in Xiao Han's plane be almost depleted. Then, they would come and annihilate them in one fell swoop. The plan was flawless. However, they did not expect that the originally flawless plan would have a huge variable. This variable was: Xiao Han had 100 creatures from alternate dimensions whose strength was comparable to intermediate immortal emperors. The aura and energy released by these level 7 creatures from alternate dimensions made Xiao Han's plane perfectly fit into the immortal world. The rhythm of the entire plane synchronized with the immortal world. It even resonated. The sun was no longer so fierce and poisonous. Even the originally harmful radiation, after being diluted, was transformed into spiritual energy that nourished the earth, rocks, soil, and all living beings. All living beings in the plane had now walked out of the nightmarish discomfort. The world was brand new, full of vitality, making people feel refreshed and refreshed. Wulong and the other demon knights also let out a long sigh of relief. They even began to observe this new world with great interest. Inside the demon knight tower. Inside an elegant house of spirit. Xiao Han ordered a few pretty maids to brew a pot of top-grade tea. Then, with the 3 top-level, 7 creatures from alternate dimensions, Bai Shi, 99, and 98. They sat together. They began to discuss. Now we must have reached the immortal world. Just as Bai Shi said. It is the most barren area in the immortal world, Xiaohan said solemnly. Although the plane is shrouded by your auras, there is no need to worry. However, those despicable immortal emperors may come up with another evil plan at any time. Now, we must be vigilant at all times and be prepared to defend. If possible, we should take the initiative to attack and destroy those immortal emperors. Xiao Han's expression also became a little cold and ruthless. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them no matter how far away they are. Inadvertently, Xiao Han's current aura had some of the domineering aura of immortal Emperor Juadao, looking down on the world with disdain and invincibility. Because of this, Baisher and the other level 7 beings from alternate dimensions respected Xiao Han even more. 100th generation, 99-98. You will be the immortal realm that you know. Tell me everything, Xiao Han asked. Yes, master. He paused for a moment. Baisher pondered for a few breaths before speaking. Master, when we submitted to the master of the invincible blade, he had already fallen into a conspiracy. In the immortal realm, he seemed to have been hunted down. After he was injured, he led us, the creatures from the alternate dimensions, into the mortal realm. After that, the vitality of the owner of the invincible blade declined day by day. In the end he died. At this point, the eyes of the creatures from alternate dimensions were slightly gloomy. It turns out that there was such a hidden reason behind Master's death. But don't worry. Wait until I become an immortal, enter the 4th level of Master's treasure, and receive the final inheritance. The truth will come to light then. At that time, I will take revenge on behalf of Master. Xiao Han made a decision in his heart. Then, he said indifferently. Continue. Yes, Master. After all, we are creatures from alternate dimensions. Therefore, most of what we know about the immortal realm was told to us by the owner of the invincible blade. Baisher organized his words and said, I understand. Then, tell me about the level of immortal emperors. I roughly know that there are different levels of immortal emperors. They should be divided into low-level immortal emperors, mid-level immortal emperors, and top-level immortal emperors. Xiao Han said. Yes. Baisher nodded. Master, immortals are divided into true immortals and immortal emperors. True immortals are divided into level 1, level 2, level 3, all the way to level 10. The true immortals who entered the treasure to explore were all level 2 true immortals. In the immortal realm, they could only be said to be a group of existences with potential, but their actual combat strength was relatively low. The group of immortals who were killed by Master a while ago were level 6 and level 7 true immortals. In the immortal realm, they were considered the backbone of the true immortals and had some status. However, even top-level level 10 true immortals were vulnerable in front of the lowest-level immortal emperors. If mortals and immortals are two completely different levels of life structure, then true immortals and immortal emperors of any level are also two completely different levels of life structure. Baisher said. The gap between top-level mortals and true immortals is like the gap between top-level true immortals and immortal emperors. Of course, Master, you are not included in this list. Baisher added, if true immortals are small soldiers, then immortal emperors are commanders. Leaders. After hearing this, Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. I understand. Even the most powerful level 10 true immortals would be killed in an instant in front of the weakest low-level immortal emperors. Yes, Master. An immortal emperor's roar can swallow mountains and rivers. It can directly kill a large number of true immortals, Baisher said with a smile. Well, then, I know that the pure power of the immortal world is measured in dragons, Xiao Han said thoughtfully. The pure immortal power of a level 1 true immortal has 1 to 10 dragons. The peak of a level 10 true immortal can reach 100 dragons, moving mountains and filling seas with a thought. How much can the pure immortal power of an immortal emperor reach? Xiao Han was extremely curious about the power of an immortal emperor. Moreover, Xiao Han also wanted to compare. After Xiao Han broke through to the true energy realm and opened 100 true acupoints in his body, his true energy had been condensed to an extreme. Now, the pure power of Xiao Han's true energy was equivalent to 400 dragons of immortal power. It completely defeated the peak of a level 10 true immortal. Moreover, when Xiao Han was fighting, he also had soul and spirit attacks, Baisher Saber Dao attacks, and even demonic power attacks. With so many methods, It almost did not lose out to ordinary immortal spells and divine abilities. For example, using the combination of powerful true energy and soul power to activate the sharp attack moves of Baisher Saber Dao. This made Xiao Han confident that he could kill a fully armed level 10 true immortal. However, the power of an immortal emperor. Xiao Han was indeed vague. Xiao Han was only clear about one thing. If there were 100 level 7 alternate dimension creatures and they completely released their auras, he would not be able to defeat any one of them no matter what. Moreover, he would be killed in an instant. In other words, Xiao Han was currently unable to defeat a mid-level immortal emperor. The strength of an immortal emperor. Baisher said truthfully. Master, immortal emperors have their own divine abilities and methods. Moreover, they all control terrifying immortal tools and magic treasures. Therefore, if we purely use strength to estimate the strength of an immortal emperor, it should not be too accurate. However, generally speaking, a low-level immortal emperor should control 500 to 1,500 dragons of power. A mid-level immortal emperor controls 1,500 to 3,000 dragons of power. As for a high-level immortal emperor. At this point, a look of fear appeared in Baisher's eyes. A look of fear flashed across his face. The strength of a high-level immortal emperor. About 10,000 dragons. What? 10,000 dragons? Xiao Han was shocked when he heard this. This is too frightening. Moreover, the difference in strength between a low-level immortal emperor and a mid-level immortal emperor is simply too big. If one were to judge purely based on strength, a high-level immortal emperor could kill a mid-level immortal emperor as easily as playing around. A high-level immortal emperor is too terrifying. Xiao Han could not help but take in a cold breath. Originally, after breaking through to the true Qi realm, Xiao Han controlled 400 dragons of power. At that time, Xiao Han was indeed a little proud of himself. However, Xiao Han now knew that this little bit of power, compared to an immortal emperor, was too childish. However, immortal emperors were at the top of the food chain in this universe. Moreover, there were not many immortal emperors. Xiao Han was a mere mortal and his battle strength was not comparable to a small group of people at the top of the universe. This was not too shameful. Hey, Master, don't be too nervous. A high-level immortal emperor is indeed terrifying. With a thought, they can cause the life and death of a star. However, in the entire immortal world, there are only a few high-level immortal emperors. Oh! Xiao Han regained his senses. Master, in the immortal world, there is a ranking of immortal emperors. Baisher said with certainty. According to battle strength, the owner of the invincible blade was firmly ranked third in the immortal world. He was also a high-level immortal emperor. He controlled the power of 10,000 dragons and had absolute control over life and death. He was a universe overlord. After pausing for a moment, Baisher added, Master, among the immortal emperors, the top 5 are all high-level immortal emperors. The owner of the invincible blade has already fallen. Now, among the high-level immortal emperors in the immortal world, there should only be 4. The number of mid-level immortal emperors is slightly more, but there should not be more than 50 of them. There should not be more than 200 low-level immortal emperors. At this point, Xiao Han had a complete understanding of the situation. He muttered to himself. Then, the sect leader of the heavenly sect that sent a true immortal to deal with us should be a high-level immortal emperor, right? After all, I know that the heavenly sect is known as the #1 sect in the immortal world. Heh! Baisher and the rest laughed. Master, the sect leader of the heavenly sect is called Patriarch Heavenly Sect, which means he is a mid-level immortal emperor. Baisher said with certainty. Other than the owner of the invincible blade, there are only 4 high-level immortal emperors. These people are all hidden experts and do not control any sections. I see. Xiao Han understood. Then, Xiao Han glanced at his left arm from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, the left arm of the demon emperor had devoured countless immortal corpses and was crazily refining them. This caused the demonic energy in his left arm to rise steadily, reaching an extremely terrifying level. All kinds of demonic secret techniques were constantly being perfected and strengthened. All right, you all can leave first. I need to consolidate my strength. Xiao Han stored Baisher and the rest back into the spiritual star in his sea of consciousness. Then, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged. The enemies I have to face now are about a group of mid-level immortal emperors. However, I have 100 level 7 creatures from alternate dimensions, which can make me invincible. What I am most worried about now is those few high-level immortal emperors. If those high-level immortal emperors are provoked, I have no ability to resist at all. Even if I release 100 level 7 creatures from alternate dimensions, they will collapse in an instant. High-level immortal emperors are too strong. The power of 10,000 dragons can destroy everything. After a while, Xiao Han calmed down and completely immersed his soul into the palm of the demon emperor on his left arm. Cultivate. 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 Now, Xiao Han was going to face everything that was about to happen in his strongest state. To be continued. Chapter 704. Xiao Han calmed himself down, sat cross-legged, and started to cultivate. Ibdu, this was a serious matter, so no one entered the Xianxia pagoda to disturb Xiao Han. In terms of the realm of true qi, Xiao Han had just arrived in the immortal world after leaving the mortal world, so he had yet to adapt to the immortal world perfectly. Therefore, even though he was on the verge of opening the third eye of the immortal world, he was temporarily unable to continue cultivating. He would not be able to become an immortal for the time being. Thus, he could not enter the fourth floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. However, Xiao Han could still cultivate his demonic power. Xiao Han discovered that the demonic monarch palm on his left arm could devour immortal corpses and immortal artifacts when he was dealing with Emperor Firmament and the other perfected immortals. During his adventure in Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove, Xiao Han had accumulated a large number of immortal corpses. They piled up like a mountain. Now, they were all thrown into the demon Thearcha's palm and refined. At this moment, inside Xiao Han's demonic the arch palm on his left arm, there was a rain of blood and a foul wind, forming a world of the demonic race. Dense demonic characters rose in spirals. The roars of demonic dragons could be heard. Back then, Xiao Han had already nurtured 40 dragon power, which was equivalent to an immortal's 40 dragon power. But now the mountainous pile of immortal corpses was being dissected, refined, and absorbed, causing numerous dragon scales to appear, forming numerous demonic chi vortexes. Ho! One after another, lively and evil demonic dragons struggled out of these demonic chi vortexes. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring and howling non-stop. The dragon's body was wriggling non-stop. It was as though there were huge demon embryos within the bodies of these demon dragons. A boundless stench of blood emanated from the demon dragon's body. A peerless demonic aura gushed out from within. On the bodies of these demonic dragons, dragon serpent patterns and dragon scales appeared on the surface of the dragon's skin. They were all extremely evil. Primordial demonic dragons, primordial evil dragons, and primordial blood dragons. Their dark red scales oozed bright red blood. It seemed to be the blood of the demon world that made these primordial demonic dragons. He definitely had the bloodline of a high-ranking demon. More and more demonic dragons appeared in Xiao Han's demonic monarch palm. 50, 70, 100. With enough immortal corpses, demon dragons awakened one after another. Every time he created a demonic dragon, Xiao Han's demonic energy would increase slightly. Soon, the entire Xianxia pagoda was enveloped by a thick demonic aura. However, the living beings in the plain had long known that Xiao Han's body contained the secrets of the demon clan. Thus, they were not surprised. Instead, they developed a sense of security and dependence on the demon qi. As for the 50-level, 7-dimensional creatures hovering in the air above the plain, he didn't care what his master was cultivating at all. Instead, they emitted a noble aura. It concealed the turbulent waves of demonic aura seeping out of the Xianxia pagoda so that the demonic aura would not leak out and the people of the immortal world would not discover any clues. After a full 7 days and 7 nights, finally, the demonic aura surrounding the Xianxia pagoda was completely restrained. In the Xianxia pagoda, Xiao Han slowly stood up. With his body as the center, a gust of demonic wind blew outwards. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. However, the demonic wind and the demonic intent in his eyes were quickly suppressed by Xiao Han. He had returned to his previous harmless appearance, and his eyes were also incomparably clear. After 7 days and 7 nights, I finally devoured and refined all the immortal corpses and turned them into demonic energy. Xiao Han nodded to himself. Now the demonic energy in my left arm is also 400 demonic dragons. Yes, the power of true Qi is equivalent to 400 dragon immortal force, and the power of demonic dragons is also equivalent to 400 dragon immortal force. Moreover, after the increase in demonic energy, the various secret techniques and combat skills of the demon clan that I've mastered have also improved by leaps and bounds. They can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Demon Saber of Annihilation, Illusory Movement, Black and Yellow Demon Pagoda, 1 Demon City, Heavenly Demon Immortal Slaughtering Technique, Heavenly Demon God Burning Technique. If I use the power of 400 demonic dragons, I can easily kill the top level, 10 perfected immortal. However, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to fight against a low-level immortal emperor. Xiao Han calculated the gains and losses while using his soul true Qi to block the restless aura from the demon emperor's palm in his left arm. But strangely, ever since he arrived in the immortal realm, the will of the demon god's soul in Xiao Han's heart had become stronger and more evil, filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. It seemed to want to take over Xiao Han's body and start a massacre. Xiao Han had to forcefully suppress it to overcome the influence of the demon god's soul on his mind. I understand. Xiao Han thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Back then, the demon god wanted to mate with the egg of the cosmic behemoth to give birth to the most powerful species in the universe. However, the immortals worked together to seal it. The battle back then was so tragic that it must have almost destroyed the world, but the demon god failed in the end. Therefore, after arriving in the immortal realm, it seemed to have triggered the demon god's anger. The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more chills he felt down his spine. I must quickly destroy the demon god's soul and egg, or it's very likely that I'll be devoured. Xiao Han was a little nervous. However, as the spiritual leader of the entire realm, Xiao Han naturally could not show his nervousness, or it would cause chaos in the hearts of the people. Xiao Han collected his thoughts and left the Demon Hero Pagoda. Outside the Demon Hero Pagoda. Now the entire realm was sunny, the sun was shining brightly, the vegetation was lush, and the flowers were blooming. In the city empire, it was bustling with people and carriages again. Xiao Han, you're out of seclusion. Wu Li and the others surrounded him. Junior brother Xiao Han, these subordinates of yours are really powerful. Xiao Mingchu looked at the 50 level. 7-dimensional creatures that were floating in the void like guardians with a palpitating gaze. Under the cover of the aura of these powerhouses, the situation of the realm is getting more and more prosperous day by day. Whoosh, 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 some elite demon heroes who were patrolling all over the realm also returned to the demon hero domain to report the situation to Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han. The realm is on the right track. The growth of crops. It's actually surpassed what we had in the mortal world. The output of crops is extremely heaven-defying. Leader Xiao Han. Now, some low-level martial artists can already resume cultivation. We demon heroes can also break through to the next realm. We probably have to open the heavenly eye and are still restricted by some laws of heaven and earth. However, after we completely adapt, we should not be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in this new world. One by one, good news came back from all directions. Xiao Han nodded and smiled. Then, Xiao Han gathered the core figures of the realm and entered the Demon Hero Pagoda for a meeting. Xiao Han's servant, Bai Shi, and other level 7-dimensional creatures also attended. Everyone, we were tricked by those treacherous immortals and ended up in the barren lands of the world of immortals from the mortal realm. However, those bastards made a mistake and didn't think we'd be able to escape danger. Now, the plane is extremely stable and self-sufficient. After a period of time, it will be able to perfectly integrate with the heaven and earth of this immortal world. At that time, our life level will change and we will be reborn. Our mortal bodies will also gradually improve and may become the bodies of immortals. Yes, once this realm fused with the natural laws of the immortal world, then all living beings in this realm could ascend to the heavens in a single step. Even if they could not become true immortals, they would certainly live a long life and become ordinary immortals. And some elite demon heroes could break through and become true immortals. Everyone at the meeting nodded. Xiao Han continued. However, we can't just bide our time like this. It is very likely that those immortal emperors will take the initiative to attack. Therefore, I have made up my mind to leave this realm alone and leave this barren land. I will sneak into the prosperous immortal world to take a look. Humph. Those despicable immortal emperors are scheming against us, and I, Xiao Han, am not to be trifled with. Xiao Han, you entering the prosperous immortal world alone, I'm afraid. Wu Li said with slight worry. It's okay. Xiao Han waved his hand. Now my combat strength can completely defeat any level 10 true immortal. And I have 50 level 7-dimensional creatures with me that are comparable to mid-level immortal emperors. Humph, as long as those hidden high-level immortal emperors do not interfere, I will naturally go to this immortal world. Boundless domineeringness was revealed. Feeling Xiao Han's bearing and demeanor, everyone was convinced. The eyes of Xiao Han's wives overflowed with intense infatuation and love. Xiaoan was also proud of his father. After a pause, Xiao Han spoke again. Moreover, I must find a special immortal herb that can heal your injuries, sect leader. Finding a special immortal herb that could heal Wu Li and the others was something that could not be delayed. It should be known that, including Wu Li, there were at least dozens of people who could become immortals. If these people were cured, Xiao Han's mortal realm would have dozens of level 1 true immortals. This was also a big deal. Yes, I have also considered the safety of this realm. I will leave a large number of level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and level 6-dimensional creatures. There will be more than 10,000 of them, and all of them have the combat strength of a true immortal. Then, there will be 50 level 7-dimensional creatures to guard the realm. With this force, even dozens of mid-level immortal emperors will not be able to return. Xiao Han was very confident. Just like that, after the discussion, Xiao Han decided to leave this realm and enter the prosperous immortal world. The First Heaven Society. In the palace. Led by the leader of the First Heaven Society and Patriarch Tian-Yi, more than a dozen immortal emperors were sitting cross-legged, their bodies glowing with celestial light. Before this, they had joined forces to activate a celestial artifact, the void-absorbing celestial hand, and achieved a great success. However, it had consumed a lot of energy. Now they were all in seclusion, using this elixir to recover their celestial strength. Everyone, Xiao Han's entire realm is now imprisoned in the barren area. They are rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the immortal world, and they will wither and die day by day. Now, I guess many ordinary mortals have died in this realm, right? A thin old man said with a smile. Even ordinary mortals who have cultivated will wither and die day by day, let alone ordinary mortals. This is the law of nature, and it cannot be resisted. Yes. However, this cannot be delayed. When we have all recovered our celestial strength, I must immediately go to the barren area and capture Xiao Han, Patriarch Tian-Yi said with a cold smile. In order to capture Xiao Han, we have used too many methods. However, it is worth it. That invincible blade guy's lifetime wealth will soon be divided by us. Ahahaha. Yes, yes. Everyone, hurry up and recover. To be continued. Chapter 705. The Barren Land of the Immortal World. Ibdu. Xiao Han's realm. Xiao Han and Bai Shi were floating in the air, staring at the space outside the realm. Countless meteorites, stars, and ancient withered trees were all floating in the air. Master, there are indeed many naturally formed labyrinths and traps in every inch of space in this barren area. However, with Master's mental strength, it's not a problem for you to avoid these mazes and traps. Besides, we can also open a path for Master, Bai Shi said with a smile. A mid-level immortal emperor was opening a path for Xiao Han. Leaving this barren land was not a problem at all. Heh. You guys don't need to protect me for now. Let me try by myself. If I can break free from this desolate area with my own strength, it will also be a form of training for my soul spirit. Xiao Han said with a smile. Xiao Han paused for a moment before continuing. However, after sneaking into the immortal world, I'll be easily exposed as a mortal. That's going to be difficult. This. Bai Shi was in a difficult position. That's right, Master. You want to sneak into the prosperous immortal world, but your life force and soul aura is that of a mortal. Won't that be too easy to find out? However, Xiao Han quickly broke into a smile. Ha ha ha. I got it. I have a demonic technique, the reincarnation technique. I can imitate all kinds of soul waves. I can pass off the fake as the real thing. That's right. Xiao Han thought of the uncanny demonic technique, the reincarnation technique. Back then, when Xiao Han's cultivation was not that strong, He was able to deal with level 2 true immortals like the Firmament Emperor. There were hundreds of level 2 true immortals. They searched for Xiao Han in the realm. However, Xiao Han managed to avoid them all. What Xiao Han was relying on was a strange demonic technique. The reincarnation technique. The reincarnation technique could change the aura of one's soul and imitate any frequency of soul waves. Back in the mortal world, a demon emperor had relied on this demonic technique to strut into a court in the human world and become an emperor for countless years. He even entered the Xianxia pagoda to assassinate the pagoda master. Now, Xiao Han's demonic energy had reached 400 demonic dragons, causing the quality of this demonic art to increase dramatically. My reincarnation technique can now simulate the soul aura of an immortal. Xiao Han's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, interesting, very interesting. Immortal disguise? I'm number one. Ha ha ha. Master. Bai Shi looked at Xiao Han in confusion. The next moment, Xiao, a beam of demonic light suddenly shot out from Xiao Han's left demon emperor palm. Then, something shocking happened. Xiao Han's appearance hadn't changed. However, his temperament had been completely reborn. The aura of a mortal body was now overflowing with the aura of an immortal. The aura of the Tao circulated, and it was obvious that he had the aura of an immortal. Hiss! Bai Shi was horrified. Master, Teske, although your appearance hasn't changed, you look like a completely different person compared to before. This temperament was completely different. The aura of a true immortal. Master, you actually managed to imitate the aura of a true immortal. Even I can't see through this disguise. It was too perfect. Flawless. Of course. I've activated this demonic art with 400 demonic dragon strength. Ordinary immortal emperors won't be able to see through my disguise, Xiao Han said confidently. Then he smiled and said, Bai Shi, what level of true immortal aura do you think I have now? It's the aura of a level 2 true immortal. Bai Shi was very sure. Although I can perfectly imitate the aura of an immortal, I can't imitate a higher level true immortal. The lower the level, the more perfect it is, and it's not easy to be discovered. If I imitate the soul aura of a level 5 true immortal, I'll be seen through immediately. Xiao Han smiled. Then, he casually found a white robe from the Demon Hero Pagoda and put it on. With a shake of his body, he really looked like a cultured level 2 true immortal. Alright, now I can sneak into the prosperous area of the immortal realm. Xiao Han even found a folding fan and waved it slightly. He looked like a dandy young master in the immortal realm. This caused all the mortals on the plane to be dumbfounded. Before he left, Xiao Han ordered the creatures in the alternate dimensions to stay in the realm, as well as the 50 most powerful level 7 creatures in the alternate dimensions, to defend the realm with their lives. If anyone from the immortal realm came to invade, they were to be killed without mercy. They wouldn't be able to return. Xiao Han also told everyone, including his wife and son, about the feelings of parting. Then, Xiao Han immediately set off and flew toward the end of the barren area. Xiao Han put Bai Shi back into his sea of consciousness and flew alone. His soul will radiated out recklessly, covering a large area. He avoided all kinds of mazes, natural traps, and energy turbulence. Xiao Han's soul will was far more powerful than that of ordinary true immortals. Therefore, as long as he slowed down, he would be able to accurately avoid the space mazes and traps. Along the way, Xiao Han also observed the scenery of the barren area. It was indeed desolate. Harmful radiation could be seen everywhere. There were also meteorite fragments and even more substances that emitted poisonous gas. If Xiao Han didn't have such a powerful soul will to protect him, he would be in serious trouble if he accidentally fell into a maze that emitted poisonous gas. However, what shocked Xiao Han the most was that he found life fluctuations in some of the dilapidated cities. Upon closer inspection, he found that they were immortals. However, these immortals were extremely dispirited. Their immortal power was declining, and some were even shackled and shackled. They wailed incessantly. Help! Let us go! Let us go! I was banished here just because I was disrespectful to an immortal emperor. Help me! It was miserable. However, Xiao Han didn't bother because the life fluctuations of these imprisoned immortals were already very weak. They were like candles in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. Even if he saved these immortals, they wouldn't be able to return to their homeland. They would die in the various traps and radiation corrosion of the barren area. How pitiful! How pitiful! Dignified immortals. My almost eternal life is wasted here. Xiao Han shook his head and sighed. Then he continued on his way. The celestial realm is not a pure land. Like our mortal world, there are conflicts and intrigues. For example, the Tianyi Palace is known as the #1 sect in the celestial realm, but it treats me, a mortal, to do such a despicable thing. Xiao Han continued on his way. Along the way, Xiao Han did not encounter too many difficulties. It could be said that it was a smooth journey. Furthermore, he was constantly using his soul and mind power to scan the area. 10 days later, Xiao Han's soul spirit swept out. Finally, we're about to leave this desolate and bitter region. 1,000 li ahead was the city of the celestial world. I can already feel the fluctuation of immortal qi in that city. I'm afraid this is the first time since the beginning of time. After flying for a while, finally, Xiao Han was about to reach the first city of the immortal world adjacent to this desolate region. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Han's divine will moved. He released by Shi and 87 Shi. Oh, Master, are we about to enter the city of the immortal world? Bai Shi glanced around. All right, Bai Shi. You should also suppress your cultivation now. Suppress your aura to that of a level 5 true immortal, Xiao Han ordered. 87 Shi, suppress your aura to that of a level 5 true immortal as well. Both of you will be my followers. Remember, your current name is, Luozi. Xiao Han suddenly had an idea. He gave himself an immortal name, Luozi. It was named after the Luozi sect and the Luozi mountain range. Okay, master. Hee. Luozi immortal. Both Bai Shi and 87 Shi laughed. Then, they instantly suppressed their realm and aura. As expected, they only revealed the strength of a level 5 true immortal. Bai Shi had the image of an indifferent man. 87 Shi had the image of a gentle young married woman. Xiao Han, on the other hand, had the image of an elegant young man in white. Xiao Han had the aura of a level 2 true immortal, while Bai Shi and 87 Shi had the aura of a level 5 true immortal. When the three of them walked together, they really looked like a playboy from a wealthy family in the immortal world who was traveling with his two subordinates. Ha, let's go. Let's enter that town. Xiao Han said happily. After a pause he said to 87 Shi, let's go. Let's find the special immortal herb that can cure my sect master and the others first. Yes, master. 87 Shi smiled. Let's go. Let's go. Bai Shi was also very anxious and eager to go. Soon, the master and two servants flew to the small city of the immortal world. It was indeed a small city with only one main road and some forked alleys. However, although it was small, it had all the essentials. In this small city, there were all kinds of shops, residential areas, and the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Xiao Han truly felt the aura of the immortal world. The blue sky. The warm air. The abundant immortal aura. Xiao Han casually stood in the middle of the city, and his entire body felt comfortable. His limbs and bones were extremely relaxed. Comfortable, the environment of the immortal world is really comfortable. Xiao Han sighed. It didn't take long for Xiao Han to investigate the immortals in the city. It was just a small city, so there weren't many immortals coming and going. Moreover, most of them were level 1 true immortals, which was equivalent to ordinary people in the secular world. Only the aura of level 3 and level 4 true immortals could be sensed from the city lord's mansion. Bai Shi and 87 Shi, who were standing behind Xiao Han, had the aura of level 5 true immortals. As a result, Xiao Han's group of 3 attracted the attention of the immortals in the city. Xiao Han did not stay in this small city for long. He found an extremely quick-witted immortal citizen in the city, a level 1 true immortal, and asked him about it. As it turned out, this city was called Mountain City, and it was under the jurisdiction of a sect in the celestial world, the White Phoenix sect. The White Phoenix sect was a mid-level sect in the immortal world, and it controlled hundreds of cities of various sizes. The headquarters of the White Phoenix sect was located in the relatively prosperous White Phoenix City. Century 1. 87. Let's go to White Phoenix City first. Xiao Han said with a smile. Yes, master. To be continued. Chapter 706. After a short period of twists and turns, Xiao Han successfully left the barren area and arrived at the prosperous land of the immortal world. Ibdu. He activated the reincarnation incantation and perfectly disguised himself as a graceful, white-clothed level 2 true immortal. As for Bai Shi and 87 Shi, they disguised themselves as Xiao Han's attendants. Their aura of a level 5 true immortal was flawless. After asking around in a small city, the three of them rushed to the most prosperous city in the vicinity, White Phoenix City. Xiao Han found that most low-level true immortals didn't fly between the major cities in the immortal world. Most of them rode spirit beasts, using spirit beasts as transportation. In Luan City, Xiao Han saw many true immortals hurrying on their way. Their spirit beasts came in all shapes and sizes. There were python-type spirit beasts with wings, lion spirit beasts, bull spirit beasts, giant dog spirit beasts. It seems that we should also get a few spirit beasts, right? Xiao Han looked at Bai Shi and 87 Shi in a daze. Yes, master, Bai Shi said with a smile. In the immortal world, spirit beasts are indeed the most widely used means of transportation, or teleportation arrays. Of course, if your level is high enough and you're not afraid of getting into trouble, you can fly. After a pause, Bai Shi shrugged. However, master, we're disguised as the most ordinary true immortals. If we fly above the cities rashly, we'll be seen as a provocation by the immortals in the cities, and we might cause unnecessary trouble. Forget about flying. Don't cause unnecessary trouble, Xiao Han said with a nod. From Luan City to White Phoenix City, it's not far, but it's not close either. What's a teleportation array? Master. Teleportation arrays are used in the major cities of the immortal world. Between the major sects, there are immortal arrays that can quickly teleport people. It's a transportation method that's many times faster than using spirit beasts. Bai Shi said with a charming smile. However, in the immortal world, only the larger cities and some mid-sized sects have constructed teleportation portals. Because the cost of building a teleportation array is too great. It's impossible for a small city like Luan City to build a teleportation array of any distance. Moreover, even if Luan City has a teleportation array, it's still expensive to use it once. It requires a large amount of celestial coins. Celeste coins? Xiao Han was taken aback. This is the currency used in the immortal world? Yes. Bai Shi nodded. I forgot to tell Master that the immortal world is the same as the mortal world. There is no free lunch anywhere. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were the cultivation of immortals. Teleportation required celestial coins. According to my experience, if Luan City had a teleportation formation, it would cost at least 20 Celeste to teleport to White Phoenix City. If the three of us teleport together, it'll be 60 Celeste. About this I really don't know. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Then what is the concept of 1 Celeste? 1 Celeste. King 87 pondered for a moment before explaining. Master, 1 Celeste can buy you a sumptuous banquet in the best restaurant in the most prosperous city in the world of immortals. Oh, I see. Xiao Han had a rough idea. He clicked his tongue and said. It actually costs 20 Celeste to teleport once. It's indeed expensive. Ha, Master, every single teleportation portal in the immortal world was built by true immortals of the 8th level or higher, who expended immortal power, time, and blood. Perfected immortals below level 8 are not qualified to build teleportation formations, Bai Shi explained. Also, the main source of income of some prosperous cities and sects is to control teleportation formations and collect fees. Forget it. Let's buy some spirit beasts in Luan City, Xiao Han said no more. But Bai Shi was slightly troubled. Master, we don't have half a Celeste with us. Xiao Han was immortal, so it went without saying that he did not have a single Celeste with him. Bai Shi and the other level 7 beings in the alternate dimension were stationed in Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure vault all year round and rarely set foot in the immortal world. Therefore, they did not have any Celeste with them. That's nothing. Xiao Han smiled calmly. Then, he opened his right hand and a few glittering immortal weapons appeared in his hand. A small shield, a short saber, and an apricot yellow flag. The aura of noble immortal weapons diffused into the surroundings. Master, what's this? Baishar and 87 Baishar looked at the immortal weapons in Xiao Han's hand in surprise. There are millions of immortal weapons in Master's treasure vault, but I haven't become an immortal yet, so I can't refine them yet. However, I've killed many immortals. Apart from some of their weapons that were destroyed and refined by me, I've also preserved some of them. Xiao Han's soul and psyche seeped into the storage ring and took stock of the immortal weapons. Yes, there are 87 intact immortal weapons in my ring. They were obtained after killing those immortals. However, the quality is just so. It's not that high. The 3 immortal weapons that Xiao Han took out could only be used by level 2 to level 4 perfected immortals. Baishar, there's a shop in Luan City. Help me exchange these 3 immortal weapons. Xiao Han handed the immortal weapons in his hand to Baishar. Yes, Master. Baishar took the 3 immortal weapons with a smile. Not bad. These immortal weapons are of excellent quality. However, compared to the immortal weapons in the invincible Saber Master's treasure vault, they are too inferior. Soon, Baishar exchanged the 3 immortal weapons for celestial coins at a reasonable price. A total of 2,300 celestial coins were exchanged. Xiao Han joked as he put the celestial coins into the storage ring. Now we're rich in the celestial realm. Ha 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 ha. Then the 3 of them went to the spirit beast shop in Luan City and bought 3 spirit beasts. Xiao Han spent 100 celestial coins to buy the most expensive spirit beast in Luan City. It was a spirit beast that looked like a seahorse, but it was more than 3 meters long and had a pair of crimson wings. It had an elegant shape and soft lines. This spirit beast was called a Fey beast. It had no offensive power and was extremely docile. It was a spirit beast that rich kids in the celestial realm used to show off. The owner of the spirit beast shop could not help but curse Xiao Han in his heart. I wonder which rich family this wastrel came from. He spent 100 celestial coins on a flashy Fey beast. Seriously. If it weren't for this ignorant and incompetent guy, how would I earn celestial coins then? Baishar chose a spirit lion, which was worth 15 celestial coins. This spirit lion had the offensive power of a level 1 perfected immortal and could breathe immortal fire. By 87 chose a rainbow Sika deer, which was also worth 15 celestial coins. After everything was ready, the 3 of them rode their spirit beasts to White Phoenix City. Along the way, Xiao Han admired the scenery of the celestial realm with great interest. There were many immortal mountains. They were majestic, lush with vegetation, and warm sunlight. There was also the immortal river that flickered with gentle ripples, like pieces of precious stones and gold fragments. The celestial realm was so beautiful. It was so moving. Its artistic conception was no different from that of the Book of Poems. A few days later. Master, we're about to reach White Phoenix City. Baishar looked at the horizon. There was a city wall that looked like a long snake. Although it was hundreds of miles away, Xiao Han could still feel the boundless world inside the city wall. It was rich and luxurious, and he could feel a sense of extravagance. His soul wave spread out. He could see that there were many immortals in the city. The number of immortals was enormous. Furthermore, there were some fluctuations of immortal energy that reached the level of level 6 true immortals. There were even a few level 7 perfected immortal senses. Great! Let's hurry up and enter White Phoenix City. I think we can get the information we want from White Phoenix City. Xiao Han was overjoyed. After that, the 3 of them rode their spirit beasts into White Phoenix City. After paying 2 celestial coins per person, they entered the city. They walked around White Phoenix City with their spirit beasts. Xiao Han was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. He looked around curiously, and the more he looked, the more amazed he became. This White Phoenix City and the previous Luan City couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Prosperous. It was too prosperous. Here, the main roads intersected, and each main road could accommodate hundreds of spirit beasts walking side by side. Most of the perfected immortals who walked here, and there were level 2 perfected immortals. As for level 3, level 4, and level 5 perfected immortals, there were quite a few of them. Being a level 5 perfected immortal meant that one had a certain status in the immortal realm. As such, Xiao Han and his 2 servants, with their auras of level 2 genuine immortals and level 5 genuine immortals, did not stand out at all when they walked in the city. They did not attract attention like they did in Luan City. Soon, they were drowned in the crowd. Xiao Han scanned the area with his soul wave and roughly estimated that there were hundreds of thousands of perfected immortals in White Phoenix City. Of course, most of them were level 2 perfected immortals. Moreover, their auras were far less powerful than Jialanzi, Son of Heaven, Taozi, and the others who had descended to the mortal realm. They gave Xiao Han the feeling that they were a motley crew, but their numbers were too great. It was Xiao Han's first time in an area with hundreds of thousands of immortals. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Han could sense that the center of White Phoenix City was emitting an extremely dense immortal qi. The immortal qi was almost condensed into a vortex. Oh! The immortal qi in the center of the city is arranged in a very orderly manner, forming a vortex of immortal qi. There are traces of an array. Xiao Han was stunned. Master, the immortal qi vortex that you felt should be a teleportation array built in White Phoenix City. Bai Shi said with certainty. Moreover, there is a mid-level sect in White Phoenix City, the White Phoenix sect. Its headquarters must be in the center of White Phoenix City. I understand. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's find a place to stay first, then we'll look for the special immortal herbs that can save my sect master and the others. Bai Shi said immediately. Master, we can first see if there are any special immortal herbs in the largest auction house in White Phoenix City. If there aren't any, we can go to a bigger city. Or we can directly go to the place where those special immortal herbs are produced. Red Crane Canyon. Red Crane Canyon? What is that place? Xiao Han asked. Bai Shi smiled. Master, there are as many cities in the immortal world as there are stars in the sky. We must find the latest map of the immortal world and follow it to find Red Crane Canyon. The changes in the immortal world are also rapid. When we stayed in the immortal world with the owner of the invincible saber, we also had a map. However, so many years have passed and the previous map is no longer useful. Oh, we must get the latest map of the immortal world and find the location of Red Crane Canyon. Then we will teleport step by step. Moreover, it's almost impossible to teleport there in one step. Right? Xiao Han said in realization. Yes, Master. The internal teleportation array of a city the size of White Phoenix City can only teleport across a dozen cities at most. If Red Crane Canyon is hundreds of cities away from White Phoenix City, then we will have to teleport several times. Therefore, we need the guidance of a map. However, the nearest map of the immortal world must be extremely valuable, Bai Shi said. It's estimated. It should be worth tens of thousands of Celeste. And we might not be able to buy it. No way? A map is worth tens of thousands of Celeste? Xiao Han was extremely speechless. That's right, Master. Don't underestimate this map. The map shows the major factions in the world of immortals, as well as some dangerous places. There are even places where the monster clans roam. There are also places where the titans and high-rank celestial emperors might live in seclusion. Bai Shi said solemnly. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Then, Xiao Han relaxed. He said with a smile. Let's find a restaurant and eat to our heart's content. Ha ha ha. I haven't tasted pure immortal world cuisine yet. Ha ha ha. We haven't tasted the food of the immortal world for a long time. Bai Shi and 87 sure laughed. Although we don't need food to replenish our vitality, but, ha ha ha, we also miss that special taste. The three of them were about to walk into an exquisitely decorated restaurant. However, at this moment, boom! A violent wave of immortal qi blew in from outside White Phoenix City, unbridled. For a moment, countless objects in White Phoenix City were swaying, and the houses were in danger of collapsing. Oh! Xiao Han immediately stopped in his tracks and released his soul spirit. There's a group of perfected immortals coming menacingly. Yes, they're all level 6 perfected immortals. Xiao Han immediately realized what was going on. In the next moment, a group of men and women in cyan clothes flew in from outside the city. Each and every one of them was arrogant and domineering. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. All of them had the strength of level 6 perfected immortals. Wisps of immortal qi swirled around their bodies like flowing water. When the immortals in White Phoenix City saw this group of uninvited guests, they quickly retreated. Their faces were filled with anger, but they didn't dare to speak. Ha ha ha. White Phoenix City? White Phoenix Sect. The leader of the group of young men and women was a fair-faced, beardless young man. His whole body glowed with the light of treasures. It was obvious that he had refined some Dharma treasures. His temperament was as smooth as flowing water. Smooth and flawless. This teleportation portal has been controlled by White Phoenix Sect for 50 years. It's about time for it to change hands. These years, our Green Mountain Sect's power has grown stronger, far surpassing that of White Phoenix Sect. In a while, our two sects will compete for the right to control the teleportation portal. There's no doubt about the outcome. Moreover, from now on, White Phoenix Sect will no longer have the qualifications and strength to touch the teleportation portal. Ha 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 ha. The young man said smugly. Heh. Boring. Master, it's two sects from the immortal realm fighting for the right to control the teleportation portal. There's nothing to see, Bai Shi said with a mocking expression. It's just a bunch of ants fighting. Yes, the profits from the teleportation portal are huge. Controlling it is like controlling a treasure bowl. Endless celestial coins will pour in like flowing water, Xiaohan understood. It's normal for these immortal realm sects to fight and kill each other for the sake of profit. It's just like the sects in the mortal world. Forget it. It's none of our business. At this moment, the young man threw his head back and laughed. White Phoenix Sect. It's over. Ha 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 ha. Our Green Mountain Sect has already submitted to the First Heaven Sect. The First Heaven Sect is a colossus in the immortal realm, the #1 sect. With the support of the First Heaven Sect. Ha ha ha. What? The First Heaven Sect. Xiaohan, who was about to enter the restaurant, suddenly stopped in his tracks. A vicious look flashed across his eyes, like a beast that had seen its prey. To be continued. Chapter 707. In the White Phoenix Sect, the two sects were fighting for territory and the control of the teleportation portal. Xiaohan didn't care about this at all. He just wanted to get the latest map of the celestial realm as soon as possible and get the magical medicine that could save Wu Yunyu and the others. However, when he heard the uninvited guests of the White Phoenix City shouting the name of the Tianyi Society to suppress the White Phoenix Sect, Xiaohan immediately flew into a rage. A cold and sinister killing intent flashed across Xiaohan's eyes. The Tianyi Society. The Tianyi Society deserves to die. If it weren't for the Tianyi Society, the sect leader and the others would have become celestials long ago. They wouldn't have been crippled and become cowards. If it weren't for the Tianyi Society, our plane wouldn't have been reduced to a barren land in the celestial realm. Fortunately, I have a large number of creatures from an alien space. Otherwise, all living beings in this plane would have died one after another. The Tianyi Society is an irreconcilable enemy. Yes, now Xiaohan hated the Tianyi Society to the core. Bai Shi and Ko Shi, who were standing next to him, naturally understood what Xiaohan was thinking. Master, what should we do? Otherwise, we can kill these ants and destroy the prestige of the Tianyi Society. Bai Shi licked his lips and said, looking like he was about to eat someone. Xiaohan rolled his eyes as he suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently, wait, there's going to be a good show. In an instant, Xiaohan felt waves of furious celestial qi gushing out from the center of the White Phoenix City. Green Mountain Sect. You've gone too far. The battle for the control of the teleportation portal hasn't started yet. The control still belongs to the White Phoenix Sect. It's not your place to show off here. A man's angry voice rang out. The next moment, a group of genuine immortals arrived on the clouds. These genuine immortals were all dressed in white. They were all young, and their faces were full of rage and madness. However, there was also a deep sense of helplessness and fear. Oh, are they the people of the White Phoenix Sect? Xiaohan touched his nose and said calmly. It seems that the overall strength of the White Phoenix Sect is indeed inferior to the Qingshan Sect. The reason was simple. Xiaohan saw that those from the Green Mountain Sect who came to challenge him were all level 6 true immortals. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them had an extraordinary aura and extremely pure fairy energy. As for those from the White Phoenix Sect, though there were more than 30 of them, there were only 3 level 6 true immortals among them, and the rest were all level 5 true immortals. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots actually dared to stand out. How laughable. The level 6 true immortals of the Green Mountain School looked at each other and laughed. Their eyes were filled with mockery and contempt. You overestimate yourself. At this moment, from within the White Phoenix sect, a man with a jade-like complexion stepped forward. His hair was tied up in a bun with a jasper hairpin. His facial features were extremely handsome and his eyes were like warm jade. He had the aura of a level 6 true immortal as he spoke angrily. People of Qingshan's sect, don't go too far. Coming to our White Phoenix sect's territory to provoke us, aren't you afraid that our White Phoenix sect master and the elders will take action? Humph. Shut up. The leader of the Green Mountain sect, who was also a level 6 true immortal, immediately retorted sarcastically. However, he was probably a little afraid of the White Phoenix sect's sect master and the elders. He said coldly, the control of the teleportation formation will soon change hands. With the support of the Tianyi Palace, everything will be over. The White Phoenix sect will not have a good ending. Now, I advise you to find a way out as soon as possible. I'll teach you a lesson. If you submit to the Green Mountain sect, you will be a good bird choosing a good tree to nest in. Otherwise, your whole sect will be annihilated. Roar! You've gone too far. We'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. We swear to defend the dignity of the White Phoenix sect. The true immortals of the White Phoenix sect all shouted. At this time, seeing this, Xiao Han actually felt a sense of solidarity with the White Phoenix sect against a common enemy. Now, the Green Mountain sect was bullying the White Phoenix sect in the name of the Tianyi Palace, which was tantamount to the Tianyi Palace directly bullying the White Phoenix sect. As for Xiao Han, he was also a victim of the Tianyi Palace's oppression. If Xiao Han hadn't had the ability to protect himself, he would have been crushed to death by the Tianyi Palace. Hey! I, Xiao Han, and the White Phoenix sect are in a similar situation. Xiao Han licked his lips. Stop talking nonsense. No matter what kind of backer your Green Mountain sect has found, the White Phoenix sect will fight you to the end. We will never surrender without a fight. If you want to seize the control of the teleportation formation, come and fight. Now, get out of White Phoenix City. The leader of the White Phoenix sect shouted angrily. Good. You have backbone. However, if you have backbone without strength, you will die in the end. The true immortals of the Green Mountain sect didn't dare to go too far. They exchanged glances and were about to leave immediately. Let's go. These guys are so pitiful. Their death is near, but they are still stubborn. After saying that, the group of true immortals of the Green Mountain sect left. The true immortals of the White Phoenix sect didn't dare to chase after them. After the true immortals of the Green Mountain sect left, the true immortals of the White Phoenix sect all looked gloomy. Alas, I didn't expect the Green Mountain sect to curry favor with the Tianyi Palace. This time, the White Phoenix sect is in danger of being destroyed. In recent decades, the development of the Green Mountain sect has been stronger than that of the White Phoenix sect. The number of level 6 true immortals in the sect is obviously more than that of the White Phoenix sect. Now they have the support of the Tianyi Palace, which is like adding wings to a tiger. We have almost no hope in the upcoming battle for the control of the teleportation formation. Once the control of the teleportation formation falls into the hands of the Green Mountain sect, they will have great wealth and resources, and our White Phoenix sect will become weaker day by day. By then, even if the Tianyi Palace doesn't intervene, the White Phoenix sect will be controlled by the Green Mountain sect. Alas, the group of true immortals of the White Phoenix sect all sighed, their faces full of despair. Forget it. Go back and discuss the countermeasures. The level 6 true immortal of the White Phoenix sect sighed. At that moment, people of the White Phoenix sect, my master wants to talk to you. Bai Shi, who was standing in front of a restaurant by the street, crossed his arms and shouted at the true immortals of the White Phoenix sect floating in the void with a faint smile. Xiao Han also looked up at the people of the White Phoenix sect with an unfathomable expression. The attention of the true immortals of the White Phoenix sect immediately shifted. They saw a level 2 true immortal and 2 level 5 true immortals talking. What? Who are these three? The true immortals of the White Phoenix sect were immediately stunned. Then, a female level 6 true immortal said impatiently. You three don't look familiar. What do you want to discuss with the White Phoenix sect? Another level 6 true immortal of the White Phoenix sect said in an unfriendly tone. Don't tell me you want to kick us when we're down because you saw the Green Mountain sect bullying us? Most of the immortals of the White Phoenix sect said disdainfully to Xiao Han and the others. Come on, Let's hurry back and discuss the countermeasures with the sect leader and the elders. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. The White Phoenix sect has offended the First Heaven sect. It's like an ant fighting against an elephant. The number of level 8, level 9, and level 10 true immortals of the First Heaven sect is dozens of times more than the number of level 6 true immortals of the White Phoenix sect, right? You're in danger. Forget it. Since you want to die, so be it. With that, Xiao Han turned and walked into the restaurant. Bai Shi and Dao Shi sneered as they followed Xiao Han into the restaurant. What are these idiots talking about? That young man is only a level 2 true immortal. How dare he talk nonsense? The true immortals of the White Phoenix sect began to talk at once. The level 6 true immortal in the lead had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He waved his hand and immediately stopped the noise. He said with a frown, "Although these 3 people don't seem to have high realms, they give me an unfathomable sense of mystery. That level 2 true immortal's aura is restrained, as if he's hiding a huge secret. Just now, when I made eye contact with him, I actually felt as if my entire body was being sliced into pieces. And the 2 servants of that young man also have an extraordinary bearing and are outstanding. Senior brother Bai Yunzi, what do you mean? You go back first. I'll go meet them alone. We must be polite." The level 6 true immortal in the lead of the White Phoenix sect said decisively. In the private room of the restaurant, Xiao Han sat on the seat of honor. Bai Shi and Dao Shi stood on either side of him. They did not sit down. The level 6 true immortal of the White Phoenix sect sat on the seat of honor. The level 6 true immortal of the White Phoenix sect said to Xiao Han politely, "I'm Bai Yunzi, the eldest senior brother of this generation's true immortal of the White Phoenix sect. I hope you won't take offense to my rudeness just now." For some unknown reason, as a level 6 true immortal, he should be able to completely suppress the 3 people in front of him in terms of aura. However, not only was he unable to do so, he actually felt a sense of fear as if he could be killed at any moment. Don't worry, Xiao Han smiled faintly and did not say anything further. He seemed even more mysterious. Bai Yunzi was also a clever person. He immediately ordered the restaurant to prepare the most sumptuous banquet to entertain Xiao Han with great hospitality. During the banquet, Bai Yunzi even invited the most famous female immortal of the White Phoenix sect to entertain the guests. The female immortal was only a level 2 true immortal. However, she was extremely beautiful and her temperament was like an orchid in a deep valley. What was even more amazing was that she was playing a beautiful flute. The melody was mellow and the sound was endless. The scene was sorrowful and sad. While playing the flute, she also used her immortal qi to create butterflies that fluttered in the air to match the scene. She truly had both beauty and skill. After the performance, Xiao Han, Bai Shi, and 87 Shi all applauded one after another. After dismissing the female immortal, Xiao Han still did not take the initiative to say anything. Bai Yunzi finally could not hold back anymore and said in a low voice, "Young master, what you said before about the competition between the White Phoenix sect and the Green Mountain sect, this..." "Ha ha 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 ha," Xiao Han laughed loudly and then looked at Bai Yunzi. "For the White Phoenix sect, the biggest trouble this time is probably the First Heaven sect, right?" This. Bai Yunzi's expression froze and immediately said while clenching his teeth, "Indeed. The First Heaven sect is very powerful. The Green Mountain sect's alliance with the First Heaven sect almost announced the annihilation of your White Phoenix sect," Xiao Han said with a faint smile. "However, perhaps your White Phoenix sect is not fated to die yet. This young master happened to see this matter." "Young master, I wonder, what do you mean by this?" Bai Yunzi asked with a trembling voice. Xiao Han said casually, "It's nothing much. This young master and the First Heaven sect also have some grudges that need to be settled. Seeing the First Heaven sect oppressing others, this young master naturally wants to interfere. If the First Heaven sect can stand tall in the immortal world, this young master wants to." After pausing for a moment, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with killing intent. The saber light that cut through the sky directly swept across. The entire space seemed to be split into 2. Bai Yunzi's entire body was shaken by this sudden and furious saber intent. It was as if his entire body was about to fall into an icy bone-chilling hell. He had a feeling that his life was already in Xiao Han's hands, and his life and death were in his hands. I want to annihilate the First Heaven sect, Xiaohan said with a smile. Ah! Hearing this, Bai Yunzi was even more frightened. Ha 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 ha! Bai Shi and Ko Shi both laughed. After a long time, Bai Yunzi finally came back to his senses. He looked at Xiaohan with fear in his heart. Young master! Young master! You! What do you want our White Phoenix sect to do? Bai Yunzi vaguely grasped some clues. He knew that if the White Phoenix sect wanted to be preserved, this mysterious young man in front of him was extremely important. First, tell me about the general distribution of forces in the immortal world. Xiaohan rubbed his temples. Also, what is the competition between your White Phoenix sect and the Green Mountain sect? Bai Yunzi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he clenched his teeth and went all out. Good. Now, our White Phoenix sect is in a precarious situation. If we can cooperate with young master and fight against the First Heaven sect together, that might be our only chance. Humph. If you don't cooperate with my master, your White Phoenix sect will vanish in the blink of an eye. You guys are really lucky to have received my master's favor. Bai Shi laughed mockingly. Yes, yes. Bai Yunzi was already intimidated by Xiaohan's imposing manner. He didn't dare to refute at all. He nodded like a chick pecking rice while sorting out his thoughts and said, Young master, let's talk about the simple things first. Then, we'll talk about the complicated situation in the immortal world. Young master should also know how important a transportation formation is to a mid-level sect like ours. Near our White Phoenix sect, there are a few mid-level sections. All of them jointly control a transportation formation, and every 50 years, they will hold an arena battle for control of the formation. The sect that wins can enjoy control of the transportation formation for 50 years. It can also be considered a rich and prosperous event with a rolling source of wealth. In the past few hundred years, our White Phoenix sect has developed very well and steadily suppressed the other competing sects. Among these competing sects, only the Green Mountain sect can slightly compete with our White Phoenix sect, but they also won more than they lost. In the upcoming round of the competition for control of the transportation formation, the Green Mountain sect actually managed to get on the First Heaven sect's good side. When the time comes, the First Heaven sect may send a high-level true immortal to directly support the Green Mountain sect. Oh, the First Heaven sect will directly send a high-level true immortal over? Xiaohan licked his lips, his eyes bursting with a strong murderous intent and excitement. It is said that they will probably send a few level 7 true immortals over to hold the fort. It might even be a powerful existence at the level of a true immortal. Bai Yunzi said in fear. P.S. Everyone, I'm sorry. I brought my wife to Chengdu for treatment these 2 days. There are a lot of patients in Huaxi Hospital. After 2 days of running up and down, I'm very tired. I can't even write a word when I return to the hotel at night, so I'm going home today. Hurry up and write a chapter and upload it. Chapter 708. Xiaohan and the core disciple of the White Phoenix sect, Bai Yunzi, began to discuss. Bai Yunzi was intimidated by the power of Xiaohan, Bai Shi, and the 87th generation. He was so intimidated that he almost told Xiaohan everything from the bottom of his heart. Subconsciously, he saw Xiaohan as an important factor in the White Phoenix sect's counterattack against the First Heaven sect. The First Heaven sect was the largest sect in the immortal world. It was the most powerful sect and had the most connections. Logically speaking, no one could defeat the First Heaven sect except for a few giants and high-level immortal emperors. It would be very difficult to even struggle against them, let alone defeat them. But for some reason, when facing Xiaohan, Bai Yunzi felt an inexplicable dependence, even submission. And Xiaohan was thinking, the First Heaven sect will send a perfected immortal to fight for control of the teleportation array. Humph. I can take this opportunity to take revenge on the First Heaven sect. And, why not? For a moment, countless ideas flowed into Xiaohan's mind like a tide. Upon seeing Xiaohan's volatile expression, Bai Yunzi was secretly alarmed as he paced back and forth. He hesitated and said, Young master, you. Oh. Xiaohan came back to his senses and said with a faint smile, Go on. Yes, yes. Bai Yunzi nodded hurriedly. On the day of the fight for control of the teleportation array, in addition to the White Phoenix sect, the Green Mountain sect, and a few other sects, the First Heaven sect will be there. Then, there will be an arena battle. In addition to the sect leader and the elders, each sect will send 3 of their most elite disciples. They will participate in the battle. The points will be calculated based on the number of wins and losses. The sect with the most points will obtain the right to control the teleportation array for the next 50 years. I understand. Xiao Han tapped the table lightly. The sect leader and the elders won't participate. I will also participate on behalf of the White Phoenix sect. Bai Yunzi nodded solemnly. As the most outstanding disciple of the White Phoenix sect in this generation, I am duty-bound. Even if I have to die on the stage, I will do my best for the White Phoenix sect. Xiao Han glanced at Bai Yunzi. It seems that the 3 people from the White Phoenix sect are all level 6 perfected immortals. Yes. Bai Yunzi nodded. How is the overall strength of the White Phoenix sect? Xiao Han casually asked. Faced with this question, Bai Yunzi did not hide anything. Young master, the current sect leader of the White Phoenix sect, who is also my master, is a level 7 true immortal. Amongst the elders, there were 5 level 7 true immortals while the rest were all level 6 true immortals. Oh right, there are also 2 guest elders. It's a level 7 true immortal. Xiao Han nodded in realization. Then, what about the Green Mountain sect, which is a direct competitor and threat to you? Green Mountain sect. Bai Yunzi's eyes immediately dimmed. The Green Mountain sect has been developing rapidly in recent years. Originally, their overall strength was definitely inferior to our White Phoenix sect, but now they have caught up. Now that I think about it, he must have received the support of the First Heaven Society and obtained some immortal pills and divine medicines to forcibly raise his cultivation level. Furthermore, he has groomed some of the best of the younger generation. After a pause, Bai Yunzi looked at Xiao Han. In today's arena battle, our White Phoenix sect is indeed doomed. Do you mean that the 3 participants from the Green Mountain sect are all above level 6 true immortals and can easily defeat the participants from your White Phoenix sect? Xiao Han asked. No. Bai Yunzi shook his head indignantly. The 3 participants from the Green Mountain sect are also level 6 true immortals. They suddenly advanced from level 5 true immortals to this level. Those 3 fellows became level 6 true immortals much later than the 3 participants from our White Phoenix sect. They all advanced more than 10 years later. That's not right. Xiao Han frowned. Since the 3 true immortals from the Green Mountain sect are at the same cultivation level as the 3 of you, they definitely have a fighting chance and won't be completely defeated. Young master, you don't know the secret behind this. Bai Yunzi laughed self-mockingly. The Green Mountain sect has 2 major advantages. First, magic treasures. They have some offensive and defensive magic treasures that can fight above their cultivation level. Second, guest elders. The Green Mountain sect has recently invited some mysterious guest elders with extremely high cultivation levels. Among them, there are level 7 true immortals and even level 8 true immortal guest elders. These guest elders all joined the Green Mountain sect abruptly. It's obvious that they are the work of the Qiani sect. Young master, you're allowed to use any celestial artifact or magic treasure in the competition. Also, you're allowed to send out the guest elders of the various sects. At this point, Xiao Han completely understood. Your White Phoenix sect also has guest elders. Their cultivation levels have also reached the level of a level 7 true immortal. They can also represent your White Phoenix sect in this battle, Xiao Han said. Hi. Those guests, seeing that the situation isn't right, are preparing to resign. Bai Yunzi sighed. I see. Xiao Han nodded his head and subconsciously muttered to himself. If I can use the celestial artifacts, divine elixirs, and all kinds of magic treasures that my master left me, then I can instantly turn your White Phoenix sect into a sect more powerful than the Qiani Palace, and become the #1 sect in the celestial world. Ah! Bai Yunzi's body trembled. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiao Han waved his hand. Bai Yunzi, you go back first. You can tell your sect master and elders that I'm willing to bring 2 attendants and join your White Phoenix sect as a guest elder. When the time comes, I'll fight on your behalf and defeat the Green Mountain sect. It won't be a problem. I'll personally ask your sect master about the current situation in the celestial world. Bai Yunzi, you go back immediately. Ah! This is great. This is great. Bai Yunzi's heart palpitated and trembled. You go back first. Xiao Han said to see him off. Yes, yes. Young master, I'll return immediately and tell this news to the sect master. Please wait for my good news, young master. Bai Yunzi stood up. After Bai Yunzi left, Bai Shi and 87 Shi looked at Xiao Han suspiciously. Master, what should we do next? Are we really going to become a guest elder of the White Phoenix sect? Bai Shi's eyes widened slightly. Master, there's no need to go through so much trouble. We'll go directly to the Green Mountain sect. We'll flatten the Green Mountain sect and kill everyone there. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed for a long time. Now, Xiao Han looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. There's no hurry, we can plan this matter slowly. After a pause, Xiao Han patted the table and said, if we directly go to their door and flatten the First Heaven sect, in fact, we have the strength to do so. Yes, Xiao Han had brought along 50 creatures from the alternate dimensions, which was equivalent to bringing along 50 mid-level celestial emperors. And the sect master of the First Heaven sect was only a mid-level celestial emperor. Even if he befriended some mid-level celestial emperors, there were far less than 50 of them. Moreover, Xiao Han had a large number of other low-level creatures from the alternate dimensions. Their combat strength was equivalent to that of a high-level true immortal. If they really wanted to go all out and uproot the First Heaven sect, that was not a problem. However, it would be too ostentatious to destroy the First Heaven sect all at once. It would cause a great disturbance in the celestial world. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. It might even attract the attention of those hidden high-level celestial emperors. That's not good. Xiao Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. Moreover, the First Heaven sect is my sworn enemy. It would be so satisfying to destroy it all at once. Ha 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 ha, this is a giant in the celestial world. I want to see it collapse bit by bit. Make the First Heaven sect feel hopeless and helpless. Ha 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 ha. Got it. Master wants to destroy the First Heaven sect. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi also laughed. Let's start to attack the First Heaven sect with the help of the White Phoenix sect. This way, it won't be too abrupt. Moreover, we can also cultivate the White Phoenix sect and make it replace the First Heaven sect. It shouldn't be difficult to control the White Phoenix sect from now on, Xiao Han said confidently. Master is really far-sighted. Bai Shi said solemnly. Yes, Master. The highest level celestial in the White Phoenix sect is only a level 7 true immortal. It would be a piece of cake to control such a sect. Okay, let's go to the White Phoenix sect now. Xiao Han stood up and stretched his limbs. A thunderous sound burst out from his muscles and bones. A counterattack plan against the First Heaven sect was about to be carried out. White Phoenix City. The central area. The headquarters of the White Phoenix sect. The headquarters of the White Phoenix sect was like a city within a city. There were flying eaves and arches, red walls and green tiles, and even grand avenues. Outside the headquarters, there was a huge teleportation array, which was enshrouded with strong spatial teleportation fluctuations. Some celestials, after paying enough celestial coins, went through the teleportation array. There were also a large number of celestials teleporting from other cities, using White Phoenix City as a transit station before teleporting out. In just 2 hours, the profit from this teleportation array had reached thousands of celestial coins. Profit! This profit was too huge. In the meeting hall of the White Phoenix sect. At this moment, in the meeting hall of the White Phoenix sect, there was a smoky atmosphere. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone was ready for battle. Sitting at the head of the meeting hall was a middle-aged man with a strong aura. He had a square face and was an authentic level 7 true immortal, but now he looked worried. This man was the sect leader of the White Phoenix sect, the person who had founded the sect. Bai Fengzi. On the left of Bai Fengzi sat a dozen celestials with strong auras. They were all elders of the White Phoenix sect, and 5 of them had reached the level of level 7 true immortals. On the right, there were also a dozen celestials. They were the guest elders of the White Phoenix sect, and there were 2 level 7 true immortals. Below them, there were dozens of young celestials. The most powerful ones were level 6 true immortals, and the rest were level 5 true immortals. This was the lineup of the White Phoenix sect at its peak. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Where is your senior brother Bai Yunzi? Bai Fengzi frowned slightly. Sect leader, just now, some people from the Green Mountain sect came to provoke us. Senior Brother by Yunzi led us to drive them away, and then 3 mysterious people called Senior Brother by Yunzi over. It seems that they want to discuss something. A woman with fair skin stood up and reported. Oh, 3 mysterious people? Bai Fengzi's brows furrowed. At this moment, Sect Leader, your disciple has returned. Bai Yunzi's voice sounded from outside. This voice was filled with excitement and urgency. The White Phoenix Sect is saved. The White Phoenix Sect is saved. To be continued. Chapter 709. Bai Yunzi rushed in with a face full of excitement. He shouted, "The White Phoenix Sect is saved." After standing still, Bai Yunzi's face became more and more excited. Tup. There is always a way out. Sect Leader. There is always a way out. Wait. Bai Fengzi looked a little dissatisfied. Bai Yunzi, you've always been prudent. Why are you acting like this now? The White Phoenix Sect is saved? What's going on? The guest elders of the White Phoenix Sect sitting on the right looked disdainful. One of them, a level 7 true immortal, said gloomily. Bai Yunzi, don't make a fuss. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the Tianyi Palace had interfered. It could be said that the White Phoenix Sect's defeat was already set in stone and could not be reversed. Your so-called salvation, I'm afraid. Haha. Bai Yunzi looked at the guest elders angrily, but he didn't retort. Instead, he looked at Bai Fengzi. Sect Leader, please listen to me in detail. Go ahead. Bai Fengzi said immediately. Just now, I made friends with 3 extremely mysterious people. They agreed to help us deal with the Green Mountain Sect and even the Tianyi Sect. Bai Yunzi was completely excited. They volunteered to become the guest elders of the White Phoenix Sect. In this way, in the battle for control of the teleportation array, they will have a good reason to fight for the White Phoenix Sect. Defeat the Green Mountain Sect. They are not afraid of the Tianyi Sect. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred up. What? Bai Fengzi's expression was also exaggerated. Is that even possible? They volunteered to help us? They even dared to fight against the Tianyi Sect? How is that possible? Not only Bai Fengzi, but also everyone in the meeting hall. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief. Bai Yunzi, isn't this too preposterous? An elder said. He shook his head. The White Phoenix Sect is in danger. But we don't have to deceive ourselves like this, right? The Tianyi Sect is a giant in the immortal world. Who is not afraid of it? Moreover, the sect leader of the Tianyi Sect has a wide circle of friends. He has a deep friendship with almost all the immortal emperors in the immortal world. Who would dare to fight against such a powerful force? Unless it was one of the few high-grade immortal emperors. However, high-rank immortal emperors are aloof from worldly affairs. It's impossible for them to meddle in such trivial matters. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny, ha ha ha. The guest elders all started laughing wildly. They were taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Everyone, all these years, our White Phoenix Sect has done our best to provide for all of you, and we have never lacked etiquette. Our White Phoenix Sect will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. It's normal for all of you to want to stay out of this matter, but there's no need to add insult to injury, right? Let's part on good terms. Bai Fengzi looked at the group of guest elders with dissatisfaction. Humph. White Phoenix, a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. If it's just a fight between the Green Mountain Sect and the White Phoenix Sect, we, the guest elders, will certainly help without any hesitation. But now that the Tianyi Palace has intervened, there's absolutely no room for negotiation. Among the guest elders, a level 7 true immortal with a goatee and a treacherous expression said, Now, I can point out a bright path for the White Phoenix Sect. Submit to the Green Mountain Sect. In this way, at least there's a chance that you can keep your life. Shut up. The elders of the White Phoenix Sect immediately retorted. The Green Mountain Sect has the ambition of wolves, and they are old enemies of our White Phoenix Sect. In the battle for control of the teleportation formation, the disciples of our White Phoenix Sect have killed many disciples of the Green Mountain Sect. Although it's a life-and-death duel in the arena, the strong survive and the weak perish. The hatred between the two sects has been formed. Now that the Green Mountain Sect has gained the upper hand, they will never let the White Phoenix Sect go. Surrender? That's seeking death. It's better to fight back fiercely. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Ha 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 ha. It's like throwing an egg against a rock. The guest elders burst into laughter. Enough. All of you shut up. Bai Fengzi suddenly roared, and an aura as deep as the sea erupted, immediately suppressing the chaotic scene. The whole place fell silent. Then Bai Fengzi stared at Bai Yunzi, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Bai Yunzi, tell me about the 3 mysterious guests. Since they said they would help us fight against the First Heaven sect, then they must be very powerful. Are they immortal emperors? No, I don't think they are immortal emperors. If there are immortal emperors coming to our White Phoenix City, it's impossible that I didn't know. They should be high-level true immortals? What level are they? Level 10 or level 9? In Bai Fengzi's view, those who dared to say that they were not afraid of the First Heaven sect must be immortal emperors. Even if they were not immortal emperors, they should be level 10 true immortals, at least not weaker than level 9 true immortals. This. Bai Yunzi was startled, and he hesitated for a moment before saying. Sect leader, the 3 mysterious guests in terms of cultivation. Their cultivation is not too outstanding, but their aura is very terrifying. Ha ha ha. Just say it. Tell us their cultivation levels. The guest elders were eager to see the world in chaos, and they all started to make a fuss. Because from their appearance, they had guessed that the 3 mysterious guests mentioned by Bai Yunzi could not be very high cultivation levels. Bai Yunzi was still thinking about how to introduce Xiao Han. Just say it, Bai Yunzi, just say it. Bai Fengzi also urged, if they are only level 8 true immortals, they can barely deal with the emissaries of the First Heaven sect. Finally, Bai Yunzi clenched his teeth and said, Forget it, sect leader, I will tell you the truth. Among the 3 mysterious guests, the one with the strongest cultivation level is a young man. On the surface, he is a level 2 true immortal. As for his 2 servants, they also seem to be hiding their cultivation levels. On the surface, they are level 5 true immortals. That's right. That young man is not only a level 2 true immortal, but his body also emits the aura of an immortal. His body is much stronger than that of an ordinary level 2 true immortal. What? Hearing this, Bai Fengzi almost fell from his seat. Level 2 true immortal? Level 5 true immortal? That's all. How dare they say that they want to fight against the First Heaven sect? And they want to help us? This is nonsense. Ridiculous. Level 2 true immortal. Level 5 true immortal. We can kill them with one finger. We will kill as many as we can. Bai Yunzi, did you meet 3 lunatics? Level 2 true immortals and level 5 true immortals. We're too weak. Even in White Phoenix City, there were a lot of them. Hearing this, everyone in the White Phoenix sect looked completely disappointed. Sect leader, listen to me. Those 3 were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Their aura is too strong. Bai Yunzi argued. Sect master, these 3 mysterious guests took the initiative to become guest elders of our White Phoenix sect. This is a small request and it's not a big deal. Even if they can't withstand a single blow, it won't affect us. Bai Yunzi hurriedly said. Level 2 true immortals and level 5 true immortals want to be the guest elders of the White Phoenix sect? How can you treat us? Where should we put them? The guest elders of the White Phoenix sect began to shout. What nonsense! They want us to be on an equal footing with some scums. In the meeting room. It was noisy again. At this moment, a disciple entered the meeting room and reported, Sect leader, elders, there are 3 mysterious people outside asking to see you. One of them has the aura of a level 2 true immortal, and the other 2 have the aura of a level 5 true immortal. They said they want to help the White Phoenix sect fight against the coming calamity. They came to us? Bai Fengzi was surprised. TSK. They really came to us. With such a low cultivation level, do they really want to help us fight against the First Heaven sect? They are just level 2 true immortals. Even if they have condensed a special immortal body, they are not strong enough to fight against the First Heaven sect. Is he a lunatic? Are we going to meet now or not? Many disciples and elders of the White Phoenix sect were whispering to each other. "Sect leader, please see me," Bai Yunzi said anxiously. On the other hand, the group of guest elders jeered and jeered at them. "Sect master Bai Fengzi, you're actually lowering yourself to meet a few peak-crazed dregs? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the White Phoenix sect to be reduced to such a state. Ha 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 ha." It was noisy. Bai Fengzi's face was gloomy, as if he couldn't make up his mind. "Grandmaster." All of a sudden, Bai Yunzi fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face like rain as he wailed out. "Sect leader. The White Phoenix sect and the Green Mountain sect have been enemies for generations. This time, the Green Mountain sect will use the power of the First Heaven sect to eradicate the White Phoenix sect. The foundation of the White Phoenix sect will be destroyed in a day, and the disciples of the White Phoenix sect will be slaughtered. Under such a precarious situation, it is better to take a risk and fight to the death." Those three mysterious guests were definitely not ordinary. "Please see me, sect leader." Bai Yunzi began to weep and weep bitterly. Seeing the look in Bai Yunzi's eyes, Bai Fengzi felt a sudden pain in his heart, as if he was a hero at the end of his road. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. Forget it, forget it, invite them up." Ha 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 ha. The group of guest elders burst into thunderous laughter. Soon, Xiao Han, Bai Shi, and the 87th Shi walked into the meeting hall. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Han's expression was as calm as the clouds and wind, with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The whole place fell silent immediately. Countless pairs of eyes swept across Xiao Han and the others. Bai Fengzi also focused her attention on observing Xiao Han, hoping to find some clues. However, Xiao Han's energy of a level 2 true immortal was so penetrating that no matter how they observed him, they couldn't find anything strange about him. At this moment, bang! A guest elder, a level 7 true immortal, slammed the table and stood up. His voice was like thunder as he roared. "Where did this scum come from? How dare you swindle in front of me? Kneel down quickly. Kowtow. Get out." Xiao Han raised his head slightly. In the next moment, Bai Shi used his right index and middle fingers as a blade and drew a line. There was no strong energy fluctuation, only a faint flash of blade light. The level 7 true immortal's neck was cut by the blade light. Then, blood spurted out from the neck like a fountain, and the level 7 true immortal's head was sent flying. The whole place was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. "How dare you insult my master? You're courting death." Bai Shi sneered. "Bai Shi," Xiao Han tilted his head and smiled. "You're too hasty. But don't worry, there are still many insensible people who need to be eliminated. Remember, I'll kill the next one myself." "Yes, master." Bai Shi, who had just killed a level 7 true immortal, bowed at Xiao Han obediently. To be continued. Chapter 710. Xiao Han led Bai Shi and the 87th generation to the meeting hall of the White Phoenix sect. Bai Shi killed a guest elder of the White Phoenix sect in just one move. In fact, Bai Shi did not use any energy in this attack, nor did he reveal his true cultivation realm. He still suppressed his cultivation realm and killed the guest elder with only one slash of Bai Shi's saber Dao. In reality, Bai Shi didn't even use any energy this time, nor did he reveal his true cultivation level. He continued to suppress his cultivation level, and killed the guest elder with a single slash from the blade path of Bai Shi. The profoundness of the saber strike, the Taoist charm of the saber strike, the flawlessness of the saber strike, and the perfection of the saber strike were simply indescribable. It was with this blade that Bai Shi's technique had reached the pinnacle of perfection, using technique to break through the realm. However, Xiao Han's comprehension of Bai Shi's saber Dao was many times better than Bai Shi's. Therefore, Xiao Han could only do better than Bai Shi. In an instant, the entire scene was stunned. Pairs of eyes bulged out of their sockets as they stared at Xiao Han. Every pair of eyes was filled with indescribable fear, confusion, and shock. Young master, you're here." Bai Yunzi was extremely touched. Previously, he only relied on his intuition to sense that Xiao Han and his two servants had extremely mysterious techniques. But now Bai Shi had killed a level 7 true immortal, a senior guest elder of the White Phoenix sect, with one slash so easily and so casually. His combat strength had already surpassed a level 7 true immortal. At least a level 8 true immortal. This. Bai Fengzi was speechless. His heart was in a mess. He asked himself honestly. Although the guest elder's combat strength was not as good as his, he still had to defeat him. He had to be more than 100 moves away. Not to mention killing him. The scene was dead silent. Xiao Han and Bai Shi, the 87th generation. The three of them looked more and more certain. It was as if they were attending a tea party. After who knew how much time had passed. How dare you? The team of guest elders of the White Phoenix sect, consisting of a dozen level 6 true immortals and the remaining level 7 true immortal, let out a hysterical roar. Heh, Bai Yunzi, is this the team of guest elders of the White Phoenix sect? Xiao Han smiled disdainfully. Yes, young master. At this moment, Bai Yunzi had already completely submitted to Xiao Han's deterrence. He hurriedly nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. The way I see it, these guest elders might not be loyal to your White Phoenix sect. They eat your salary, but they're rebellious. Xiao Han said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. This. Bai Yunzi also glanced at the guest elders team with hatred in his eyes. Then why don't we just... Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly. Blast them into pieces. As soon as these words came out, the guest elder team. Everyone was in danger. At that moment, the level 7 true immortal guest elder. As he slowly recovered, many thoughts flashed through his eyes in an instant. This young man. You've really concealed yourself deeply. Since you want to replace our positions and become a guest elder of the White Phoenix sect, and even threaten to kill us, then. Fine, do you dare to make a bet with this immortal? Xiao Han looked at the level 7 true immortal guest elder as if he was a cat playing with a mouse. Young man, your two attendants are indeed powerful. However, I don't know how strong you are. How about this, you and I will fight one-on-one. If you win, you can do whatever you want to us. If you lose, I hope you can let our team of guest elders leave. You can replace our positions in the White Phoenix sect at will. The level 7 true immortal guest elder said with certainty. He was staking everything on one throw. Because he knew that if Xiao Han's attendants attacked again, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Only death awaited them. Since that was the case, he might as well provoke Xiao Han and fight him. After all, Xiao Han's aura was only that of a level 2 true immortal. Furthermore, Xiao Han's life force was not even 100 years old. In the immortal world, a person who was less than 100 years old was considered extremely young. The guest elder had weighed his options. With his level 7 true immortal cultivation, it was impossible for him to lose to a young man. Even if the young man was hiding something, there was no way he could defeat a level 7 true immortal. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi and 87 Shi burst into wild laughter. Without saying a word, they crossed their arms and took a step back. Good, very good. Xiao Han smiled and nodded, then pursed his lips and said. In that case, I'll kill you with my own hands. My attendants naturally won't join the fight. Then let's fight. The level 7 true immortal guest elder gritted his teeth and stepped forward. In the next moment, boom! Dazzling rays of light rose above the level 7 true immortal guest elder's head. The multicolored aura spread out and formed a defensive barrier, enveloping his body so tightly that not even wind could pass through. Young man, just attack. I'm famous for my defense. I don't believe you can break through my shield. The level 7 true immortal guest elder said with a grimace. 86 Shi. Saber chi permeate. Xiao Han suddenly slashed with his right hand. A streak of saber chi that resembled flowing moonlight slashed toward the level 7 true immortal guest elder at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Wang. When the saber chi came into contact with the level 7 true immortal's defensive shield, it disappeared. The level 7 true immortal guest elder was slightly stunned. Then something strange happened. The stream of saber intent penetrated the defensive barrier of the level 7 true immortal and exploded in less than 1/100 of a second, turning the level 7 true immortal foreign chamberlain into dust. The 86th move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao. The 86th move. The saber chi penetrated the material and killed the insides. It broke the defensive shield. Ugh! Everyone was stunned. Then, puff, 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 puff. The dazzling saber radiance flashed and killed the remaining level 6 true immortal guest elders. Alright, sect leader of the White Phoenix sect, I've cleaned up the sect for you. What do you think now? Xiao Han effortlessly eliminated the group of guest elders of the White Phoenix sect. Then, he turned his gaze to Bai Fengzi. Bai Fengzi's throat emitted a strange sound. His face was completely frozen. Awesome. Too awesome. This method is so sharp. His killing intent is so decisive. It's better than a level 8 true immortal. Young master, who on earth are you? Oh, you want to get to the bottom of it? Humph. You're courting death. Xiao Han snorted. Bai Fengzi felt like he was struck by lightning. His soul almost collapsed. Sweating profusely, he hurried to apologize. He also stood up. No, young master, I don't dare to ask any more questions. Okay, then we can sit down and have a good talk about how to deal with the upcoming disaster of the White Phoenix sect and how to deal with the Tianyi sect. Xiao Han smiled innocently. I don't know how lucky the White Phoenix sect is to meet me. Well, the Tianyi sect will be destroyed sooner or later if you behave well. I don't mind cultivating the White Phoenix sect to replace the position of the Tianyi sect in the immortal realm. Ah! Plop, plop, plop. Led by Fengzi, many people present fell to the ground one after another, their faces pale with fear. However, these people had a subtle feeling in their hearts. They seemed to feel that the opportunity of the White Phoenix sect had come. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had come. In the study of the White Phoenix sect. In the elegant study, Xiao Han was invited to sit at the head of the table. Bai Fengzi and 87 Bai Yunzi stood behind Xiao Han with their arms crossed. Bai Fengzi and Bai Yunzi sat on the lower seats in a well-behaved manner. Their faces were filled with respect and even humility. Xiao Han picked up the tea on the red sandalwood table, took a sip, and then gently put down the teacup. Xiao Han didn't speak. Bai Fengzi and Bai Yunzi became more and more nervous. Sweat poured down their foreheads like a waterfall. Then, Xiao Han leisurely knocked on the table. Every time he knocked on the table, it seemed to knock on the gap between Bai Fengzi and Bai Yunzi's heartbeats. Finally, Bai Fengzi couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up, bowed, and said, Young master, what do you want the White Phoenix sect to do? Nothing much. A person's life is always full of all kinds of opportunities. It depends on whether they can grasp them or not. However, every opportunity is like a white steed passing through a crack, fleeting. In the end, I regret it for the rest of my life, Xiao Han said with a smile that was not a smile. I said that I will let the White Phoenix sect replace the First Heaven sect and become the #1 sect in the celestial world. However, it depends on whether you can grasp this fleeting opportunity. At this point, Bai Fengzi completely understood. In an instant, Bai Fengzi made the most important decision in his life. Young master, from today onwards, the entire White Phoenix sect will be loyal to you. We will sacrifice our lives. Bai Fengzi raised his right hand. If we violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy us. Our brains will be devoured by the demon clan. Good. Congratulations. You have made the most important decision. Xiao Han made the final decision. Bai Yunzi and 87 Bai Yunzi, who stood behind Xiao Han, looked at each other and smiled. Master's means of manipulating people's hearts are already somewhat like the master of the invincible saber. You are indeed worthy of being the personal disciple of the master of the invincible saber. Young master, the largest and most mysterious force in the celestial world is the 4 high-level celestial emperors. Their power is enough to sweep the heavens and rule over all. After the demon god of the demon realm was sealed, in fact, the 4 high-level celestial emperors are the most powerful beings in the entire universe. After he submitted to Xiao Han, Bai Fengzi naturally told him everything he knew. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he said with a trembling voice, I wonder if young master has some sort of relationship with those high-rank immortal emperors that live in seclusion? Yes, a young man at level 2 true immortal could kill a level 7 true immortal with one move. Such a person could only be cultivated by a high-level celestial emperor. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Xiaohan said with a faint smile. Yes, young master, I understand. Bai Fengzi hurriedly apologized. However, Xiaohan said in his heart, I have nothing to do with the 4 high-level celestial emperors, but my master, Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao, is not inferior to the 4 high-level celestial emperors. To be continued. Chapter 7:11. Xiaohan pondered for a moment and said, Ipdu. What are the whereabouts of these 4 high-level immortal emperors? If the Tianyi sect's position is challenged, will they make a move? Right now, the only people Xiaohan was afraid of in the immortal world were these high-level immortal emperors. Once a high-level immortal emperor appeared, Xiaohan would not be able to resist at all. Young master, the whereabouts of these high-level immortal emperors are currently unknown. Even the latest map of the immortal world shows that the location of their seclusion is just a guess. It's not accurate. Bai Fengzi said as he thought. Rumor has it that in the battle to seal the demon god, these high-level immortal emperors were all seriously injured. Therefore, they are all hibernating and recuperating. Also, although the Tianyi sect is known as the #1 sect in the immortal world, in the eyes of these high-level immortal emperors, this is completely nothing. Therefore, the destruction of the Tianyi sect has nothing to do with those giants. They probably won't interfere. Oh, that's great. It allows us to do as we please. Xiaohan said with a smile. What's the exact strength of the Tianyi sect? What's the current situation in the immortal world? Young master, the Tianyi sect's foundation is very terrifying. There are countless disciples in the sect. Among them, there are many level 8, 9, and 10 true immortals. There are also many low-level immortal emperor elders. And the sect leader of the Tianyi sect is an intermediate-level immortal emperor. Patriarch Tianyi. Patriarch Tianyi has also formed an alliance with more than a dozen intermediate-level immortal emperors. I see. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Also, young master, in recent years the Tianyi sect. Their ambitions are also growing. They control many mid-level sections. For example, the Qingshan sect and the like. They use these mid-level sects to nibble away at the other sections. In the end, I'm afraid they will realize their ambition of dominating the immortal world. Now, the number of mid-level sects and high-level sects under the control of the Tianyi sect is already over 1,000. As he said this, Bai Fengzi's face. Their faces were also filled with shock and horror. A giant! The power of the Tianyi sect was at the level of a giant. It was simply impossible to shake them. However, Xiaohan was unmoved. He waved his hand. This is nothing. By the way, Bai Fengzi, do you know of the Red Crane Valley? Red Crane Valley. Bai Fengzi asked with a blank expression. Young master, I've never heard of this before. The immortal world was vast and boundless, and White Phoenix City was just a small city in a remote corner. There were only a few regions of the immortal world. I really don't know. Xiaohan nodded in understanding. All right, in that case, Bai Fengzi, I need a new map of the immortal realm. Young master, the newest map of the celestial realm is very expensive. Moreover, it only appears in the most prosperous cities and powerful sects. White Phoenix City doesn't have the newest map of the celestial realm. Not only that, we don't even have a map of the celestial realm from the last 100 years. Bai Fengzi said. He immediately added. But don't worry, young master. I'll find the newest map of the immortal world for you at all costs. Yes, you should hurry up with this matter. The newest map of the immortal world must be found, and the location of the Red Crane Valley must be found as well, Xiaohan said solemnly. Only by finding the Red Crane Valley and those special immortal herbs could they save Wulong and the others, allowing them to experience spring again. Not only would their cultivations recover, but they would also be able to become immortals. After discussing for a while, Xiaohan said, All right, Bai Fengzi, if you find the newest map of the immortal world and the location of the Red Crane Valley, I'll naturally not treat you unfairly. Now, I need to recuperate for a while and wait for the battle for control of the teleportation formation. When the time comes, My 2 followers and I will become guests of White Phoenix Sect and help you deal with Green Mountain Sect and First Heaven Sect. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Fengzi and Bai Fengzi nodded repeatedly. In a courtyard inside White Phoenix Sect, flowers bloomed everywhere. Gorgeous petals swirled in the air. Xiao Han stood in the courtyard, feeling the aura of the immortal world and the vitality of the plants. Baisher and the 87th stood obediently at the side with their hands by their sides. I've been in the immortal world for a while now. Xiao Han grabbed with his right hand and gently picked up a fallen leaf. My own aura has gradually merged with the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal world. Although the merging is extremely slow, there will be a day when I won't be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the immortal world. When that day comes, I'll completely open my heavenly eye and become an immortal. There will be no suspense. Yes, Master. You're getting closer and closer to becoming an immortal. Baisher and the 87th also repeatedly congratulated him. Master, once you become an immortal, you'll be able to open the last layer of the Invincible Saber's Master's treasure and obtain the essence of the Invincible Saber's Master's Saber Dao. You'll also be able to sit on countless immortal artifacts, magic treasures, and immortal pills. When that time comes, Master will be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the immortal world and sweep everything away. First Heaven Sect and First Heaven Sect's old ancestor will be strangled by Master sooner or later. Baisher said excitedly. Heh. Xiao Han laughed. Alright, during this period of time, we'll conserve our energy and wait for the arrival of the First Heaven Sect's envoy to participate in the battle for control of the teleportation formation of White Phoenix Sect. Yes, Master. Just like that, Xiao Han stayed in the quiet courtyard of the White Phoenix Sect's main altar without revealing anything. Bai Fengzi also ordered the disciples to send over 3 guest elder tokens. The day of the battle for control of the teleportation formation was getting closer and closer. The many disciples of White Phoenix Sect also began to get busy. Beside the huge teleportation formation, an arena and many seats were set up. Compared to the pessimism and gloominess from before, the faces of the disciples of White Phoenix Sect were now filled with a sense of mystery. They all knew that Green Mountain Sect had found a powerful backer like the First Heaven Sect, and White Phoenix Sect also had its own backer. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Next, true immortals from other cities and sects arrived at White Phoenix City one after another. They entered White Phoenix Sect's main altar and stayed there. These people. Some came to watch the ceremony. Some came to participate in the upcoming battle for control of the teleportation formation. However, the people of Green Mountain Sect had not arrived yet. The First Heaven Sect's envoy had also not arrived at White Phoenix City. Finally, the battle for control of White Phoenix City's teleportation formation had begun. In the huge White Phoenix City, many true immortals from other factions and sects of the immortal world had entered, causing White Phoenix City to become unprecedentedly lively. Everyone was here. Even some senior level 7 and level 8 true immortals had entered White Phoenix City without batting an eyelid. It was noon. The teleportation formation outside White Phoenix Sect's main altar. It was already closed today and the teleportation had stopped. Near the teleportation formation, a stair-shaped arena was built with special materials of the immortal world. Around the arena, there were seats of various levels. At this moment, many immortals had already taken their seats. These seats were divided into a total of 5 camps. The camp facing the arena was occupied by the host, White Phoenix Sect's people. At this moment, there were more than 1,000 true immortals of White Phoenix Sect. They had already taken their seats, but Bai Fengzi, the elder group and some level 6 true immortal core disciples had not arrived yet. Naturally, Xiao Han, Baisher, and 87th were not present either. The second camp belonged to Green Mountain Sect. However, not a single disciple of Green Mountain Sect had entered yet. The third camp belonged to another sect that was participating in this competition for the right to control the teleportation formation. Hunting Tiger Sect. However, Hunting Tiger Sect's overall strength was on the weaker side. This time, they were mainly here to serve as a foil. All the members had already arrived. The fourth camp, which was also the sect that was participating in the right to control the teleportation formation, was Carving Dragon Sect. The situation was similar to Hunting Tiger Sect. All the members had arrived. The last camp, the fifth camp, was extremely large and belonged to the spectator camp. At this moment, a large number of true immortals had gathered in this spectator camp. There were high and low levels of true immortals, and they were all looking forward to watching the show. What was worth pondering was that the emissary of the Tianyi sect had already leaked the news in advance that he would be present to support Green Mountain sect. Logically speaking, with the arrival of a giant from the immortal world, White Phoenix sect should have arranged a VIP seat for the emissary of the Tianyi sect. However, they did not even arrange an ordinary seat for the emissary of the Tianyi sect. This was tantamount to directly offending the Tianyi sect. At this moment, the immortals of the various camps were whispering to each other. Green Mountain sect is so arrogant. They still haven't arrived yet. How arrogant. It seems that Green Mountain sect is almost certain to win this time. Isn't that obvious? Green Mountain sect has connections with the Tianyi sect. This time, the Tianyi sect even personally sent an emissary to support Green Mountain sect. White Phoenix sect's days are numbered. In this battle, not only will White Phoenix sect lose the right to control the teleportation formation, but it is also very likely that they will be wiped out. After all, White Phoenix sect and Green Mountain sect have been enemies for generations. The hatred between them is as deep as the sea and won't be easy to resolve. At this moment, Hong! A huge wave of immortal chi surged into White Phoenix City like a tide. A huge immortal cloud drifted over. Immortal Di Longzi of the Tianyi sect is leading Green Mountain sect to seize control of the teleportation formation. A shrill voice came with the wind and enveloped the entire city. On the immortal cloud, hundreds of immortals were lined up in a row. Among them, there was no lack of level 7 true immortals, and there were countless level 6 true immortals. Leading them were 2 level 8 true immortals. One of them was the sect leader of Green Mountain sect. He was a thin old man. However, the sect leader of Green Mountain sect was currently bowing subserviently, fawning over the other level 8 true immortal like a slave. The level 8 true immortal who was fawned over by the sect leader of Green Mountain sect was very young. He looked like a teenager. His hands were empty, and he looked very dignified. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a huge aura of a nebula being destroyed. Needless to say, this person was an emissary sent by the Tianyi sect. The teenager glanced down and said with disdain and disgust, "White Phoenix sect, how dare you? You didn't come out to greet me. You're completely courting death." Yes, Immortal Di Longzi, White Phoenix sect should have been wiped out and shouldn't exist in the immortal world anymore. The sect leader of Green Mountain sect said submissively. In my opinion, there's no need to carry out the battle for control of the teleportation formation. Just execute White Phoenix sect. The teenager from the Tianyi sect had a domineering aura that seemed to be in control of the universe. The immortals below felt suffocated, and their chi and blood seemed to be frozen. However, at this moment, "Oh, you're the dog of the Tianyi sect, right? Good. You actually delivered yourself to my door for me to kill. You make me feel so good." Ha 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 ha, a calm voice sounded. Everyone was almost scared out of their wits. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sect leader of White Phoenix sect, the elders, and many core disciples walking out, surrounded by 3 people like stars surrounding the moon. The young man in the lead only had the aura of a level 2 true immortal, but he kept insulting the emissary of the Tianyi sect with an indifferent expression on his face. Who else could it be but Xiao Han? To be continued. Chapter 7:12. The battle for the control of the teleportation formation in White Phoenix City. Finally, the key figures had entered the arena. At this moment, the Green Mountain sect, headed by the sect master, led the elites of the Green Mountain sect, came to the arena aggressively. And the Tianyi sect did send a messenger here. A young true immortal. Di Longzi. A level 8 true immortal. His whole body was covered with jewels, and the fairy light was steaming. He had the bearing of a disciple of a major sect. To say nothing of the others, this kind of pampered and leisurely temperament was not something that the small sects like the White Phoenix sect and the Green Mountain sect could cultivate. Of course, an immortal like Di Longzi would make people feel powerless and even suffocated in other places. He could completely become the overlord of a region. But in the Tianyi sect, he was too ordinary. He could see a lot of them. A drop of water could see the sunlight. The terrifying resources of the Tianyi sect could be seen from this Di Longzi. In fact, All the immortals sitting in the seats near the transportation formation felt ashamed of their inferiority when they saw Di Longzi. They wanted to submit to him. After the appearance of Di Longzi, all the immortals had only one thought. The White Phoenix sect was finished. There was no suspense in the battle for the control of the teleportation formation. The White Phoenix sect would definitely lose the control of the teleportation formation and would be eliminated. Their sect would be eliminated. However, at this moment, the people of the White Phoenix sect showed up. And as soon as they appeared, they looked like a young man. A guy with the aura of a level 2 true immortal. How could he insult Di Longzi, the messenger of the Tianyi sect? Not only did he insult him, and he scolded him in an extremely unpleasant way. A moment ago, Di Longzi was still domineering and captivating. But now, he was being scolded as a dog by someone. This contrast caused the entire audience to be dumbfounded. They were stunned. They were shocked. There was complete silence. Above the fairy clouds in the sky. Ah! The people of the Green Mountain sect didn't react for a while, and their facial muscles were stiff. Di Longzi. He was also stunned. He had never expected such a thing to happen. Although Di Longzi was not highly regarded in the Heavenly First Society, the reason for that was none other than the fact that his current cultivation was that of a level 8 true immortal. While it might appear to be pretty good, due to the influence of his talent, it was extremely difficult for him to reach a breakthrough to become a level 9 true immortal. It could be said that there was no hope for him in this lifetime. Therefore, inside the Tianyi Palace, he was also living a sullen life. Under the halo of many geniuses, Di Longzi was extremely dim. Now that he had finally been sent out to such a small sect, it was naturally a great opportunity for Di Longzi to hold his head high. All the grievances and sufferings he had suffered in the sect in the past were all going to be vented out now. It was as if it had been suppressed for a long time and needed a good release. It was as if an imperial envoy had come to a remote place. He must be respected. He must be worshipped. Di Longzi even planned to wipe out the entire White Phoenix sect to establish his might. This was a matter of course. However, before he could establish his prestige, and before he could use his various methods, he had already suffered a torrent of abuse. It was as if an imperial envoy had come to a remote place and was scolded by a farmer. You! Di Longzi's eyes bulged, and his pupils were filled with dark clouds. His whole body trembled, and he suspected that he had misheard. He pointed at Xiao Han and said, You! What did you just say? Say it again. Xiao Han took a step forward with a smile. Didn't you hear me clearly? I said you're a dog. A dog of the Tianyi Palace. Alas. But I was wrong. You're not only a dog. Moreover, you're a deaf dog. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone within a radius of several dozen miles. They were all scared out of their wits. Heh heh heh. Baishi and 87th I stood behind Xiao Han and laughed happily. The elites of the White Phoenix sect, including Bai Fengzi and Bai Yunzi, were also very nervous. On the one hand, they were also scared out of their wits. They didn't expect that Xiao Han would directly shed all pretenses of cordiality when he said he wanted to deal with the Tianyi Palace. There was no room for negotiation at all. Wasn't this too fierce? On the other hand, the people of the White Phoenix sect were also secretly pleased, feeling proud and elated. Roar! Di Longzi roared at the sky. His face was completely flushed. The fairy energy in his body was boiling, and his body was suddenly filled with an explosive force, as if a violent energy was about to explode, engulfing and killing everything. Meanwhile, the sect master of Green Mountain sect and the elite started cursing wildly. How dare you! A heinous crime. Insulting the emissary of the Tianyi Palace is a heinous crime. Dang! No one could save the White Phoenix sect. Immortal Di Longzi, please do it quickly. Destroy the White Phoenix sect immediately. Kill the entire sect. Leave no one alive. Slaughter the entire city. Wipe out all the natives of White Phoenix City. Insulting the emissary of the Tianyi Palace is a heinous crime in the fairy world. The people of the Green Mountain sect raised their necks and hissed like a group of wild beasts. At this time, Di Longzi's complexion changed a few times. From scarlet red to pale white, from pale white to green, from green to ashen. In the end, Di Longzi's violent emotions actually calmed down. He stared at Xiao Han, as if he wanted to see through Xiao Han's soul and all the secrets. His gaze was extremely terrifying, as if he could see through everything and kill them all. Around Di Longzi's body, there was a vague terrifying phenomenon of wind, clouds, and thunder. "Shut up!" Di Longzi waved his hand, and an invisible pressure spread out. Those disciples of the Green Mountain sect who were howling like animals all kept quiet out of fear. "Who are you?" Di Longzi was very indifferent. This kind of indifference also contained endless hatred and killing intent. "Ha ha ha, not bad. You can restrain your anger and calm down instantly. You are indeed a disciple of the Tianyi Palace." Xiao Han nodded slightly. "Judging from head to toe, who am I?" Heh. Xiao Han looked at Bai Fengzi. Now, Bai Fengzi had no way out. He had no choice but to brace himself. He looked up at the sky and said, "Indeed, these three are the newly hired guest elders of the White Phoenix sect. What they say represents the White Phoenix sect." "Bai Fengzi, you want to die? It looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. If you offend the Tianyi Palace, not only will you die, but everyone related to you will also die." The sect master of the Green Mountain sect howled with a grimace. Di Longzi glanced at the sect master of the Green Mountain sect. He was so scared that he shuddered and shut up immediately. Forget it, forget it." Di Longzi shook his head slightly, as if he had made a decision. "The ignorant are fearless, a level 2 true immortal. Such a weak ant. Ha ha ha. So weak that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you roar at me? Forget it." This immortal announces, "The battle for the control of the teleportation formation of the White Phoenix sect will not continue. In the future, this teleportation formation will be controlled by the Green Mountain sect. It will not be changed. And the entire White Phoenix sect, step forward. One by one, kill yourselves. As for you 3 foreign officials, kill yourselves as well. I will report to my superiors and investigate your identities. Then, all those related to you will be executed." Di Longzi seemed to be announcing some kind of imperial edict. The grand battle for the control of the teleportation formation was now cancelled by a single sentence from Di Longzi. Moreover, Di Longzi also announced the future ownership of the teleportation formation, and even made a judgment on the White Phoenix sect. Die! Extermination of the sect. 3 foreign officials, dead. Those related to them would be exterminated along with their families. All of the immortals present were bitterly disappointed. Overbearing. The people of the Tianyi Palace were too overbearing. But what they said was indeed irrefutable. Irresistible. It was like fate. Now, fate had arranged for the destruction of the White Phoenix sect. Ha ha ha. In the silence, Xiao Han burst out laughing, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha 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 ha. You announce it? You announce the ownership of the teleportation formation? You announce our death? What right do you have to do that?" Xiao Han asked with great interest. "Why?" Di Longzi was very cold, his killing intent surging. "Because of the Tianyi Palace. Are you not convinced? I will give you 3 breaths of time to kill yourself. Otherwise, this immortal will make a move and put you in a dilemma of life and death." "Forget it." Xiao Han waved his hand. "I also announce that the Green Mountain sect will be destroyed, and the emissary of the Tianyi Palace will kill himself." As soon as he said that, "Ha ha ha ha. This foreign elder of the White Phoenix sect is a madman. Ha 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 ha." The immortals present burst into derisive laughter. "I will also give you 3 breaths of time to kill yourself." Xiao Han looked at Di Longzi. "Idiot!" Di Longzi's pupils contracted. 3 breaths later, Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "If that's the case then," as soon as he finished speaking, swoosh, Xiao Han's right index and middle fingers drew a line. Saber radiance appeared. Pft. In the void, Di Longzi's left arm was cut off by the saber radiance. Immortal blood gushed out. "Oh, this." Di Longzi could not react at all. The saber was too fast. It was so fast that Di Longzi could not feel the pain. Next. The saber radiance flashed 3 times. Di Longzi's right arm, left leg, and right leg were all cut off. In an instant, Di Longzi was covered in blood, his limbs cut off. He fell from the void. At this moment, he seemed to feel the pain and burst out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! No! My hand! My foot! Bang! Di Longzi fell to the ground. His body, which had lost all 4 limbs, kept wriggling and screaming like a pig being slaughtered. He kept rolling on the ground and burrowing into the ground. Xiao Han looked at Di Longzi with pity and shook his head. I have already said that I will give you 3 breaths of time to kill yourself. You can die quickly. But you did not listen, and now, say, ah! 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 Di Longzi screamed crazily. The saber chi not only cut off his limbs, but also seeped into his meridians and internal organs, destroying his internal immortal chi, causing him to lose his self-healing ability. His life aura was getting weaker and weaker. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone broke down. It was unbelievable. A level 2 genuine immortal had actually cut off the limbs of a level 8 genuine immortal, the messenger of the Qianni Palace, in an instant. The cruelty of his methods left everyone flabbergasted. From now on, I will protect the White Phoenix sect. Xiao Han said sternly. Bai Fengzi, go and kill this Qianni Palace messenger. To be continued. Chapter 7:13. In fact, Di Longzi was here to establish his power, and Xiao Han also wanted to establish his power. Therefore, as soon as they met, Xiao Han displayed the exquisite saber movement of the 100 Generations Saber Principle and killed Di Longzi with a thunderous method. Moreover, Xiao Han's method was very cruel. He didn't kill Di Longzi directly, but cut off his limbs, causing him to howl in pain. He didn't die immediately. In this way, he could greatly dampen the spirit of the Qianni Palace. Ah! Di Longzi was still screaming. Let me go! Don't kill me! Every scream was no less than a heavy hammer that hammered into the depths of every immortal's heart. This guest elder of the White Phoenix sect was simply insane. The brutality of his methods was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was tantamount to declaring war on the Qianni Palace. In the entire celestial realm, almost no one had the guts to declare war on the Qianni Palace. Xiao Han had broken the rules. Moreover, Di Longzi's begging and howling were telling every immortal present that the disciples of the Qianni Palace could also die. Bai Fengzi, kill the messenger of the Qianni Palace with your own hands, Xiao Han said indifferently. This. Bai Fengzi hesitated for a moment. He knew that Xiao Han was doing this to prove his loyalty. Letting him kill the messenger of the Qianni Palace with his own hands would make him a mortal enemy of the Qianni Palace. Fight to the death. Bai Fengzi looked at Di Longzi. Leader of the White Phoenix sect. You dare to kill me? You dare to kill me? Di Longzi screamed at Bai Fengzi while gasping in pain. Logically speaking, with the power of the Qianni Palace, Bai Fengzi would never dare to touch a hair of Di Longzi. But now, Xiao Han was also making things difficult for him. If Bai Fengzi didn't do it, he would directly offend Xiao Han. Xiao Han was also a person he couldn't afford to offend. Forget it. The Qianni Palace has been an enemy of the White Phoenix sect for a long time. This time, if it weren't for this young master, we wouldn't have come. If it weren't for this young master, our White Phoenix sect would have been destroyed. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out and do it. Besides, we also swore an oath. Swear loyalty to this young master. Furthermore, if we don't agree to this young master's request, our White Phoenix sect will perish in an instant. I'll bet. Throw caution to the wind. Finally, Bai Fengzi made her choice. Yes, young master. Bai Fengzi nodded slightly to Xiao Han. After that, he directly walked towards the Earth Dragon child who was rolling on the ground. What? Bai Fengzi really dares to make a move? None of the immortals present could believe their eyes. Don't you dare! Di Longzi spat out blood as he squirmed. A puny White Phoenix sect dares to attack me? Impudent! When I return to the Qianni Palace, I will make a comeback and wipe out your whole sect. Die! Bai Fengzi had thrown caution to the wind. She struck out with her right palm. Her immortal power could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The force of her palm shot out and wrapped around Di Longzi. Blazing sun, immortal burning palm. Violent immortal power. Soon, it turned into an immortal fire, wrapping around the Earth Dragon's son and burning him alive. At this moment, Di Longzi's immortal power was almost exhausted, and his immortal body was extremely weak. Even though his cultivation state was one level higher than Xiao Han's, he had almost no power to resist. His whole body was burning with crackling sounds. His flesh and bones turned to ashes. Ah! No! No! My Earth son doesn't want to die here, ah. Very quickly, the Earth Dragon's son was burned into a pile of ashes. Young Master. The Tianyi Palace. The dogs of the Tianyi Palace have been turned to ashes. Bai Fengzi nodded to Xiao Han. Good, very good. Bai Fengzi, you did a good job. Xiao Han nodded approvingly. Then he said to Bai Fengzi and 87 generations. Kill all the people of the Green Mountain sect. Yes, Master. Suddenly, Bai Fengzi and 87 generations. Lightning strikes. Saber lights flashed wildly. Puff, 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 puff. The sect master of the Green Mountain sect, a level 8 true immortal, was instantly cut into pieces by the saber lights. He didn't even have a chance to struggle. The rest of the elders and disciples of the Green Mountain sect were all dead. The Green Mountain sect was wiped out in an instant. This result was brought about by Bai Fengzi and 87 generations using a small part of their energy and the unparalleled sharpness of Bai Fengzi's saber Dao. Of course, they only used a small part of their energy, and didn't reveal their true combat prowess as a mid-level immortal emperor. Swish! 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 Bai Fengzi's right hand grabbed all the storage rings that fell from the dismembered bodies of the Green Mountain sect. Master, these are their storage rings and also some wealth. Xiao Han put away these storage rings and said to 87 generations. Now go and eradicate the headquarters of the Green Mountain sect, confiscate all the properties, and take all the wealth of the Green Mountain sect. Those who resist are to be killed on the spot. Those who do not resist are to be exiled. Yes, Master. 87 generations turned into a beam of light and fled. The Green Mountain sect is finished. The Green Mountain sect has been uprooted. The disciples of the White Phoenix sect were all excited. This sworn enemy of the Tianyi Palace, who had curried favor with them, was finally completely destroyed on this day. It wasn't until now that the immortals who came to watch the ceremony and the other two sects who were competing for the control of the teleportation formation of the White Phoenix sect realized what had happened. What's going on? Wiped out? The messengers of the Green Mountain sect and the Tianyi sect have all died. This is too crazy. The crowd was surging. All the immortals stood up and looked at Xiao Han with horror in their eyes. They all shrank back as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. At this time, Xiao Han took a few steps forward. Bai Fengzi, and the others followed closely behind. Everyone, Xiao Han said in a loud voice. From now on, the control of this teleportation formation still belongs to the White Phoenix sect. And, the White Phoenix sect has officially declared war on the Tianyi sect. Hiss! Countless immortals gasped. In the dead silence, Xiao Han said in a loud voice. The Tianyi sect has gone too far. They oppressed the small and medium-sized sects with their power. To realize his ambition of unifying the immortal world. I believe some of the immortals present are also oppressed by the White Phoenix sect, right? Yes, now. I hereby announce that I accept your alliance. Those who are willing to join forces with the White Phoenix sect to fight against the Tianyi Palace can stay and discuss the important matters. If not, I won't force you. You can all leave. With that, the immortals stared at each other in disbelief. Countless immortal senses were communicating. Forming an alliance against the Tianyi Palace? This guy was crazy to a certain extent. What was the difference between this and hitting a stone with an egg? Indeed, he had easily wiped out the messenger of the Tianyi Palace and all the members of the Qingshan school. However, this messenger. In the First Heaven sect there were a lot of level 8 true immortals. Moreover, the First Heaven sect even had a lot of low-level immortal emperors. How? The small and medium-sized sects controlled by the Tianyi Palace. Countless high-level true immortals were willing to risk their lives for them. Our meager strength isn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth if we join forces. Although we were oppressed by the Tianyi Palace, we didn't dare to say anything. If he gave in, he might be able to survive. But if he resisted even a little, he would definitely be turned into ashes. And his whole family would be wiped out. Although the White Phoenix sect is jumping around now, when the news of the messenger's death reaches the Tianyi Palace, a large number of immortals will come to suppress them. By then, the White Phoenix sect won't even have a tile left. Let's go. Let's get out of here as soon as possible, lest we get involved. Yes. Let's go. Ahem. Sect leader White Phoenix. Young master, we value peace above all else, so we won't get involved in this matter. We'll take our leave first. This teleportation array is controlled by the White Phoenix sect. We have no objection. Well, we'll take our leave now. Swoosh. 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 These immortals left White Phoenix City one by one as if they were fleeing for their lives. Ha! Xiao Han didn't stop them. He just sneered. Soon, except for the people of the White Phoenix sect, the rest of the immortals fled. Young master, I believe that the news of us killing Di Longzi will soon reach the Tianyi Palace, and it will soon spread to all parts of the immortal realm. It will definitely cause a shock. I don't know what the Tianyi Palace will do to get back at us. Bai Fengzi rubbed his hands repeatedly as if he was sitting on pins and needles. We'll deal with it when it comes. Xiao Han shrugged indifferently, then turned around and walked toward the compound of the White Phoenix sect's headquarters. The people of Bai Shi and the White Phoenix sect followed closely behind. Listen, Bai Fengzi. Now spread the news of the war between the White Phoenix sect and the Tianyi Palace to the whole city. Let the immortals who are willing to stay, and let those who don't stay leave. Otherwise, when the Tianyi Palace attacks, it will cause panic, and we won't be implicated, Xiao Han ordered. There were a large number of immortals in White Phoenix City. Now that the war was about to begin, Xiao Han also wanted to dismiss those who didn't want to stay, in case there was chaos during the war. Yes, young master. I'll take my junior brothers to handle this matter immediately. Bai Yunzi immediately turned around and left with a few capable perfected immortals of the White Phoenix sect. Back to the compound. The 87th generation also returned from the lair of the Green Mountain sect, sweeping away all the wealth accumulated by the Green Mountain sect over the generations. He also killed some people who resisted stubbornly. At this time, Xiao Han asked Bai Fengzi and the others to leave, leaving only Bai Shi and the 87th generation beside him. Ah, master, it's so cool. Finally, the war is about to begin. Ah. Now, I hope the Tianyi Palace will attack with all their strength. In this way we can also kill happily. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi roared excitedly. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Nibble away bit by bit. Our trump cards will be exposed bit by bit. Don't be impatient. After a pause, Xiao Han ordered. Bai Shi, release your celestial awareness and cover the whole area of White Phoenix City. If there is anything unusual, report to me immediately. Yes, master. The Tianyi Palace. The palace in the sky. The core area where Grand Patriarch Tianyi was located. They're rebelling. The White Phoenix sect of White Phoenix City is rebelling. They killed the disciple we sent there. Di Longzi. Sect leader, the White Phoenix sect is rebelling. A few elders who were in a hurry stood on the square outside the heavenly palace and roared furiously. Chapter 7:14. The news of Di Longzi's death spread to the Tianyi Palace as if it had wings. This was a big deal for the Tianyi Palace. It was an earth-shattering event. It made the elders of the Tianyi Palace furious. Because in the celestial realm, all the disciples of the Tianyi Palace had the upper hand. No force in the celestial realm dared to kill a disciple of the Tianyi Palace. Absolutely not. As the power of the Tianyi Palace expanded day by day, the concept of being the #1 sect in the celestial realm had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Moreover, in recent years, the Tianyi Palace had incorporated a large number of small and medium-sized sects as its puppets. It was no exaggeration to say that it was like the sun at high noon. Not to mention killing a disciple of the Tianyi Palace. Even the slightest provocation or dissatisfaction could lead to a disaster. Now, Di Longzi had gone to a small city to oppress a small sect, which was insignificant to the Tianyi Palace, and he was also killed? This was like a slap to the face of the entire Tianyi Palace. In other words, although it was just the death of an ordinary level 8 genuine immortal disciple, it was an earth-shattering event for the Tianyi Palace. A group of elders, including many low-level immortal emperors, had already hurried to the palace in the sky, where Patriarch Tianyi lived, and reported angrily. Sect leader. Patriarch. Oh no. He's rebelling against the heavens. Inside the palace in the sky, Patriarch Tianyi and more than a dozen medium-level immortal emperors were sitting cross-legged in a circle, using some celestial treasures. They were trying to recover their lost celestial force and divine soul. Last time, they used the void-absorbing immortal hand. They directly took Xiao Han's plane from the mortal world. They threw it in the barren area of the celestial realm, which consumed too much energy and immortal chi of Patriarch Tianyi and the other immortal emperors. They nourished it day and night, but they still hadn't recovered. At this moment, Hearing the furious roars of the elders outside the palace, Patriarch Tianyi suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, golden light filled the air, and his momentum was like that of a god descending to the mortal world. How dare they? How dare they kill a disciple of the Tianyi Palace? Hearing such news, he was shocked. Even though he was a medium-level immortal emperor, Patriarch Tianyi still couldn't control himself. He jumped up in rage. The other mid-tier immortal emperors, who were resting, also opened their eyes in confusion. Strange, in the immortal realm, there are still people who dare to kill a disciple of the Tianyi Palace. This is hard to understand. As for Patriarch Tianyi, the more he thought about it, the more furious he became. He had suffered a huge blow. Back then, he had sent a group of elite immortals down to deal with Xiao Han. It was a great humiliation to have his entire team wiped out, and now one of the immortals he'd sent out had died. What bad luck! This kind of thing cannot happen again. Patriarch Tianyi growled in a low voice. Our Tianyi Palace has suffered setbacks again and again. Our spirit has been eroded, which is a blow to our plan to dominate the immortal realm in the future. It had to be stopped. Moreover, we have to establish our might. As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Tianyi made a grabbing motion in the air and pulled an elder into the palace from outside. Ancestor. Celestial Emperors. This elder was a low-level celestial emperor, but at this moment, he was trembling in the face of a group of mid-tier celestial emperors. What the hell is going on? Patriarch Tianyi's eyes were about to spit out divine fire and burn everything. The elder was also furious. Ancestor, it's just a small city in a corner of the immortal realm. One of them, the Green Mountain Sect, has submitted to our Tianyi Palace in the fight for control of the teleportation formation. We followed the usual practice and sent a disciple to help the Green Mountain Sect seize control of the teleportation formation. At the same time, we could also establish our prestige in that area. However, the enemy of the Green Mountain Sect, the sect we want to suppress this time, the White Phoenix Sect, actually resisted. They invited 3 guest chamberlains to kill our disciple, Di Longzi, who had been sent outside. It said that they first cut off Di Longzi's limbs and then burned him to ashes. Their method was extremely cruel. As for the Green Mountain Sect that submitted to us, they were also destroyed and confiscated. The White Phoenix Sect even declared war on our Tianyi Palace. As the elder spoke, his body trembled, trying to suppress his anger that was about to explode. How dare they? After hearing what had happened, Patriarch Tianyi was burning with anger. His body erupted with raging waves of power that almost overturned the entire palace. Cracks appeared in the space inch by inch. Calm down, Brother Tianyi, calm down. They're just a bunch of lowly rebels. They're not worthy of your anger, the mid-tier celestial emperors tried to dissuade him. I've made a fool of myself. Patriarch Tianyi quickly calmed himself down. His eyes became as cold as ice. Listen up. Send the elite disciples of the Tianyi Palace to destroy the White Phoenix Sect. Destroy all the cities around the White Phoenix Sect. Slaughter the cities for 10 days. Show your might. The elder hesitated for a moment when he heard this. Ancestor, if we slaughter the cities like this, won't those people be displeased? Humph. Those people are currently in seclusion. Moreover, They're extraordinary and focused on comprehending the great path of the universe. They no longer care about the trifles of the immortal realm. It doesn't matter. Just do as I say, Patriarch Qiani said coldly. If we don't do it this time, the prestige that the Qiani Palace has built up in the immortal realm will be damaged. Send level 9 and level 10 perfected immortals to deal with this matter. Patriarch Qiani said coldly and cruelly. Ha ha ha. Level 10 perfected immortals? Then, the White Phoenix sect will be finished. The mid-tier celestial emperors laughed. A level 10 perfected immortal was an existence that could defeat anyone below the celestial emperor level. There were only a few hundred celestial emperors in the immortal realm. There were not many low-level celestial emperors. Many sect leaders of large sects were at most level 9 or level 10 perfected immortals. It could be said that level 10 perfected immortals were almost at the top of the pyramid. They could do whatever they wanted in the immortal realm. It seemed. This time, Patriarch Qiani was really angry. He wanted to destroy the small White Phoenix sect. He actually sent level 9 and level 10 perfected immortals. A storm of blood was bound to descend on White Phoenix City. Yes, Patriarch. Everyone, rest in peace. Leave this matter to me. The low-level Celestial Emperor Elder said with bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. I will send my chief disciple, level 10 perfected immortal Feng Bangle, to deal with it personally. White Phoenix City. Presently, the entire White Phoenix City had revealed a scene of chaos and chaos. The city gate was wide open. Most of the celestial citizens in the city had begun to move out of White Phoenix City with their belongings. Since White Phoenix City declared war on the Qiani sect, the celestial citizens in the city were scared out of their wits. One by one, they scrambled to escape. In the eyes of everyone, the crazy action of the White Phoenix sect was no different from courting death. Moreover, according to Xiao Han's order, the White Phoenix sect's teleportation formation had been closed and was no longer in operation. White Phoenix City, which used to be bustling with traffic and flourishing with flowers, was now practically desolate and deserted. Some lanterns fluttered and spun on the empty street, adding to the desolation. In the courtyard of the headquarters of the White Phoenix sect. In the meeting hall. Xiao Han held a cup of fragrant tea in his hand as he sat there calmly. Bai and 87 stood behind Xiao Han in a well-behaved manner. Bai Fengzi, the elders of the White Phoenix sect, Bai Yunzi, and the other elite disciples, a total of more than 100 people, were gathered in the meeting hall. Every one of them had a sorrowful expression on their faces, as if they were lonely and helpless ghosts. Young Master. In just one day, the celestial citizens in White Phoenix City have either left or dispersed. Now, the city is extremely empty. According to the statistics, there were hundreds of thousands of celestial citizens, but now, there are only a few thousand left. It's almost an empty city. Bai Fengzi's face was pale. Yes, the Qiani sect is too powerful. I've already expected this situation, so it's nothing. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. Moreover, Bai Fengzi licked her lips and said through gritted teeth. Young Master, according to our intelligence, the Qiani sect has already sent a group of high-level perfected immortals to attack our White Phoenix City. They're very aggressive. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han stretched his muscles and said, They're here so soon? Not bad. After pausing for a while, Xiao Han smiled. It seems that you're very afraid? This, if we're afraid. It's a little. Bai Fengzi stammered. He looked at the other people of the White Phoenix sect and saw that their faces were all sallow. Ha 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 ha. It's normal to be afraid. After all, the Qiani sect is a colossus. Xiao Han touched his nose and said lazily. Now, I'll give you some courage. Courage. Bai Fengzi and the others were all stunned. The next moment. 99 sure. Xiao Han suddenly roared. Boom. Between Xiao Han's eyebrows, a dazzling glow rose. A young man with a face as cold as a knife suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Han. He carried a single saber on his back, and his aura was as deep as the sea. In his eyes, there was a terrifying phenomenon of stars vanishing and the birth of the universe. Immortal Emperor. The violent aura of an immortal emperor. Ha! This is. It's more than a level 10 perfected immortal. No, it's more terrifying than any perfected immortal. This is... All the people of the White Phoenix sect trembled and knelt down. Tears streamed down their faces. They wailed loudly. They all lost their composure. This is... Ha! That's right, this is... an immortal emperor. Xiao Han flicked his fingernails. Now, you're a little more confident, right? In this 99 SHI, according to Xiao Han's instructions, he slightly restrained his aura and only showed the aura of a low-level immortal emperor. However, even so, the people of the White Phoenix sect were so scared that they wet their pants. Master. Greetings, Master. In the 99 SHI, he knelt down on one knee in front of Xiao Han. Ah! Bai Fengzi twitched violently and fainted. Oh my god! An immortal emperor. Kneeled down to this young man with the aura of a level 2 perfected immortal? A real immortal emperor kneeled down to a level 2 perfected immortal young man and called him a master? This was crazy. This was really crazy. 99 said I. Get up. There will be a big battle next. Be prepared to fight. Xiao Han grinned. Yes, Master. My saber is already unable to endure its hunger and thirst. The 99 King grinned and revealed an extremely evil, cold smile. Then, he restrained his aura and changed it to that of a level 5 perfected immortal. He stood obediently behind Xiao Han. He said to Bai Shi, Big brother. Then he said to Bai Shi, Younger sister 87. Bai Shi and Bai Shi smiled as well. This time, we are working for Master. We must do it properly, Bai Shi said in a commanding tone. I understand, Bai Shi said respectfully. Seeing this, Bai Fengzi, who had just woken up, twitched again and foamed at the mouth. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted again. This immortal emperor actually called Xiao Han's follower, a level 5 perfected immortal, big brother. In other words, the strength of Xiao Han's previous 2 followers could also be immortal emperor. 3 immortal emperors. He has 3 immortal emperors by his side. With this kind of foundation, who would he be afraid of? He was indeed qualified to challenge the First Heaven sect. Young Master, these 2 are also immortal, emperor. Level? Bai Yunzi's eyes widened. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, Xiao Han replied ambiguously. To be continued. Chapter 7:15. The war between the White Phoenix sect and the Tianyi Palace was about to begin. In fact, in the immortal world, it was normal for sects to fight for territory. It happens sometimes. For instance, the battle between the White Phoenix sect and the Green Mountain sect. However, in this way, the Tianyi Palace dispatched a level 10 genuine immortal to lead a large army to suppress a medium-sized sect. In the immortal world, such a thing had become extremely rare in recent years. Because none of the sects in the celestial world dared to openly wage war against the Tianyi Palace. Thus, this matter was like a plague that spread to every corner of the immortal dimension. Countless immortals were paying close attention to this matter. Among them were various sects. There were countless hidden clans. There were countless immortals with extremely high realms who did not reveal themselves. There were also some low-grade immortal emperors and even mid-grade immortal emperors. In a short period of time, the entire immortal world's attention was focused on White Phoenix City. Of course, no immortal would be stupid enough to join in the fun and offend the Tianyi Palace. However, countless immortal senses had already enveloped White Phoenix City and its surroundings. He paid close attention to his every move. However, there were also quite a number of immortals who didn't envelop the area with their immortal senses. Because there was no need. To put it bluntly, this was a massacre. It was a one-sided massacre. The only interesting thing was how the people of the Tianyi Palace tortured and killed them. Did they destroy White Phoenix City in an instant? Or capture the entire White Phoenix sect and torture them to death? None of the immortals believed the White Phoenix sect had the slightest ability to resist. In the void. Hong! A huge immortal cloud moved with the speed of a laser. Shuttling and flying. Above this immortal cloud, a group of true immortals stood majestically, their expressions cold and arrogant. This was the aura of a group of true immortals. It was unimaginably huge. Moreover, the immortal energy fluctuations their bodies released were extremely pure, the atmosphere solemn, definitely not a motley crew. These were the troops sent by the Tianyi Palace to suppress the White Phoenix sect. The leader was a young man dressed in a black robe with golden edges. His eyebrows were like swords, and his back was as straight as a spear. His eyes looked down on the world, looking down on all living beings. Inside his body, immortal energy surged like waves, rumbling and surging. In terms of aura alone, this person was far from being comparable to Di Longzi who had fallen in White Phoenix City. This person's aura and Di Longzi's were worlds apart. He could squash Di Longzi to death with just one finger. Wind bracelets. A level 10 true immortal style bracelet. This time, the one leading the crusade against White Phoenix City was Feng Huanzi, who was only one step away from becoming an immortal emperor. He was an elder of the Tianyi Palace, the head disciple of a low-level immortal emperor. Feng Huanzi was one of the core disciples of the Tianyi Palace. His entire life. There was also the possibility of breaking through the shackles and becoming an immortal emperor in one step. Putting aside whether or not he could become an immortal emperor, just being a level 10 true immortal was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the immortal world. In particular, the level 10 genuine immortals trained by the Tianyi Palace could summon wind and rain at will. With top-grade celestial artifacts and Dharma treasures in their hands, no one below the Celestial Emperor was a match for them. The wind bracelet was very famous in the immortal world. They were not easy to deal with. At this moment, with Feng Huanzi in the lead, there were 10 level 9 true immortals standing behind him, 20 level 8 true immortals, 50 level 7 true immortals. Flourishing. This lineup could indeed be called flourishing. Older martial brother Feng Huanzi, the White Phoenix sect is just a small sect in a small city on the border. I didn't expect that they would be so arrogant as to declare war on the Tianyi Palace. And they even killed our junior martial brother Di Longzi. I still can't figure it out. Behind Feng Huanzi, a level 9 true immortal said with a frown. Humph. Feng Huanzi snorted, which made the souls of all the immortals standing on the immortal cloud tremble. No matter what, the task assigned to us is to slaughter all the cities and sects around the White Phoenix sect. Blood will flow like a river, so that the Tianyi Palace can establish its prestige. Slaughter the city for 10 days. The small White Phoenix city will be razed to the ground, and no grass will grow. It's only natural to flatten the White Phoenix city and destroy the White Phoenix sect. But this time, we've brought too many people, haven't we? The higher-ups actually sent older martial brother Feng Huanzi to take action in person. This is a bit like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. In fact, just a few level 9 true immortals like us are enough to destroy the White Phoenix sect a dozen times. Another level 9 true immortal said. Cut the crap. Feng Huanzi glared at them. The other immortals were so frightened that they kept quiet out of fear. Then, Feng Huanzi slowed down and said, the sect attaches great importance to this operation. It's not without reason. Recently, the sect has suffered a lot. As soon as he said that, the immortals all felt sad. Previously, when we went to the mortal world to capture that anomaly, Xiao Han, we failed. Dozens of our junior martial brothers died in the mortal world. Then we sent Di Longzi to suppress the White Phoenix sect, but he also failed. Junior martial brother Di Longzi died tragically. These two things have a great impact on the prestige of the Tianyi Palace. Therefore, this operation must not fail again. Otherwise... Feng Huanzi frowned slightly. Yes, senior martial brother Feng Huanzi. We completely understand. However, with senior martial brother Feng Huanzi's ability, it's too easy to deal with the White Phoenix sect. Besides, this time, junior martial brother Jianghu went to the mortal world and brought back many high-quality fairy weapons and magic treasures from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, so that each of us can get one. I believe that with these magic treasures, our combat effectiveness will be even stronger, and we won't fail again. Feng Huanzi nodded slightly. He flipped his right hand, and a golden spear appeared in his hand, which was shining brightly. This offensive fairy weapon was brought back by Jianghu from Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, and was given to Feng Huanzi by an elder of the Tianyi Palace. The fairy weapon and the aura of Feng Huanzi's soul were very compatible. With this fairy weapon, Feng Huanzi was confident that his combat effectiveness would be increased by at least 30%. Just be careful, and nothing will go wrong. Feng Huanzi put the golden spear back into his body. At this time, wherever the cloud passed, the wind was blowing and the cranes were screaming. Everyone was in danger. No immortal dared to show up at all. Even some immortal emperors. They just watched from afar. White Phoenix City. The news that the people of the Tianyi Palace were coming covered White Phoenix City like a dark cloud. Now, the city gate of White Phoenix City was closed. There were only a few thousand immortals in the city. These thousands of immortals had nowhere to go. Secondly, they had lived in White Phoenix City for a long time and had a deep affection for it. They couldn't bear to leave and were ready to die for the city. A small part of them was loyal to the White Phoenix sect. Most of them were level 1 and level 2 genuine immortals, and only a few level 3 genuine immortals. As for level 4 genuine immortals, there were none. The headquarters of the White Phoenix sect. In the meeting hall in the courtyard, Xiao Han and the people of the White Phoenix sect sat in a circle. Bai Shi, the 99th, the 87th. He stood behind Xiao Han with his arms crossed, his eyes full of excitement. Hee. Master, those guys are coming. I can't help but be excited. Hee. Bai Shi grinned hideously and licked his lips with his tongue. As for Bai Fengzi and the others, their hearts that were hanging in suspense were now completely at ease. They also looked relaxed. What a joke. There were 3 immortal emperors here. What could the Tianyi Palace do? Furthermore, Xiao Han's indifferent expression showed that he was hiding something. Who knew if he had an even more powerful trump card up his sleeve? This young master's realm is definitely not at the immortal emperor level. After all, he is still too young. However, it is precisely because he is not at the immortal emperor level that he has 3 immortal emperors as his followers, which shows his distinguished identity. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid he really has something to do with those high-level immortal emperors who live in seclusion. The more Bai Fengzi thought about it, the more excited she became. By the way, the young master said that he wanted our White Phoenix sect to replace the Tianyi Palace and become the #1 sect in the immortal world. I thought it was nonsense before, but now, it seems that it is not impossible. All the senior members of the White Phoenix sect were excited. At this time, Xiao Han asked casually, Bai Fengzi, has the latest map of the immortal world been found? Bai Fengzi was very nervous. Young master, this map of the immortal world, there is no news for the time being. However, I have inquired about it. Almost only a very large sect can have the most complete and latest map of the immortal world. Xiao Han frowned slightly. We still can't get the latest map of the immortal world? It should be known that Xiao Han was also anxious. In order to save Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others as soon as possible, he had to get the latest map of the immortal world and find the extremely hidden location of the Red Crane Canyon. Master, this is actually nothing. The 99th generation smiled. The Tianyi Palace must have the latest map of the immortal world. What do you mean? A cunning light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. This time, the Tianyi Palace will send troops to kill us. We will capture a few captives and then exchange them for the map. However, a malicious light flashed in the 99th generation's eyes. After getting the map, immediately kill the hostages and kill them. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, this is a good idea. Good, very good. Then, 99th generation, when the battle starts, you are responsible for capturing the leader of the Tianyi Palace alive. Xiao Han licked his lips. Yes, master, this is a piece of cake. The 99th generation patted his chest and said. At the same time, in the area around the White Phoenix sect, some sects, such as the sects that had competed with the White Phoenix sect for control of the teleportation array, were now watching the fire from the other side. They were also ready to see what would happen to the White Phoenix sect. Boom! The troops of the Tianyi Palace against the White Phoenix sect were led by Feng Huanzi, a level 10 true immortal. Soon, they would arrive at the area where White Phoenix City was located. Junior brothers. Before entering White Phoenix City, they would first slaughter all the surrounding cities and sections. Massacre the entire city. Cause panic in White Phoenix City. Make them mentally break down. Feng Huanzi ordered coldly. Yes, senior brother. To be continued. Chapter 7:16. The First Heaven Sect's army against the White Phoenix sect had arrived at the cities around White Phoenix City, led by the extremely powerful level 10 perfected immortal Feng Huanghui. The immortal cloud stopped in the air. Feng Huanghui nodded indifferently and looked down at the cities below. These are the cities around the White Phoenix sect. It's really a remote place, sesame seeds and mung beans. Senior brother, can we start the slaughter? The level 9 perfected immortals behind him said eagerly. Let's kill them. Slaughter the cities around White Phoenix City and turn it into an isolated city. Finally, we'll defeat the White Phoenix sect and establish our dominance. Feng Huanghui grinned hideously. At this moment in the cities around White Phoenix City, there were sects in these cities as well. For example, the Tiger Hunting Sect and the Engraving Dragon Sect had gone to White Phoenix City to compete with the Green Mountain Sect and the White Phoenix Sect for the control of the teleportation formation. At this moment, in Tiger Hunting City controlled by the Tiger Hunting Sect, the huge city was in a state of complete silence. The hundreds of thousands of celestial citizens in the city were all silent. Above them, there was an immortal cloud. Dozens of terrifying celestials stood on the immortal cloud, exuding an extremely domineering aura. Under the cover of this invincible aura, all the people in Tiger Hunting City held their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. At the headquarters of the Tiger Hunting Sect, in the meeting hall, the sect leader of the Tiger Hunting Sect, as well as many elders and elite disciples, gathered together. They were all pale with fear. They were discussing in low voices. The First Heaven Sect's army has arrived. They're going to wipe out the White Phoenix sect. It's so terrifying. I can sense the arrival of a level 10 perfected immortal. I didn't expect this. To deal with White Phoenix City, the First Heaven Sect attached so much importance to it that they sent a level 10 perfected immortal. In the First Heaven Sect, level 10 perfected immortals are all core disciples. They're only one step away from becoming a low-level celestial emperor. An elder of the Tiger Hunting Sect was a level 7 perfected immortal. He sighed with emotion. The sect leader of the Tiger Hunting Sect was also a level 7 perfected immortal. Now, I don't know how the White Phoenix sect will deal with the current situation. Speaking of which, the 3 guest elders recruited by the White Phoenix sect are indeed powerful. They killed a level 8 true immortal son with a single move. Sect Master, a level 8 true immortal and a level 10 true immortal are 2 completely different concepts. They are on 2 completely different levels. The White Phoenix sect was ultimately a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think that you can fight against the Tianyi Palace just because you recruited 3 foreign officials whose fighting capacity is equivalent to that of a level 9 true immortal? How childish and ridiculous. The people of Tiger Hunting Sect estimated that Xiao Han, Bai Shi, and Bai Shi's battle prowess were at most level 9 true immortals. Yes, the White Phoenix sect is finished this time. The level 10 genuine immortals trained by the Tianyi Palace were completely different from the level 10 genuine immortals trained by other sections. It can be said that the level 10 genuine immortals of the Tianyi Palace usually take the best elixirs when they cultivate. Besides, they are armed with supreme-grade magic weapons. No one can stop them. Well, I heard that when the immortals went to the lower world to explore the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, Jia Lanzi, the most powerful genius of the younger generation of the Tianyi Palace, brought back a lot of magic weapons. There were thousands of them, which made the Tianyi Palace even more powerful. Good, good. The sect leader of the Tiger Hunting Sect breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Anyway, this has nothing to do with us. Let's just sit here and watch the White Phoenix Sect be destroyed. Right. After the White Phoenix Sect is destroyed, the teleportation formation will be without a master. Moreover, the Green Mountain Sect will also be destroyed. In this case, doesn't it give us a chance? As he spoke, the sect leader of the Tiger Hunting Sect completely trembled. This is a coincidence. If we take this opportunity to curry favor with the Tianyi Palace, it is not impossible for us to control the teleportation formation. Ha 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 ha. Fortunately, we did not listen to the slanderous words of the guest elders of the White Phoenix Sect and formed an alliance with them to fight against the Tianyi Palace. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed as well. Just thinking about it makes me scared. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Sometimes life and death is just a matter of a single thought. The elders and many disciples of the tiger hunting sect also laughed and echoed. Now, the people of the Qiani Palace are above our tiger hunting city. I guess they will leave soon to fight against the White Tiger sect. The sect leader of the tiger hunting sect said with a smile. I hope they leave soon. Alas, they are always above our tiger hunting city. The atmosphere is very depressing. At this moment, boom! 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 The immortal clouds above the tiger hunting sect suddenly burst out rays of golden light. In the golden light, there were countless images of immortals sitting in meditation, solemn and dignified. In each ray of golden light, there was a trace of a supreme-grade celestial skill. Great slaughter. Great destruction. Puff, puff, puff. Under the bombardment of the golden light, the space around the tiger hunting city was destroyed. The buildings began to collapse and were turned into dust by the golden light. The immortal citizens within Hunting Tiger City were also caught off guard and were blasted to smithereens. The disaster seemed to befall Tiger Hunting City without any warning. Originally, the immortals of the Tiger Hunting City thought that the immortal clouds would only stay in the Tiger Hunting City for a while, and then directly attack the White Phoenix sect. They never thought that the people of the Qiani Palace would attack them. They were innocent. Boom, 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 boom. The golden light kept shining and sweeping. Soon, the Tiger Hunting City was in a mess. The buildings were in ruins, and immortals were dying everywhere. Ah! No, no. Why did they kill us? We have never offended the Qiani Palace. We have always been law-abiding. They killed us by mistake. Why did they kill us by mistake? It was the White Phoenix sect that offended the Qiani Palace. It had nothing to do with our tiger hunting city. There were miserable cries. The originally prosperous hunting tiger city had turned into an Azura hell at this moment. The immortals died one after another. The buildings in the city were completely destroyed. This city. It was already on the verge of destruction. At the headquarters of the tiger hunting sect. Rumble. 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 The entire meeting hall began to shake. Ah, no. Why did this happen? The disaster came in an instant. So much so that the sect master of the tiger hunting sect, the elders, and the elite disciples didn't even have time to react. When they came to their senses, the entire tiger hunting city was about to be razed to the ground. Sect master, hurry up and get out. Hurry up and negotiate with the immortals of the Qiani Palace. There must be a mistake. We have already disassociated ourselves from the White Phoenix sect. Why did they kill us? There must be a mistake. They think that our tiger hunting city is the White Phoenix sect. Some of the elders raised their heads to the sky and roared, tears streaming down their cheeks. There was no time to lose. The sect master of the tiger hunting sect flew out. At this time, the sect master of the tiger hunting sect glanced around. Tiger hunting city had been destroyed. It was in ruins. The buildings that used to rise and fall had now become a depression. Puff. The sect master of the tiger hunting sect spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the sect master of the tiger hunting sect knelt down and kept kowtowing in the direction of the immortal clouds. This is an undeserved disaster. An undeserved disaster. Tiger hunting city was destroyed in an instant. Immortals of the Qiani Palace. You must be mistaken. This is not White Phoenix City, but Tiger Hunting City. Above the immortal clouds. Immediately. A noble and indifferent voice responded. Tiger Hunting City. Yes. That's right. We are going to destroy Tiger Hunting City. Ah! The sect master of the tiger hunting sect was completely stunned. Then he burst into tears. Why did you kill the tiger hunting sect? Why? It was the White Phoenix sect that provoked the Qiani Palace. What does it have to do with the tiger hunting sect? Shut up. When the White Phoenix sect rebelled, why didn't the tiger hunting sect stop them? Die! As soon as he finished speaking, puff! A golden spear shadow flashed and directly pierced the heart of the sect master of the tiger hunting sect. The sect master of the tiger hunting sect fell. Following this, another overwhelming golden ray descended from the sky, killing every immortal in the hunting tiger city. Not a single one was left alive. The tiger hunting sect was destroyed. Then, in a short time, the crusade force of the Qianni Palace completely wiped out the cities around White Phoenix City. They slaughtered all the cities and razed them to the ground, leaving no one alive. It was extremely cruel. The horrible behavior of the crusade force of the Qianni Palace had been seen by the immortals who were paying attention to the war. Those immortals who were watching the White Phoenix sect with their celestial senses were also shocked. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect the Qianni Palace to be so ruthless. This time, they didn't just deal with the White Phoenix sect. They also wiped out all the sects in the cities around White Phoenix sect. They are establishing their prestige. They are absolutely establishing their prestige. They want to establish the prestige of terror and decisiveness so that from now on, no one will dare to go against the Qianni Palace. This Grand Ancestor Qianni is really a ruthless and ambitious man. White Phoenix City. White Phoenix Sect. In the council hall. Now, Bai Fengzi and the others were also very shocked. Too cruel. He actually wiped out all the cities and sects around us. Bai Fengzi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her body couldn't help but tremble. In such a short period of time, he killed over 1 million innocent people. It's nothing, said the 99th generation, who was standing behind Xiao Han. Some of the cities around us are too weak. There are only some level 6 and level 7 perfected immortals guarding them. Most of them are like ants in level 1, level 2, and level 3 perfected immortals. They were easily wiped out by a level 10 perfected immortal and a large group of level 8 and level 9 perfected immortals. If I were to take action, I could destroy dozens of such cities in an instant. The 99th generation's words scared Bai Fengzi and the others so much that their faces turned blue. But it made sense. An immortal emperor was many times more powerful than a level 10 perfected immortal. Once he made a move, the situation would definitely change. They just want to establish their prestige. Ha ha ha. Poor thing. I asked those guys to surrender and fight against the Qianni Palace together. In fact, I did that to protect them, but they refused. They thought that they could sleep peacefully if they stayed out of this matter. Unexpectedly. Ha ha ha. They are really courting death. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. However, the Qianni Palace is really naive. Do they think they can establish their prestige and scare people with such a clumsy method? The more powerful they are, the more they will be slapped in the face. Qianni Palace, this time, I will ruin your reputation in the immortal world. As he said that, Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he directly stood up. Later, capture the level 10 perfected immortal leading the Qianni Palace alive, and use him as a hostage in exchange for the latest map of the immortal world. As for the other level 8 and level 9 perfected immortals, kill them all. Yes, master. After slaughtering some cities around White Phoenix City, the immortal cloud finally drifted slowly in the direction of White Phoenix City. A strong pressure followed and engulfed them. The atmosphere became extremely stagnant. The souls of the fallen immortals in the surrounding cities seemed to be steaming, choking with resentment. The shadow of death covered the sun. The air was full of the smell of blood. Above the immortal cloud. Older martial brother Feng Huanzi. We have arrived at White Phoenix City. The level 9 perfected immortal behind him reported. He paused for a moment. Older martial brother. White Phoenix City is very deserted. The number of immortals has decreased sharply. Now, there are only thousands of immortals. In the core area, the headquarters of the White Phoenix sect, there are still thousands of immortals. Evil creatures of White Phoenix City, come out, kneel, and accept your punishment. Suddenly, the golden spear in Feng Huanzi's hand shook. The wind blew, and his clothes fluttered. For a moment, he looked unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter came from White Phoenix City. The next moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xiao Han, the 100th generation, the 99th generation, and the 87th generation had already appeared opposite the immortal cloud. Master, I will capture this level 10 perfected immortal now and hand him over to you. The 99th generation grinned hideously and stepped forward. To be continued. Chapter 717. Finally, the army led by Feng Huanzi arrived at White Phoenix City. Xiao Han also came to greet them with 3 attendants. The two sides confronted each other head-on. Of course, Xiao Han, Bai Shi, 99 Shi, and 87 Shi all hid their real auras. Xiao Han still had the aura of a level 2 true immortal, while Bai Shi, 99 Shi, and 87 Shi all had the aura of a level 5 true immortal. Xiao Han's level 2 true immortal aura was disguised by a demonic technique, the reincarnation incantation. In order not to be seen through by these immortals, Xiao Han released the aura of his immortal body without limit, making the reincarnation incantation even more perfect. These level 10 and level 9 true immortals didn't see any flaws at all. Oh, capture me alive? Feng Huanzi held the golden spear and looked at Xiao Han and the others disdainfully. You must be the guest elders invited by the White Phoenix sect. Hee. Xiao Han slightly stopped 99 Era, who was already unable to restrain himself from making a move, and smiled. Yes, we are the guest elders of the White Phoenix sect. Now, almost all the immortals in the celestial realm who were secretly watching had focused their attention on White Phoenix City. They watched from afar. If the Tianyi Palace slaughtering the cities around White Phoenix City and killing millions of immortals was just to pave the way, now the real show was finally on. The Tianyi Palace was finally going to attack the White Phoenix sect. As for the White Phoenix sect, they were going to fight a few guest elders. Countless celestial senses swept over and observed. In the celestial realm, a large number of immortals began to communicate with each other using their celestial senses. There was a lot of discussion. So they are the guest elders of the White Phoenix sect. That is to say, they are also these guys. They killed the emissary of the Tianyi Palace, Di Longzi. TSK. How dare they? But they are just ordinary. Even if they hide their true strength, they can't compete with the Tianyi Palace. Feng Huanzi. The Tianyi Palace sent Feng Huanzi to lead the army to attack the White Phoenix sect. Feng Huanzi is at the peak of a level 10 true immortal and is very famous in the celestial realm. Below the immortal emperor, the wind bracelet could indeed sweep away everything. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. It seemed that White Phoenix City would vanish into thin air in an instant. After this battle, the Tianyi Palace had once again established its prestige. The Tianyi Palace told the small sects in the immortal world that no matter what, they could not disobey them. Otherwise, they would be exterminated and their neighbors would be implicated. Among the spectators, there was no lack of small and medium-sized sections. Now, in these people's hearts, they all felt a little helpless, and even a little sad for the loss of the rabbit. The Tianyi Palace was very powerful in the celestial realm and had exploited many small and medium-sized sections. The slightest bit of disobedience would be a devastating blow. In fact, these small and medium-sized sects all subconsciously hoped that someone could stand up against the Tianyi Palace. Now, there was indeed someone who stood up to resist, but the result was death. Feng Huanzi had also suppressed the killing intent and anger of the immortals behind him. He looked coldly at Xiao Han and the others like a cat toying with a mouse. Junior brother Di Longzi died in your hands, didn't he? Whoever did this, stand up now, kneel down, and accept the torture. I will use the cruelest punishment in the immortal world on him. I will make him howl in pain for 10 days and 10 nights before he dies. I will also warn the world not to provoke the dignity of the Tianyi Palace, or they will pay an unimaginable price. Idiot! The 99th generation grinned. What? What are you talking about? Are you insulting senior brother Feng Huanzi? The immortals standing behind Feng Huanzi were all furious. At this time, Xiao Han didn't intend to dawdle anymore. In fact, Xiao Han also knew that at this moment, in the vast immortal world, there must be countless immortals watching this battle. For this reason, Xiao Han gave Feng Bangle so much time to perform, and let Feng Bangle boast. When the whole immortal world thought that Feng Huanzi would sweep the White Phoenix sect without any suspense, Xiao Han suddenly counterattacked. He turned the situation around. In this way, it would bring an extremely sensational effect. A crazy slap in the face. Okay, you should have said enough. Xiao Han suddenly burst into a cold smile. And then, the 99th generation. Live this guy. The 100th generation, the 87th generation. Kill all the remaining immortal dogs of the Tianyi Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, boom, boom. The 100th generation, the 99th generation, the 87th generation, all attacked at the same time. In an instant, no one could react. Not only did Feng Huanzi and the others not react. Even the countless immortals watching didn't have time to react at all. Even some low-level immortal emperors, because they were far away, didn't have time to see the situation clearly when the sudden change happened. Of course, the middle-level immortal emperors didn't have the interest to pay attention to this unsuspenseful battle. For them, it was just a small fight. In an instant, the whole sky above the White Phoenix City was shrouded in a kind of darkness, as if doomsday was coming. Everything was chaotic. The world was in disorder. The laws were collapsing. The roars and howls of primitive beasts were faintly heard. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. This moment seemed to be very long. But this moment seemed to be less than 1,000th of a second. When the light of White Phoenix City reappeared, something terrifying was about to happen. The insufferably arrogant Feng Huanzi with the golden spear in his hand was directly gripped by the neck by the 99th generation and lifted up with one hand. All of Feng Huanzi's immortal energy was blocked. His face was full of shock, despair, and helplessness, and a strange gurgling sound came from his throat. How could this be? Just now, in an instant, I fell into a terrible situation, and then, was captured. I didn't even have the chance to react to this. Ha ha ha. The 99th generation held Feng Huanzi's neck with one hand and weighed the golden spear with the other as he spoke disdainfully. Trash. If not for Master's order to capture you alive, right now, your soul would have been scattered, and you would have been blasted into pieces. You still dare to clamor in front of Master? On the other side, around the 99th generation and the 87th generation, they were all pieces of immortal corpses. Master, it's done. The 99th generation flicked his fingernails, and a stream of blood spurted out. The 87th generation smiled gently as well. Master, not a single one survived. Dead. All the level 9, level 8, and level 7 true immortals that Feng Huanzi had brought with him were dead. There was no battle at all. It was an instant death. Instantly dead. Feng Huanzi was like a little chick. He had been captured alive. Almost half of the immortals watching the battle fainted from fright. They all felt like they were in a nightmare. Not a single immortal dared to accept this reality. Good, well done. Xiao Han smiled faintly. However, on second thought, it wasn't that big of a deal. Using the combat strength of a mid-level immortal emperor to deal with some true immortals, it was no different from smashing an egg with a hammer. Of course, when the three of them attacked, the immortal emperor aura on them was fleeting. It was hard to detect. Now that they had succeeded, they had reverted to their mediocre level 5 true immortals, making them unfathomable. Boom! Xiao Han put all the flying corpses into his storage ring. Hee. These are the corpses of high-level true immortals. Using them to nourish the demon the arch left arm is a top-grade nourishment. Xiao Han didn't want to waste these resources that could increase the power of the demon the arch left arm. However, he wasn't stupid enough to digest these nutrients in the immortal realm. He stored them temporarily to avoid wasting them. As for the storage rings, all kinds of treasures, immortal artifacts, and immortal currencies that dropped from the corpses, Bai Shi collected them. They were also a great fortune that could skyrocket the value of White Phoenix sect. After doing all this, Xiao Han waved his hand and returned to the main altar of White Phoenix sect. The 100th generation, the 87th generation, followed closely behind. The 99th generation held onto the captured Feng Huanzi and followed at the back. Soon, the smoke-filled White Phoenix City regained its tranquility. This tranquility gave off a terrifying feeling of the 9 hells. It was as still as water. There was also a terrifying atmosphere that enveloped White Phoenix City, causing the immortal senses of the onlookers to tremble. They didn't dare to pry too much into White Phoenix City. After a long time, This is a one-sided massacre. However, it's not the Tianyi Palace that slaughtered the White Phoenix sect, but a counterattack. This is an unpredictable counterattack. I'm afraid even the high-level immortal emperors can't predict such an outcome. Everyone, calm down and think about it. Feng Huanzi is a level 10 true immortal. but he was captured alive in a single move. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Moreover, he has a super celestial artifact, the Golden Spear. This is too strange. To be able to capture Feng Huanzi alive like this, he can only be an immortal emperor. Enough. Stop talking. In short, this time, the Tianyi Palace may really be in big trouble. The structure of the immortal realm may also be broken. Yes, don't talk about it. Now that the situation has developed to this point, it's no longer something we can meddle in. Retreat quickly and don't spy on White Phoenix Sect anymore, or we'll get into trouble. Those guest officials of White Phoenix Sect are not kind people. Everyone, don't go and observe the situation in White Phoenix City. They kill without blinking and they may do us harm. Soon, more than half of the celestial awareness that shrouded White Phoenix City faded. Then, almost all of them retreated. In the White Phoenix Sect. In the assembly hall. Bai Fengzi and the others looked at Xiao Han, who was high up in the air, with reverence in their eyes. The battle just now was as simple as crushing an egg. The elite troops sent by the Tianyi Palace were unbelievably weak. At this moment, Feng Huanzi, a level 10 true immortal, became a prisoner, kneeling on the ground. The celestial power in his body had been sealed by 99 lives. Now, Feng Huanzi was no different from an ordinary immortal. Feng Huanzi looked at Xiao Han in horror. You, who on earth are you, you? Slap. Before he could finish speaking, 99 lives swung his arm and slapped Feng Huanzi in the face, making him spit out blood and fall to the ground. Idiot, behave yourself when you're talking to my master. 99 lives said coldly. To be continued. Chapter 7:18. All right, don't kill this guy. Keep him alive. He's still of some use. Xiao Han waved his hand to stop the 99th generation from beating Feng Huanzi. Yes, master. The 99th generation calmed down. Bai Fengzi and the others were all frightened. They didn't expect that a level 10 true immortal would be slapped so casually. Hee. You were very impulsive just now, weren't you? Very arrogant. Xiao Han looked at Feng Huanzi, who was kneeling on the ground with a swollen face. Now, Feng Huanzi finally understood the situation. He knew that the guy in front of him seemed to be a level 2 true immortal, but the power he controlled was absolutely terrifying. Just now, the one who easily captured me must be an immortal emperor. The more Feng Huanzi thought about it, the more terrified he became. Finally, Feng Huanzi's pride and the sense of superiority he had cultivated for a long time disappeared. I was wrong. Everyone, Feng Huanzi, know I was wrong. I messed with someone I shouldn't have messed with. I was only ordered to come here. I don't have any grudges against the White Phoenix Sect. How about this? I'm willing to pay with my life's wealth. I can send a message back and ask the sect to redeem me. Don't worry, the Tianyi Palace. The Tianyi Palace has a lot of resources. As long as you let me go, you will receive unimaginable compensation. I'm a level 10 true immortal. I'm not far from the immortal emperor, but it's not easy either. I don't want to die here. Let me go. Slap. There was a crisp sound. Another crisp slap landed on Feng Huanzi's face. He was sent flying. This time, it was Xiao Han who slapped him. Don't mention the Tianyi Palace in front of me. Do you understand? Xiao Han said coldly. This. Feng Huanzi looked at Xiao Han's sharp eyes, which seemed to be able to see through his heart. His entire person completely collapsed. You. What on earth do you want? He was in tears. Xiao Han muttered to himself for a moment, then turned his gaze to the 100th era, the 99th era, and the 87th era. Master, I can take this guy to the First Heaven Society and ask them to exchange a map of the immortal realm for the hostage. Bai Shi said to Xiao Han through soul voice transmission. Master. Don't worry, I can stay in this guy's body. Even the sect master of the Tianyi Palace would not be able to detect the broadsword intent he had left behind. Then, with a thought, this fellow's body will explode and he will die, ha. Xiao Han nodded slightly and knocked on the table. He stared at Feng Huanzi silently. Every time Xiao Han knocked on the table, it was as if he was knocking on the spot between Feng Bangle's heartbeats. Moreover, Feng Huanzi had completely given in. After being slapped a few times in a row, the last bit of dignity he had was destroyed. All the immortal energy in his body had been blocked, and he was no different from a cripple. As a core disciple of the Tianyi Palace, he was now lying on the ground like a tiny worm, shivering. Xiao Han didn't speak, and no one dared to speak. The silent scene made Feng Huanzi completely depressed. He was about to go crazy at any time. Feng Huanzi wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He could only make strange monosyllables from his throat. All right, Feng Huanzi, right? Now that your immortal energy has been sealed, even an ordinary disciple of the White Phoenix sect can kill you, Xiao Han finally said. Feng Huanzi looked at Xiao Han in horror. Don't doubt me. I dare to kill you. Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on him. I have killed many disciples of the Tianyi Palace. It doesn't matter if you kill one more. Do you know that? If you think that you can scare me with the name of the Tianyi Palace, then I can only say that you are too naive. Ha 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 ha. Bai Shi the 99th and the 87th all laughed wildly, looking very evil. Master, why don't we cut off this guy's hands and feet first? The 99th licked his lips. No. Finally, Feng Huanzi roared in a hoarse voice. Don't kill me. Young master, I beg you, let me go. Don't kill me. As he howled, he kept knocking his head on the ground. Now, Xiao Han said calmly. I will give you two choices. 1. Submit to me and become my slave. You will be at my mercy for the rest of your life. The other choice. Die. There is no third choice, understand? Xiao Han announced Feng Huanzi's future. Xiao Han's voice was not overbearing, nor was it loud, but it had the air of a king, the majesty of a king descending to the world and commanding all living beings. Feng Huanzi choked with sobs. Submit or die, Xiao Han repeated again. I will give you 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, if you choose to die, I will fulfill your wish immediately. As he spoke, Xiao Han tilted his head and said to Bai Shi, do it in 3 breaths. Yes, master. I am best at killing immortals. Bai Shi smiled cruelly. No. I won't die. I choose to submit. I don't want everything to turn into a dream. I submit. I submit. Finally, Feng Huanzi's voice was filled with tears. Submit. Xiao Han sneered. All right, release your divine soul and let me release a ray of light of salvation into your divine soul. This way, you will become my slave completely. Purify. This was a psychic ability that Xiao Han had mastered after cultivating the destructive technique of destroying skies and destroying earth. It could purify mortal martial artists. Xiao Han's soul and psychic energy were extremely powerful, but it was not enough to purify an immortal. Unless the immortal released his soul and allowed Xiao Han's psychic energy to shine in, he would not be able to do so. You want to control my soul. This. Feng Huanzi was terrified. Xiao Han smirked. You are unwilling? Fine, Bai Shi. I will kill you. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing to release my soul. Feng Huanzi screamed. Just like that. Feng Huanzi sat cross-legged and released his soul completely. Xiao Han formed the destructive technique of destroying skies and destroying earth and released a ray of psychic energy into Feng Huanzi's soul. Slowly refine it. Planting the belief to support oneself. This process was not as simple as refining mortals. It would take a long time. Bai Fengzi and the rest stared at Xiao Han in astonishment. The Tianyi Palace. The Heavenly Palace. Inside the palace, Patriarch Tianyi and a dozen mid-level immortals were still recuperating. He recovered his vitality. It would take some time for their energy and battle strength to recover to their peak condition. Then, they could enter the desolate area of the immortal world and capture Xiao Han and the others who were trapped. During the process of recuperation, they also talked and laughed with each other. Brother Tianyi, I reckon that your crusade army will not be able to defeat us. White Phoenix City has already been razed to the ground. That's right. After this battle, the power of the Tianyi Palace will be re-established in the immortal world. Its status will be like the sun at high noon, and no one will dare to offend it. Haha, it's already overkill for me to send a level 10 true immortal to deal with a small mid-level sect. Patriarch Tianyi was very confident. After we catch Xiao Han and get the treasures of the invincible blade, Brother Tianyi, your Tianyi Palace will undoubtedly become the most powerful force in the immortal world. And we will have a chance to become a high-level immortal emperor, the top of the pyramid. The headquarters of the White Phoenix sect. Xiao Han shone the psychic energy into Feng Huanzi's soul for 4 hours. Finally, he was successfully enlightened. Astonishingly, a perplexed look flashed across Feng Huanzi's eyes. When he regained his senses, he directly kowtowed towards Xiao Han and said, "Master." At this point, Feng Huanzi had become Xiao Han's slave, just like Yan Lang. His loyalty was no different from that of the creatures from the alternate space. Mind control. Hiss. Bai Fengzi and the others gasped in shock. They were so scared that they were about to collapse. A level 2 true immortal had made a level 10 true immortal a slave with some tricks. That was too terrifying. This kind of trick was unheard of in the immortal world. Now, Bai Fengzi and the others were completely convinced that Xiao Han's background was very, very powerful. It was almost certain that he had something to do with those high-level immortal emperors. Well, as a core disciple of the Tianyi Palace, Feng Huanzi must be very familiar with the internal situation of the Tianyi Palace. Feng Huanzi can provide us with some information on how to destroy the Tianyi Palace. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. Then, he stood up and took a few elixirs to replenish his psychic energy. Feng Huanzi, get up. Yes, master. Feng Huanzi stood up. 99 generations unsealed Feng Huanzi's celestial energy and returned the golden spear to Feng Huanzi. Master, what should we do next? Feng Huanzi asked. Xiao Han rubbed his temples as he spoke. Now, 100 generations, 99 generations, and 87 generations. Take Feng Huanzi as a hostage and bring him to the Tianyi Palace in exchange for the latest map of the immortal world. By the way, kill some disciples of the Tianyi Palace to establish our power. Kill people to establish our power in the Tianyi Palace. That was a terrifying idea. But Xiao Han did have the strength to do that. Yes, master. 100 generations, 99 generations, 87 generations, and Feng Huanzi took the order at the same time. I guess the news that the people of the Tianyi Palace were killed and Feng Huanzi was captured alive must have spread to the Tianyi Palace. Now I want to see Grand Elder Tianyi's expression. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed happily. The Tianyi Palace. The palace in heaven. Ah. Grand Elder. Bad news. Bad news. A group of elders of the Tianyi Palace rushed to the palace in the sky as if they had gone mad. They burst into tears as if they were mourning the death of their parents. Our people were slaughtered. Feng Huanzi was captured alive. Feng Huanzi, a level 10 genuine immortal, was captured alive. What? In the palace, Grand Elder Tianyi, who had been complacent, suddenly stood up when he heard the news. Then, howl. How could this be? The core disciple of the Tianyi Palace was captured alive. How dare this? How dare this? This is a great humiliation. To be continued. Chapter 719. When the news that the Crusade troops had been annihilated and Feng Huanzi had been captured alive reached the Tianyi Palace, it directly created a panic. Such panic had not appeared in the Tianyi Palace for a long time. It should be noted that, with the First Heaven sect's background, apart from the few transcendental high-level immortal emperors, it was difficult for any force in the vast immortal world to shake the position of the First Heaven sect. But now, consecutive setbacks. Even the level 10 true immortal that was sent out was captured alive. In the Tianyi Palace, a level 10 genuine immortal was not a low position. Second only to low-level immortal emperors. In other words, there were not many level 10 genuine immortals in the Tianyi Palace. Oh! Who is it? Who is fighting against the Tianyi Palace? A small White Phoenix sect was insignificant in the immortal world, so how could they recruit such a guest elder? There must be a reason. Who is it? Who is it? Patriarch Tian-Yi roared crazily. He felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The next moment, pooh! Overwhelmed with rage, Patriarch Tian-Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. It should be noted that Patriarch Tian-Yi had expended a lot of energy to forcefully use the void-absorbing celestial hand to take Xiao Han's realm. Now was the period of recuperation and recovery, so he absolutely could not be impatient. But this time, Feng Huanzi was captured alive, and all the immortals that Feng Huanzi brought with him were killed. This caused Patriarch Tianyi's qi and blood to flow in reverse. Not only did it slow down his recovery, but it also damaged his immortal body. Moreover, old ancestor Tian-Yi already had a premonition that it was a mysterious and terrifying power. They were targeting the Tianyi Palace. Start some conspiracy. Who is it? Are you trying to mess up the foundation of the First Heaven sect? Patriarch Tianyi roared. Pooh! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Brother Tianyi, calm down. Calm down. The other celestial emperors hurriedly advised. Brother Tianyi, in this immortal world, we are the strongest faction. Even though there are some mid-level immortal emperors who are unwilling to ally with us, their factions are too scattered. They definitely won't be able to defeat us. You certainly can't bring down the Tianyi Palace. You don't have to worry about it. As for those high-level immortal emperors, it's impossible for them to interfere in the secular world, let alone suppress the Tianyi sect. A red-faced immortal emperor said. At most, it's just some reclusive celestial emperors messing around. At most, they're mid-level celestial emperors with celestial force on par with us. However, it's nothing. Brother Tian-Yi, you have to stay calm. The main thing is that we have to capture Xiao Han and get the few supreme-grade fairy weapons of the Invincible Blade. Sweeping across the celestial world and proclaiming himself as an overlord. It's just a bunch of clowns. Why are you so nervous? After being consoled repeatedly, Patriarch Tian-Yi quickly calmed down. He coldly said to the elders outside the hall. To be able to capture the wind bracelet alive, he must be at the Immortal Emperor stage. Even if he's a low-level Immortal Emperor, with a decent quality Immortal artifact, it would be very troublesome. Right now, I'm recuperating and am unable to personally make an appearance. What plans do you have? The voices of a few elders could be heard from outside the hall. Patriarch, we have to rescue Wind Bracelet. First, Wind Bracelet is a pillar of the Tianyi sect, a genius who might become an immortal emperor. Second, now the whole immortal world knows that Wind Bracelet has been captured. If we don't set up defenses to rescue Wind Bracelet, it will be a great humiliation. Only by rescuing Wind Bracelet, killing the guest elders of the White Phoenix sect, and torturing them, can we turn the situation around. Humph! Patriarch Tian-Yi snorted. Anyway, I'll leave this matter to you. You must deal with it properly. Now, I have to seize the time to recuperate in seclusion and recover as soon as possible. Only then can I enter the barren area to capture Xiao Han. This is the most important thing. Remember, save Wind Bracelet and destroy the White Phoenix sect. Yes, Patriarch. Please rest assured and recuperate in seclusion. We'll definitely deal with this matter perfectly. The elders outside finally retreated. In the Tianyi sect, in addition to the middle-level immortal emperors like Patriarch Tian-Yi, there were also several low-level immortal emperors among the elders. Moreover, outside the Tianyi sect, there were also some low-level immortal emperors who surrendered to the Tianyi sect. In this way, although the Tianyi sect could not mobilize middle-level immortal emperors for the time being, they could mobilize several low-level immortal emperors at once. As the elders left the heavenly palace, they began to discuss fiercely. Now that things have come to this, we have to do it ourselves. Before, our judgment has been wrong again and again. We thought that sending Wind Bracelet, a level 10 genuine immortal, would be more than enough. Now it seems, we need at least low-level immortal emperors to defeat those rebels. Good. However, we can't be impatient. We have to think about it carefully. This time, we can't make any mistakes. Plan before we act. Let's gather some low-level immortal emperors who have surrendered to the Tianyi sect from all over the immortal world to discuss this matter together. Yes. If we can gather 10 low-level immortal emperors, we can definitely raise White Phoenix City to the ground. In the end, these elders agreed to gather at least 10 low-level immortal emperors before they would attack White Phoenix City again. Now, among the many low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi sect, some were wandering outside, and some were in closed-door cultivation all year round to break through to the next realm. Now, there were only about 6 low-level immortal emperors that could be mobilized. Soon, these elders issued an announcement to all the forces in the immortal world that had surrendered to the Tianyi sect, inviting low-level immortal emperors to save the situation. The Tianyi sect deserved to be the #1 sect in the immortal world. As soon as the announcement was made, several low-level immortal emperors came. There were 5 low-level immortal emperors in total, all of whom were overlords of the immortal world. They were sect leaders of some high-level sects. Now, in the meeting hall of the Tianyi sect, there were a total of 11 low-level immortal emperors, discussing countermeasures. Today, on behalf of the Patriarch, I thank you for your help. A well-respected elder of the Tianyi sect, who was also a low-level immortal emperor, stood up and said, "Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. We have always been allies with the Tianyi sect. Now, the Tianyi sect wants to eradicate the White Phoenix sect, so we are a little short of manpower. Of course, we are duty-bound to help," those low-level immortal emperors who came to help said. They also modestly declined. One of them, a low-level immortal emperor with a fair face. But he said cautiously, "We also know a little about the guest elder of the White Phoenix sect. It is said that Feng Huanzi was captured by him in one move. In this case, it will be a little difficult to deal with these guys. We have to make a good plan. We can't be reckless. Okay. Let's make a plan." In the White Phoenix sect. In the 99th generation. In the 87th generation, he was about to leave the White Phoenix sect with Feng Huanzi and fly to the area where the Tianyi sect was located. Feng Huanzi's celestial force had been sealed, and he pretended to be in a state of being suppressed. "This time, I will guard the White Phoenix sect and won't go to the Tianyi sect with you," Xiao Han said with a smile. Xiao Han didn't have to worry about anything. In the 99th generation, the 87th generation, entering the Tianyi sect was like entering a tiger's den. However, with the combat capability of middle-level immortal emperors, it should not be a problem for them to escape unscathed. Besides, Xiao Han didn't ask Baisher and the others to destroy the Tianyi sect. He only asked them to exchange the map and kill a few elites of the Tianyi sect to establish their prestige. And, with Feng Huanzi as a mole, it was simply foolproof. "Master, don't worry. We will definitely bring back the latest map of the immortal world and kill a few people in the territory of the Tianyi sect. We will create a bloody case and make the Tianyi sect lose its reputation," Baisher said calmly. It should be noted that he had followed Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao and fought in the world. What kind of storm had he not seen? Now, it was just a normal thing to deal with the Tianyi sect. Swish. 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 Soon, Baisher, the 99th generation, the 87th generation, and Feng Huanzi disappeared from the territory of the White Phoenix City. "Young master, now we," Bai Fengzi and the others asked submissively. Now, everyone in the White Phoenix sect regarded Xiao Han as a heavenly god. Deep down, they were trembling and submissive. "Ha! You are worried that after my followers go to the Tianyi sect, no one will protect the White Phoenix City, right? But it's okay. It's reasonable to have such a thought," Xiao Han said with a smile and nodded. "This." Bai Fengzi swallowed hard. She was stunned for a moment and didn't have time to say anything. The next moment. Boom. 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 In Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, a brilliant light burst out and shrouded him. "Master!" 3 skinny, indifferent men suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Han and knelt down on one knee. The 98th generation. The 97th generation. The 96th generation. The Emperor-level aura, which was as deep as the sea, flashed and then disappeared, turning into the aura of a level 5 genuine immortal. However, their eyes made people feel as if they were looking at an abyss of horror. "Ah! Another 3! The people of the White Phoenix sect were so shocked that they knelt down. They began to shake like a sieve. In an instant, Bai Fengzi and the others felt that the 3 men, who were like heavenly gods descending from the heavens, had an aura that was not inferior to Baisher's. They must also be celestial emperors. At this point, the mysterious child in front of them had already summoned 6 celestial emperors as followers. This method was too terrifying. He had used his trump cards one after another, and it seemed that no one knew how many trump cards he had. "The three of you protect White Phoenix City," Xiao Han ordered indifferently. "Yes, master." Xiao Han had left 50 level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension in the barren area to protect his plane, but he had also brought another 50 level 7 creatures with him. Now, only 6 of them had been exposed, and there were still 44 left. They were all mid-level celestial emperors. His trump cards were indeed terrifying. There was no doubt that he would defeat the First Heaven sect. However, Xiao Han wouldn't destroy the First Heaven sect right away. He wanted to simmer it down. "Bai Fengzi, make an announcement to all the major sects in the celestial world. Any immortal who has been oppressed by the First Heaven sect can seek refuge in the White Phoenix sect," Xiao Han ordered. "Yes, child." The more powerful Xiao Han was, the more confident Bai Fengzi was. At this moment, the 100th generation, the 99th generation, and the 87th generation flew to the First Heaven sect with the wind bracelets. Countless people in the celestial world were watching. Moreover, many immortals also understood what was going on. Hiss! Hostages! The guest elders of the White Phoenix sect are going to the First Heaven sect with the wind bracelets. They are going to use the wind bracelets as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the First Heaven sect. I'm afraid they are going to ask for something. Unbelievable. They are going to extort us. In the entire celestial world, even some experienced middle-level celestial emperors dare not use hostages to ask for something from the First Heaven sect. That's horrible. This was simply a subversive thing. It's rare. Is the structure of the celestial world going to be broken from now on? I don't know what the First Heaven sect will do. Maybe the First Heaven sect will suffer a setback. Look, the wind bracelet celestial power has been sealed, and they can do whatever they want. If the wind bracelets die, it will be a serious blow to the First Heaven sect. The whole celestial world began to shake. Phone bracelets now use the special communication method of the First Heaven sect to send a message in advance. Let the elders of the First Heaven sect exchange you with the latest map of the celestial world, Bai Fengzi said coldly. Okay, I understand. Phone bracelets took out a jade communication token from his storage ring. We can choose the Windward Canyon, which is 1,000 miles away from the First Heaven sect. In this way we can avoid being ambushed if we go too deep into the First Heaven sect. That's also troublesome. It's best if we can lure the snake out of its hole. After becoming Xiao Han's slave, Phone bracelets had completely betrayed the First Heaven sect, and subconsciously regarded the First Heaven sect as an enemy. To be continued. Chapter 720. At this time, Bai Shi, the 99th, and the 87th generations, with great fanfare, were rushing to the headquarters of the First Heaven sect with Feng Huanzi, the prisoner. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many people. Countless immortals, including some reclusive celestial emperors, were looking at them. However, no one was willing to interfere in this matter. Vaguely, many immortals in the celestial world had a premonition that the First Heaven sect, which had been unshakable for many years, would soon face the most terrifying challenge. Moreover, the most subtle point was that the situation had developed to an extremely unfavorable situation for the First Heaven sect. However, it seemed that the sect leader of the First Heaven sect, the patriarch of the First Heaven sect, did not show any signs of personally handling the matter. This was worth pondering. At this time, according to the original plan, Feng Huanzi directly took out a Jade Messenger token and used soul voice transmission to speak to Bai Shi and the others. Now, I'm going to send a message to ask for help from the First Heaven sect. I'll do as Master asked and propose an exchange. Then, I'll lure the people of the First Heaven sect to the Windward Canyon. Bai Shi and the others all nodded. Immediately after, Feng Huanzi pretended to be weak, hurried, and terrified as he sent out a message to the communication token. On the other hand, in the First Heaven sect, the 6 low-level celestial emperors of the First Heaven sect, as well as the 5 low-level celestial emperors who had come from outside to help, were in full swing discussing how to rescue Feng Huanzi. Everyone, the best way now is to lure the guest elders of the White Phoenix sect here. If we can trick them into coming to the First Heaven sect, we'll be able to catch a turtle in a jar. I'm sure they won't be able to return. Yes, it's best if we can lure them here. It's foolproof. It's better than our long journey. A long journey. However, they're not fools. How can they give up their advantage and send themselves into the tiger's den? How can we lure these guys into the trap? These low-level celestial emperors all racked their brains to think. It's very difficult. After a while, they all shook their heads. Why don't we take the initiative to send out a message and exchange hostages with them? We can promise those guest elders of the White Phoenix sect something that they can't refuse. For example, we'll give them a large number of supreme-grade fairy artifacts and elixirs, and we'll even recognize their status in the immortal realm and divide their territory. In short, they can demand as much as they want, and we'll just pretend to agree to their demands while setting up layers of ambushes. When they enter the territory of the Tianyi Palace, humph! We have 11 low-level immortal emperors and a large number of level 10 true immortals. Level 9 true immortals attack together. In an instant, they'll be annihilated. This plan is perfect. But I'm afraid they won't fall for it. The only way is to make as many promises as possible so that they can't refuse. I believe that they will weigh the pros and cons. Killing Feng Huanzi will not benefit them at all. It's still very difficult to get them to come to us on their own initiative. Why don't we compromise? Compromise? How should we compromise? Lure them to a place not far from the Tianyi Palace. It was very difficult to get them to come to the Tianyi Palace, but he had to settle for the next best thing. The closer they were to the Tianyi Palace, the better. I think as long as we don't exchange hostages within the Tianyi Palace, they may also accept it. Yes. Make a request to them and lure them to a place not far from the Tianyi Palace. We'll set up an ambush in advance and catch them all in one fell swoop. At this point, these low-level immortal emperors finally had some ideas. By the way, not far from the headquarters of the Tianyi Palace, there is a canyon called Windward Canyon. The terrain of this canyon is dangerous, and there are some naturally formed illusory labyrinths in it. There are also disciples of the Tianyi Palace secretly stationed there. It's a portal and a secret stronghold of the Tianyi Palace. If we can lure the foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect to the Windward Canyon, they will definitely die. Yes, the Windward Canyon is a good place to kill people. Even low-level immortal emperors may get lost when they enter the naturally formed illusory labyrinths for the first time. Moreover, our grand ancestor has attached great importance to the Windward Canyon in recent years. He has even personally set up some illusory formations in the Windward Canyon. Good. That's a good idea. So, we should find a way to send a message to White Phoenix City now. First, we should confirm whether Feng Huanzi is still alive. Then, we should try to be as gentle and humble as possible. We should deceive them and make them think that the Tianyi Palace doesn't want to bother them anymore. Then, we can promise them a large ransom so that they can't refuse. Finally, we can lure them to the Windward Canyon. Finally, these low-level immortal emperors had reached an agreement. However, at this moment, buzz. An elder of the Tianyi Palace made a trembling sound in his arms. This elder was Feng Huanzi's master. Feng Huanzi was his favorite disciple, the chief disciple under his command. He and Feng Huanzi had established a close relationship as if they were father and son. Wait! The elder's face palpitated and trembled. He took out a jade messaging token from his arms. He scanned it with his celestial awareness. It was a message from Feng Huanzi. Everyone don't talk. Hold your breath. Feng Huanzi has sent a message back. The elder couldn't help but say. Then from the communication token came Feng Huanzi's terrified and helpless voice, as well as his weak wails. Master! Master! I've been captured by the enemy. It's so painful. Now, those foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect are going to kill me. Master, you must save this disciple's life. At this moment, Feng Huanzi's voice was filled with a desperate sobbing tone, which was extremely vivid. Feng Huanzi, don't be afraid. I'll save you. The elder roared. What's going on now? Tell those foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect that we, the Tianyi Palace, are willing to redeem you at all costs. What do they want? Tell them to make their demands. As long as you can come back alive, the Tianyi Palace can give them everything they want. Master, Those foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect. They did make a demand. They want the Tianyi Palace to use its wealth to redeem me. They want the latest map of the Immortal Realm and 5 billion celestial coins. And 5 billion celeste. Feng Huanzi screamed. 5 billion celestial coins. It should be noted that a medium-sized sect in the Immortal Realm like the White Phoenix sect, which controlled the income of a teleportation formation, only had about 1 billion celestial coins. This amount of 5 billion celestial coins was enough to bankrupt an ordinary sect in the Immortal Realm. However, for a giant like the Tianyi Palace, 5 billion celestial coins was equivalent to a year's profit. It was not a big deal. It was not a big deal. Master, you have to save me. I don't want to die. I have a chance to become an immortal emperor in my lifetime. Feng Huanzi yelled. Calm down. Feng Huanzi. The latest map of the Immortal Realm and 5 billion celestial coins. The Tianyi Palace can afford it. We can satisfy them. Tell them this at once. Then, tell the elders of the White Phoenix sect to come to the Windy Canyon and we'll make the deal. The elder blinked his eyes as he spoke. The low-level immortal emperors around were all very nervous. They had set the bait and were waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Soon. Bai Shi's cold and arrogant voice came from the other side of the communication token. The Windy Canyon? Yes. The elder shouted immediately. You are the foreign elder of the White Phoenix sect, right? Fine, for the sake of Feng Huanzi's life, the Tianyi Palace is willing to pay the price. Moreover, the purpose of the Tianyi Palace is to make peace. It is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. The Tianyi Palace really doesn't want to be entangled with you anymore. So, we agree to your conditions. I hope you won't hurt Feng Huanzi. As for the Windy Canyon, it is not within the sphere of influence of the Tianyi Palace. It is a neutral area. We will make the deal in the neutral area. If you go to the Tianyi Palace to make the deal, you must have some scruples. So, let's all take a step back. We will make the deal in the neutral area, the Windy Canyon. This is fair to everyone. Don't worry, for the Tianyi Palace, the value of Feng Huanzi is far greater than a map and 5 billion celestial coins. We won't play any tricks. If anything goes wrong, we will lose the big picture because of a small gain. Oh. Bai Shi pretended to be thinking. He fell silent, as if he was frowning and thinking. The low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi Palace all held their breath, for fear that Bai Shi would refuse. If they refused and asked them to go to White Phoenix City to make the deal, they would be in a passive position. After dozens of breaths. Good. Let's make the deal in the Windy Canyon. I hope you won't play any tricks, otherwise, Feng Huanzi will definitely die. In 3 days, we will make the deal in the Windy Canyon. Bai Shi said coldly. Good. Deal. The elder of the Tianyi Palace let out a long sigh of relief. The call ended. Good. Our plan is almost successful. The Windy Canyon will be our home field. Now, let's start to make arrangements immediately. Set up more ambushes in the Windy Canyon. Use the illusion of the maze hanging in the Windy Canyon to ambush us. The elder of the Tianyi Palace immediately gave the order, and then, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the elder burst into laughter. In addition, we will also divide into 2 groups. We have 11 low-level immortal emperors. 6 of them will lead a large number of level 10 and level 9 true immortals into the Windy Canyon to deal with the foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect and rescue Feng Huanzi. The remaining 5 will lead the elites into White Phoenix City quietly and destroy the foundation of White Phoenix City. Raze it to the ground. Hearing that. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. Brilliant. The people of White Phoenix City will bring Feng Huanzi to the Windy Canyon to make the deal with us. They must have sent out all their elites. In this case, the rear will be empty, and we will directly attack the enemy and destroy White Phoenix City. Ha 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 ha. There's no time to lose. Let's divide into 2 groups and take action immediately. This time, we will win a big victory. On the other side of Bai Shi and the others. Those idiots, I can't believe they took the initiative to make the deal in the Windy Canyon. Bai Shi grinned hideously. The Windy Canyon. A strange smile also appeared at the corner of Feng Huanzi's mouth. When I was in the Tianyi Palace, I was in charge of the Windy Canyon. I know everything about the Windy Canyon like the back of my hand. I know the Windy Canyon better than those elders. To be continued. Chapter 721. Things went according to the plan of the low-level immortal emperors of the Tianyi Palace. They made a deal in the Windward Canyon. The Tianyi Palace exchanged the latest map of the immortal realm and 5 billion celestial coins for the hostage. Feng Bangle. At this time, the elders of the Tianyi Palace were deploying manpower. Ibdu. First of all, 5 low-level immortal emperors led 20 level, 10 genuine immortals and 40 level, 9 genuine immortals. They took a big detour and secretly headed for White Phoenix City. They were going to take advantage of the situation. Take advantage of the empty nest to take White Phoenix City. Raze it to the ground. On the other hand, the 6 low-level immortal emperors hurriedly deployed dozens of level 10 genuine immortals to the Windward Canyon and hid in some space formations. After everything was ready, the 6 low-level immortal emperors breathed a long sigh of relief, and their faces showed a ferocious expression. Good, good. Now everything is completely under our control. In the Battle of the Windward Canyon, we will wash away our shame and wipe out all those arrogant foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect. Kill them all. Bai Shi, the 99th, the 87th, and Feng Bangle were unhurriedly heading for the Windward Canyon. Now those bastards of the Tianyi Palace will definitely set up a trap in the Windward Canyon and wait for us. Bai Shi's eyes were full of arrogance. He didn't know that Patriarch Tianyi and the other middle-level immortal emperors were now injured and couldn't come. The Tianyi Palace could only send low-level immortal emperors. Moreover, the people of the Tianyi Palace had no idea that Bai Shi and the others were middle-level immortal emperors. Bai Shi himself calculated that the Tianyi Palace might send middle-level immortal emperors. Therefore, he couldn't let his guard down completely. Bai Shi looked at Feng Bangle inquiringly. Feng Bangle. You used to be in charge of the Windward Canyon, so you know the situation inside very well. Now, tell us the specific situation and don't leave anything out. Okay. Feng Bangle nodded matter-of-factly. Then, Feng Bangle closed his eyes slightly. His expression showed that he was deep in thought. The 99th also said. This time, the task given to us by our master is to get the latest map of the immortal realm, and then take the opportunity to kill a few elites of the Tianyi Palace to discourage them again. Master told us not to fight. To destroy the Tianyi Palace, they had to do it bit by bit, nibbling away at it gradually. They hoped that everyone would not act rashly. When the Tianyi sect is almost completely annihilated by us, Master will personally lead the troops to attack the headquarters of the Tianyi sect. That's what I'm happy about. Bai Shi and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Feng Huanzi finally spoke. All right, everyone, I've gathered all the information about the people in Windward Canyon, as well as the locations of some natural mazes, man-made mazes, and several spatial formations that can hide immortals in a single divine sense. Now, I'll input this divine sense into your brains so that you can directly grasp the detailed situation in Windward Canyon. Humph. I've been in the Windward Canyon for many years. In the entire Tianyi Palace, I'm the one who knows the Windward Canyon the best. No one can compare to me. After saying that, Feng Huanzi's eyes flickered continuously as he inserted balls of divine sense into the minds of the first reincarnation, the 99th reincarnation and the 87th reincarnation. Soon. Oh. So that's how it is. It turns out that there are such formations. These places can hide people, and this place is the safest place. This place is the blind spot of the Windward Canyon surveillance. Bai Shi and the others all nodded. Good. Now we're almost 99% sure that we can get out of Windward Canyon with ease. And before we leave, we can also destroy some of the most important formations in Windward Canyon. Good, very good. Bai Shi laughed heartily. In White Phoenix City. In the headquarters of the White Phoenix sect. Xiao Han sat casually in a study, flipping through some books about the immortal world. The 98th reincarnation, the 97th reincarnation, and the 96th reincarnation were serving him obediently. These books record many strange things about the immortal world. It's also very interesting to read, Xiao Han said with a smile. By now, the battle between Xiao Han and the Tianyi Palace had reached a peak. However, Xiao Han's temperament had become more and more stable, with a sense of calmness. Master, Now the fluctuation of your soul is really getting more and more harmonious with the immortal world. Your entire aura is about to merge into the space of the immortal world. In fact, Master, your accumulation is completely enough. However, to become an immortal in the immortal world, mortals must be incomparably integrated with the immortal world. However, Master, the day of you becoming an immortal is getting closer and closer. Once you become an immortal, you can directly open the last layer of the treasure of the old master of the invincible saber and obtain endless treasures and the final inheritance of the way of the broadsword, Bai Shi said with a smile. Well, I also hope that day will come as soon as possible, Xiao Han said with a nod. However, the urgent matter at hand is to get the latest map of the immortal world as soon as possible, accurately find the location of the Red Crane Canyon, and obtain special plants from the immortal world to help my sect master and the others restore their cultivation and become immortals in one step. After a pause, Xiao Han put down the scroll in his hand. Bai Shi and the others have been gone for several days. According to the journey, they will soon be close to the headquarters of the Qianni Palace. I believe that they can successfully complete this task. With that, Xiao Han stretched his body and walked out leisurely. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and colorful butterflies were flying. At this time, Bai Fengzi also hurried over to report something to Xiao Han. Young Master. Bai Fengzi walked over and bowed respectfully. Reporting to Young Master, according to your instructions, we have announced to the whole immortal world that we are willing to accept those sects and rogue cultivators who have been suppressed by the Qianni Palace. We will let them come to us and fight against the Qianni Palace together. How is it? Xiao Han said with a smile. Well, so far, only 3 sects have come to us. In addition, only a few thousand idle immortals have come to us, mainly perfected immortals below level 5. However, more than half of the immortals who originally lived in our White Phoenix sect have returned, Bai Fengzi reported seriously. Not bad. Xiao Han nodded. Take it slow. I believe that when Bai Shi and the others once again dampen the prestige of the Qianni Palace, the status of the Qianni Palace will be seriously shaken. It will be seriously shaken. At that time, all the sects in the immortal world who are dissatisfied with the Qianni Palace may come to us. That is how we will gradually destroy the foundation of the Qianni Palace. Young Master, you are wise. Bai Fengzi said sincerely. Behind Xiao Han, Generation 98's eyes were filled with the most violent fighting spirit. What a pity, Master. If I could go to the Qianni Palace with Brother Bai Shi and the others, I would definitely kill a few immortal emperors of the Qianni Palace for Master. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han laughed and shook his head. There is no hurry. There are plenty of opportunities. However, at this moment... Generation 97's eyes suddenly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth pulled into a hideous smile. Master, something happened. Oh. Xiao Han touched his nose slightly. I released my celestial senses and found that not far away, there are a few immortal emperors leading a group of level 10 perfected immortals. Level 9 perfected immortals are heading toward the White Phoenix sect. They are very fast. They seem to be using some kind of speed-type magic treasure. They will arrive at White Phoenix City soon. Is that so? Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Then he also spread out his soul psi wave. Soon. Xiao Han nodded repeatedly. Yes, they are coming aggressively. They even deliberately hid their aura, but they can't hide it from us. It seems... After a pause, Xiao Han laughed heartily. It must be the people of the Qianni Palace. Ah, I know. The Qianni Palace must be trying to take drastic measures. They think that my people brought the wind bracelets to trade with them, leaving White Phoenix City empty. That's why they attacked. Ha 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 ha. Good. They seem to be a few low-level immortal emperors. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with fierce killing intent. There are not many low-level immortal emperors in the Qianni Palace. I don't know why the Qianni Palace still hasn't sent any mid-level immortal emperors here. According to the information I have, Patriarch Qianni is a mid-level immortal emperor. Some of his friends are also mid-level immortal emperors. Could it be that they suffered some losses when they forcibly took my plane from the mortal world to the immortal world? Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. After a pause, Xiao Han's voice became fierce and domineering. Listen up, the Qiani Palace sent a few low-level immortal emperors to us. Kill them all. Humph. The Qiani Palace might be able to withstand the killing of level 10 genuine immortals, but if they lose a few low-level immortal emperors, I think the foundation of the Qiani Palace will be in danger. This time, the Qiani Palace has made a mistake. Yes, Master. The 98th, 97th, and 96th roared in unison in response. Their eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. Bai Fengzi and the others fainted again when they heard Xiao Han was going to order his men to kill the immortal emperors. Immortal emperors! Even the lowest-level immortal emperors were immortal emperors. Among the countless genuine immortals in the immortal world, immortal emperors were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. In the immortal world, the death of every immortal emperor was a nightmare. The Qiani Palace. In the Heavenly Palace, Patriarch Tian-Yi and the other middle-level immortal emperors were completely wrapped in auspicious clouds of immortal qi. They were all resting with their eyes closed. Brother Tian-Yi, how's the battle against the White Phoenix sect going? A middle-level immortal emperor with a goatee asked. Patriarch Tian-Yi pondered for a moment, then said with a relaxed frown. The elders of the First Heaven sect have already gathered 11 low-level celestial emperors to kill the White Phoenix sect after a thorough plan. 11 low-level immortal emperors? The eyes of some middle-level immortal emperors lit up. That's almost a sure win. Even if the White Phoenix sect has 1 and 2 medium-level immortal emperors among their foreign officials, they won't be able to withstand the combined attack of 11 low-level immortal emperors and a large number of high-level genuine immortals. All right. Brother Tian-Yi, there's no doubt that the White Phoenix sect will be destroyed. Now let's cultivate in seclusion. Don't be distracted by external forces. The sooner we recover to our peak condition, the sooner we can come out of seclusion to capture Xiao Han. All right, let's cultivate in seclusion. Patriarch Tian-Yi waved his hand. Suddenly, the entire heavenly palace turned completely dark. In the Windward Canyon, 6 low-level immortal emperors had arrived at the Windward Canyon with a large group of high-level genuine immortals. Everyone set up an ambush. The leading elder roared in a low voice as he gave the order. Yes, elder. The large group of high-level genuine immortals answered in unison. The next moment, whoosh, 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 countless high-level genuine immortals scattered and disappeared like ripples. They hid in some of the spatial formations inside the Windward Canyon. They set up an ambush, waiting for the moment to strike. Now, we just have to wait for the people of the White Phoenix sect to walk into the trap. The elders of the Qiani Palace looked gloomy. I'd like to see who exactly these foreign officials of the White Phoenix sect are. To be continued. Chapter 722. Windward Canyon. The two sides of the Windward Canyon were steep mountain walls. The peaks of the mountains were completely covered by immortal clouds, and one could vaguely see some sturdy fortifications. Ibdu. Some level 7 and level 8 true immortals of the Qiani Palace were stationed at the top of the mountain. Between the two mountain walls was a surging river. The sound of the surging river was like the charge of a magnificent army. At this moment, 4 elders of the Qiani Palace were already floating in the air outside the Windward Canyon, standing with their hands behind their backs. As for the other 2 low-level immortal emperors, they were hidden in a secret spatial array within the canyon. The 4 elders and low-level perfected immortals all released their immortal senses to probe. He hasn't arrived yet, one of the elders said with a frown. Looks like those guys are still on their way. There's no hurry, another elder said. The later they arrive the better, so that we have enough time to prepare. Right now, our people are already in position to ambush them. With a single command, countless high-level perfected immortals will attack with their magic treasures. In addition to the full attack of our 6 low-level immortal emperors, even if the opponent is a mid-level immortal emperor, he might still die with a grievance. Of course, the prerequisite is that we don't expose our murderous intent too early. We have to feign civility, and when necessary, we don't hesitate to lower our statuses and put on a pleasant expression to dispel their wariness. All right, let's wait. I believe those traitors will arrive soon. On the other hand, the 100th generation, the 99th generation, and the 87th generation, with the wind bracelets, were approaching the Windward Canyon. Hong, 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 Hong. 100 lives, 99 lives, 87 lives. Their immortal senses. It was released ahead of time. You should know. The energy of these 3 level 7 creatures from the alternate space was definitely equivalent to that of a medium-level immortal emperor. Therefore, the coverage of their spiritual senses and the sensitivity of their spiritual senses were definitely superior to those of the elders of the First Heaven Palace. Therefore, those low-level immortal emperor elders of the First Heaven sect had not discovered Bai Shi and the others. He was able to clearly understand the situation on the other side. Very soon, the expressions of the 100th generation, the 99th generation, and the 87th generation all became extremely strange. Then, ha 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 ha, this? Ha 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 ha. The 3 of them roared with laughter. You 3, what are you doing? Feng Huanzi asked curiously. Windward Canyon is indeed full of traps. Bai Shi stopped laughing with a strange expression on his face. My immortal sense has swept over, but I actually didn't discover any mid-tier immortal emperor aura. Ha 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 ha. That's right, on the surface, there are 4 low-level immortal emperors waiting for us outside the canyon. Inside the canyon, there were all kinds of spatial formations that could hide people and horses. We also found 2 low-level celestial emperors in the man-made traps in the nature maze. The rest are all perfected immortals. There aren't many level 10 perfected immortals. World 87 immediately said. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I was wondering what kind of people the First Heaven sect would send to deal with us. But in the end, they're still so petty. Ha ha ha, they didn't even send a middle-grade celestial emperor and only want to rely on a few low-grade celestial emperors. Ha ha ha. Idiots. Feng Huanzi, the First Heaven sect is considered the most powerful sect in the immortal world. I didn't expect that they wouldn't even send a middle-grade celestial emperor. What a joke. If Master wants to destroy the Tianyi society, it will be a piece of cake. Bai Shi sneered. Feng Huanzi thought for a moment and said, the sect leader of the First Heaven sect, Patriarch Tianyi, is a middle-grade celestial emperor. Moreover, he has made friends with more than a dozen middle-grade celestial emperors. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a problem to send a middle-grade celestial emperor. Alright, he should still be recuperating in seclusion. Alright. Bai Shi waved his hand. Now, we need to do some calculations. Since there aren't any middle-grade celestial emperors, just 6 low-level celestial emperors won't be able to stop us. However, we need to try our best to kill all the people of the First Heaven sect in the Windward Canyon and deal them a heavy blow. Therefore, we need to cooperate with each other and put on a good show. Not a single one of them can escape. Kill them all. Yes, we need to plan carefully. It won't be a problem to defeat them. We're just afraid that they will escape. For example, the 2 hidden low-level celestial emperors should also have top-grade celestial treasures. If we really fight and they see that something is wrong, they will immediately escape. I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything, Bai Shi 87 nodded. Yes, these level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension were equivalent to middle-grade celestial emperors in terms of cultivation realm and combat strength. However, they were at a disadvantage because they didn't have celestial treasures. Therefore, when facing low-level celestial emperors with various kinds of celestial treasures, they could defeat them by relying on their huge advantage in cultivation realm, but they couldn't crush them. Moreover, if there were 2 low-level celestial emperors with top-grade celestial artifacts besieging Bai Shi, it would take a lot of effort for Bai Shi to defeat them. They were at a disadvantage because they didn't have celestial artifacts or celestial treasures. They had to wait for Xiao Han to become an immortal and open the 4th layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure to unlock those celestial treasures. Only then could they equip Bai Shi and the other creatures from the alternate dimension with weapons and armor. Of course, the saber Dao that Bai Shi and the others had mastered was also a great addition to their attack power. Let's do it this way. When we trade later, don't be too rash and show the enemy that we're weak. Don't release all your energy as soon as the battle starts. Bai Shi ordered. It's best to form a stalemate with the 4 low-level celestial emperors outside. Then, we can summon the 2 hidden low-level celestial emperors and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Okay, don't let any of them escape. We'll make a perfect contribution for our master. Phew, then let's get ready. Feng Huanzi immediately pretended to be struggling in pain. His weak and powerless appearance was extremely realistic. Feng Huanzi, I left a strand of saber qi in your body to temporarily seal your celestial force. Later, I'll act according to the situation and get rid of this saber qi. Remember, you're not an celestial emperor. You won't be able to help at all in the upcoming battle. Just take care of yourself, Baisher ordered. As they talked, they moved forward. Soon, they reached the area where the celestial senses of the 4 low-level celestial emperors of the First Heaven sect could cover. I'll keep my cultivation level at the level of a low-level celestial emperor. 99 lives, 87 lives. Suppress your energy to the level of a level 10 perfected immortal. Baisher turned around and said. Okay, brother Baisher. Soon, Baisher walked in front with the aura of a low-level celestial emperor. 99 lives and 87 lives were obviously level 10 perfected immortals. They walked behind Baisher, one on the left and the other on the right. Feng Huanzi was sandwiched between 99 lives and 87 lives. Those B***stods have found us. Baisher's eyes lit up. Outside the Windward Canyon, the 4 low-level celestial emperors of the First Heaven sect had indeed found Baisher and the others. They're here. The 4 low-level celestial emperors were all trembling. Finally, these pieces of trash from the White Phoenix sect are here. The 4 low-level celestial emperors covered the area with their celestial senses at the same time. Their celestial senses. All of them began to tremble. It should be noted that the First Heaven sect had been defeated by these foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect. The most frustrating thing for the First Heaven sect was that they still didn't know what the foreign elders of the White Phoenix sect looked like and what their cultivation level was. Now, they could finally see their true appearance. Soon. Damn it! Shockingly, an elder of the Tianyi Palace couldn't help but swear. They're just a low-level celestial emperor with 2 level 10 perfected immortals. How dare you turn our Tianyi Palace upside down? The elder roared fiercely. We set up a heavy ambush, but the strongest of them is only a low-level celestial emperor. It seems that we've made a big fuss. The other 3 low-level celestial emperors were also angry. I thought they were some kind of middle-level celestial emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out that they're just a low-level celestial emperor with 2 puny level 10 perfected immortals. Humph. We'll act according to the situation. We'll first rescue Feng Huanzi, then capture these 3 people. Torture, humiliate, and kill them. On the other hand, a group of people of the First Heaven sect, who had circled to White Phoenix City with the help of a flying celestial artifact, had already arrived at the edge of White Phoenix City. This group of people was composed of 5 low-level celestial emperors, 20 level 10 perfected immortals, and 40 level 9 perfected immortals. It was also a very large force. It could shock the entire celestial realm. Everyone, let's stop here for a while. The leader of the low-level celestial emperors waved his hand. A huge jade sail was suspended in the void. We've traveled day and night and finally arrived at White Phoenix City before the Battle of Windward Canyon. Ha! This is the first time I've come to this small place. It's not easy. But soon, this area will be completely wiped out. Not even a blade of grass will grow. Another low-level celestial emperor also smiled slightly. I'm afraid the Battle of Windward Canyon will start soon. Let's quickly destroy White Phoenix City, then turn around and go back to meet up. This time, we'll work together and win a great victory. We'll completely restore the reputation of the First Heaven sect. I've already released my celestial sense to scan the area. There's not even a low-level celestial emperor in White Phoenix City. Humph. It seems that all the experts have come to Windward Canyon. Good. Prepare to slaughter the city. White Phoenix City. The headquarters of White Phoenix sect. They're here. Xiao Han released his soul psi wave. There are a lot of people coming. 5 low-level celestial emperors, 20 level 10 perfected immortals, and 40 level 9 perfected immortals. Master, let's kill them. The 98th, 97th, and 96th generations all shouted. Wait. Xiao Han's mouth twitched. I don't want to fight. If you have celestial artifacts, each of you can fight against 2 low-level celestial emperors at most. Now, the other side has 5 low-level celestial emperors and a large group of high-level perfected immortals. It'll be a waste of time if we fight. I want to end the battle quickly. Forget it. 95th generation, 94th generation, 93rd generation. Come out. Xiao Han made a prompt decision. With a move of his divine soul, he released 3 more level 7 creatures from the alternate dimension. Master! As soon as the 3 creatures from the alternate dimension came out, they followed Xiao Han's instructions and firmly suppressed their cultivation levels. Ha! 6 mid-level celestial emperors. It's only a matter of time before I win. Xiao Han smiled calmly. All right, let's go out and greet our honored guests. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.